The brilliance beaming out of Jean Tui's eyes seemed enough to detonate the entire warehouse of crystals. His gray face was replaced by excitement as he panted for a moment. Your arrival, the secret hunting Jean Xinyue endured, and all the subsequent events made me gradually learn the truth of the Blade of Chaos, the secrets about the origins of the demons, the existence of another human world named the Flying Star Sector, and the threat of the Imperium of true human beings. I didn't know that the Blood Demon Sector was so important in the history of the demon race. I had always thought that it was just a barren, desolate, insignificant sector at the edge of the cosmos. Hee. I should have figured it out earlier. The Blood Demon Sector was not as simple as that. Why else could the Blood Demon Sector survive to this day when countless worlds of demons in the 3,000 sectors have all collapsed? All in all, the tremendous valuable information flooded into my brain, allowing me to find a brand new possibility, one that is more secure, flawless, and feasible than the old version of the Red Tide plan. Therefore, over the past month, I've been fully upgrading the Red Tide plan with the latest intelligence despite the escalation of my illness. Now, the first step of the Red Tide plan has been completed. Although some minor issues occurred, everything is basically under my control. Elder Blood Robe, Elder Nether Spring, and their elite troops are no longer threats. I have finally gained the supreme power that I dreamed of, and I am able to implement the second step of the Red Tide plan now. But I'm afraid your cerebral sclerosis will not give you much time, will it? Li Yao said. Even if you keep it a secret, when your condition gets worse, you will not be able to cope with the tricky plans and schemes. You even risk turning into a moron right in front of the rest of the demon emperors. How are you going to complete the following procedures of the Red Tide plan? You are quite right. I don't have much time left. The best I can do is hold on for a year and a half. Jean Tui's eyes turned passionate again as he stared at Li Yao with a smile. Therefore, while I still know what I am doing, I have found the first suitable heir and the next master of the Red Tide plan, who will pass on my knowledge and carry out the Red Tide plan until it succeeds. Li Yao felt creepy when Jean Tui looked at him in such a weird way. His hair standing up, he raised his voice and shouted, "You've got to be kidding me. How can I be your heir and help you implement your goddamn Red Tide plan? Do excuse me, young man, but I was not referring to you. Don't stare at me in such an enthusiastic way if you are not referring to me, senior. Although your excellence was beyond my expectation many times, and you completed many tasks successfully in unbelievable ways when I failed to figure out how you could, you and I are not the same type of person after all. I am not referring to the difference between a human being and a demon but the difference between a warrior and a politician. You are a warrior, and a fairly brilliant one, but you are never going to be a brilliant politician, or even a qualified one. It is not about your computational ability or thinking ability but decided by something beyond. More frankly speaking, this is not where your path leads you. Jean Xinyue is my ideal heir and the most suitable successor of the Red Tide plan. Li Yao was amused. Is it even possible? It remains questionable whether Jean Xinyue is willing to or not. But even if she is happy to, she is still too naive right now. In terms of capability, she is only a demon king or a core formation stage cultivator at best. How can she expect to rival the demon emperors who will swallow her without leaving any bones? Jean Tui smiled. Yes. Jean Xinyue is still too naive right now, but everybody grows. I believe that she will be the one that the Red Tide plan requires in the most appropriate time. Until then, doesn't she still have the best master? Li Yao was dazed. In terms of capability, her master's combat ability is equal to the nascent soul stage. He is also adept at the refinement of magical equipment, stealth, sabotage, ambush, assassination, and collection of intelligence. His personal combat ability is in the top tier of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector, not counting the enhancement of his crystal suit. In terms of forces, her master controls Skyfire, a mysterious organization that has risen recently, in the Blood Demon sector alone. The covert battles of late in the Gold Crow Kingdom are indicative enough of the potential of the organization. With regard to influence, her master is an ultra-level federal hero in the Heaven's Origin sector. He is also the best warrior of Iron Plateau and the master of the Glorious Sunlight group in the Flying Star sector. His connections are far and wide. How can Jean Xinyue not rival the cunning demon emperors with such a master as her reliance? Moreover, before I become too ill, I will certainly tell Jean Xinyue the critical weaknesses of those demon emperors. With Jean Xinyue's wisdom, I believe that she will learn very fast. Shockingly fast. Li Yao recalled the confrontation with Jean Xinyue in the cave outside of Heavenly Path City. He had to admit that Jean Tui was right. His third disciple was much more terrifying than his previous two disciples, which was well beyond his expectations. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao carefully said, "Senior Jean, there is no need to flatter me. Give me a reason first. Why should I help you?" Jean Tui raised his eyebrow. "Weren't you the one who came to my door and asked for cooperation? Now, I am extending my hands to you sincerely, and you are going to regret?" Li Yao frowned. "I didn't know that you were so dangerous, Senior Jean. I am scared of you. I really am." Jean Tui smiled. "All right. You want a reason. I'll give you one. If you don't help my daughter implement the Red Tide plan, this is what will happen in the next. First of all, I have the coalition army of demons completely under my control now, and I will hold absolute power for at least a year and a half. Elder Netherspring and the other jesters are not worth mentioning at all now. Secondly, after the loss of 14 demon emperors and countless elite soldiers in the first wave of teleportation, the Blood Demon sector has in fact lost the ability to attack the Heaven's Origin sector, probably permanently. We have lost the bargaining chips to make a wild gamble. Opening the Eye of Blood Demon again or charging at the Giant Blade Pass on the Grand Desolate Plateau through the Dark Desolate Domain will both be committing suicide. All the demon emperors will agree with that after carefully calculation and analysis. Then, in the upcoming half a year, I will change the guideline of the coalition army of demons from quick battle into total defense. I will gather all the resources allocated for invasion and establish countless permanent bastions and underground fortresses throughout the Blood Demon sector. I will also regroup the coalition army of demons into units that are smaller in scale and more agile. They will be trained for guerrilla warfare in the harsh environments. In the meantime, the development of the biochemical technology and the production of demonic artifacts and magical equipment will also abide by the guideline. Hee. You think that the strength of the Blood Demon sector has been greatly diminished after the 14 demon emperors were killed, don't you? From the perspective of aggression, yes. But in terms of defense, once we make up our mind to give up aggression once and for all, the forces and resources that can be utilized for homeland defense have in fact been multiplied. Yes. I am going to build the entire Blood Demon sector into an enormous war fortress, a hedgehog whose thorns are made of steel and poisoned. Of course, I will not be able to see the completion of the war fortress, but it doesn't matter. All I need to do is set up a framework. I believe that the next commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons, seeing that the Heaven's Origin sector is getting stronger and stronger, will not be so idiotic as to attack aggressively. He will certainly continue with my plan and continue strengthening the defense. Believe me, if the Blood Demon sector stops attacking and shifts to homeland defense, not just 14 Crystal Suit legions, even 40, 100, or 200 will be far from enough to conquer the Blood Demon sector. Jean Tui grinned hideously and waved his fists in midair. When tens of billions of demons are determined to die with you, even if 500 Crystal Suit legions come, we will still bury you in the forests and marshlands of the Blood Demon sector with our tusks, claws, and bodies of flesh and blood. This was the first time that he had ever showed his dominance during his conversation with Li Yao. Then, he coughed violently until that his tears were flowing out. He waved his hands toward Li Yao somewhat in embarrassment. Do excuse me, young man. I lose control of myself. All in all, with such a strategy, I believe that the Heaven's Origin sector will not be able to conquer the Blood Demon sector in decades. Even if you establish hundreds of crystal suit legions without caring about the cost and occupy the Blood Demon sector with the bombardment of the crystal warships after paying a high price, so what? We will not leave any food or crystals for you. We will even burn the dead bodies of our companions. The only thing you will get is a wasteland that is full of venomous fog and debris. By then, the compensation for the federal soldiers sacrificed in the war will be enough to bankrupt the federal government. How are you going to cope with the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings that will come soon? Of course, you can choose to ignore the Blood Demon sector. You can simply stay behind your defense line after the two worlds have integrated and consider the Blood Demon sector to be non-existent. After all, the Blood Demon sector is not likely to launch an attack again. Then, when the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings does come, you will have to think about the worst possibility, which is that the Blood Demon sector will surrender to the Imperium of true human beings in desperation. Shocked, Li Yao felt that his cold sweat was popping up non-stop. Don't think that I'm joking, Jin Tui said casually. People can do anything for survival, or when they realize that they are dead for sure. Li Yao stared at Jin Tui, with killing intent condensing inside his eyes inch by inch. He sneered, Senior Jin, the Star Glory Federation rose on the foundation of corpses and blood, too. You think demons are the only ones unafraid of death? Take back your threat of co-destruction and just tell me your aim. All right. I'll get to the point straightforwardly now, Jin Tui said. I want to surrender. Huh? Isn't it obvious? The Blood Demon sector's all-in plan of the final battle has been disrupted by the ultra-level federal hero Li Yao. Right now, the Blood Demon sector is not able to attack, and our war potential is far from the alliance of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. Besides, Elder Nether Spring is still instigating trouble inside. We have completely lost the war. When you take a gamble, you must be prepared for failure. The Red Tide plan on the surface was a shocking gamble in the first place. Now that we've lost, isn't it only natural that we try to secure a conditional surrender, while we still have bargaining chips for the negotiation? Vulture Li Yao, you are the only living ultra-level federal hero since the Star Glory Federation was established. That's why I said so much to you. I want you to bring my words to the leadership of the federal government to initiate the negotiations between the two parties. As for the specific conditions of the surrender, everything can be negotiated. Even if the Blood Demon sector has to be classified as a special administrative area and merged into the Star Glory Federation at a certain time, it doesn't matter. Let's just sit down and talk. However, if your side refuses negotiations and is determined to annihilate the Blood Demon sector, the outcome will be what I described just now. Let's simply maul each other and die together. Li Yao was rendered speechless. He did not know whether he should accuse Jin Tui of his shamelessness or compliment him on his frankness. If you don't believe my sincerity about the surrender, I can surrender to you in secret as the Commander-in-Chief if you want. Jin Tui coughed and said with a smile, you are an ultra-level federal hero. To some extent, you are a representative of the federal government, aren't you? Besides, you've also destroyed the Eye of Blood Demon and stopped the Red Tide plan. Well. Right when the Federation is in peril, the young hero who saved the Federation 10 years ago appeared again and broke into the enemy's nest on his own, stopping the enemy's insane battle plan and killing 14 super experts and the best troops. Eventually, he suppressed the enemy's supreme commander with his unparalleled charisma. One person has defeated an entire world. Vulture Li Yao, with everything you've done, you are definitely the well-deserved greatest hero of the Federation. When you return to the Federation, nobody will protest even if you campaign for the position of Speaker of Parliament. Jean Tui did not resort to any of his demonic energy, but Li Yao's resolution was shaking violently in the surging tides. For a moment, all kinds of delirious thoughts were appearing in his head. However, the next moment, the delirious thoughts were all swallowed by the mental devil. "Hey, are you able to do this or not?" the mental devil asked lazily. "Should I take your place?" Li Yao was dazed. "What did you say?" The mental devil yawned and said, "Hasn't you discovered it yet? You've been crushed from the beginning to the end. You are now basically meat paste. I do feel sorry for you. But it is not your fault. Demagogism is his specialty after all. How can you ever be matched for Chief Jean in terms of debating? Moreover, the dark side in your soul has mostly been absorbed by me. How can you expect to deal with such an old, cunning fox?" Li Yao gnashed his teeth. "Will you do any better?" "At the very least," the mental devil said, "I will not be rendered speechless all the time. If you have to lose, you'd better lose gracefully." Li Yao was rendered speechless. "You see? You are rendered speechless again," the mental devil exclaimed. "AQ." Li Yao sneezed greatly. He rubbed his left eye hard as if some dust had intruded. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that he took a long breath in relief and stared at Jean Tui thoughtfully, blinking his left eye. Jean Tui was slightly dazed. Since the moment he entered the warehouse, he had been in control of the situation. Even when Li Yao put fatal crystal bombs on him, he had still been manipulating Li Yao easily. This was the first time that he had been startled during the entire game, but he could not find any reason for his startle at all. He only vaguely felt that the bloody brilliance inside Li Yao's left eye was slightly different from a moment ago. "There's no need to surrender to me. I haven't been in the Federation for the last 10 years. The so-called ultra-level federal hero is just an honorary title that entails no real power. Chances are that I will be involved in boring political struggles when I am back to the Federation," Li Yao said lightheartedly. "Now that Senior Jean is so sincere, I will certainly bring your words for the peace of the two worlds. However, you must know that both worlds have suffered heavy casualties after such a long period of warfare. Putting everything before aside, the Red Tide plan itself must have already killed and injured many citizens of the capital city. Right now, the Star Glory Federation must be stirred up. 99% of the citizens will be hawks now, shouting to march into the Blood Demon sector. On the other hand, the Blood Demon sector has lost 14 demon emperors and a large batch of elite troops, and Elder Nether Spring is still an internal problem. Also, your reign is not very stable yet, Senior Jean. This is the feeblest time of the Blood Demon sector. Therefore, Senior Jean, if you really want a conditional surrender, you'd better offer certain attractive conditions. Otherwise, as an insignificant cultivator in the core formation stage, I will not be able to decide what the infuriated nascent soul stage cultivators are going to do." "Of course." Jean Tui frowned and felt that Li Yao was a bit weird. "Anything else you want to say?" Li Yao was actually taking the initiative to conclude the conversation. Jean Tui narrowed his eyes and observed Li Yao carefully for a long time, but he did not find any trace on Li Yao's face. He gritted his teeth and threw out his last card. "Everything I want to say to Li Yao, the cultivator from the Heaven's Origin sector and the ultra-level federal hero, has been said. However, now, I want to talk to Li Yao, the cultivator from the Flying Star sector, the owner of the Glorious Sunlight Group, and the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau." Bloody brilliance blinked inside Li Yao's eyes. "Interesting. I seem to know what you are going to say next, but please continue." "As the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons and the leader of the Blood Demon sector, I am proposing a dialogue with Li Yao of the Flying Star sector, hoping that the Flying Star sector will try to facilitate the peace talk between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector," Jean Tui said solemnly. It is naturally going to be very difficult to stop two ferocious war beasts from attacking each other. On my side, I will try to calm down all the advocates of war in the blood demon sector. But if the heaven's origin sector is too stubborn to give up on the war, I want the blood demon sector and the flying star sector to establish a normal bilateral relationship and start an in-depth communication in economics and culture. Not giving a direct answer, Li Yao replied, "Are you mistaken about something, Commander Jean? The flying star sector and the heaven's origin sector are both civilizations of human beings. We are natural allies. You are asking us to stab our ally right in the back." Jean Tui smiled. There are no natural allies in the universe, there is only natural interest. Those idiotic cultivators of the heaven's origin sector, especially the idiotic Li Yao, thought that he had brought reinforcements from the flying star sector. It never occurred to him why the flying star sector should help him without considering returns. Exactly. Li Yao nodded. I do feel the same. Jean Tui was dazed again and felt that the atmosphere was weird. Pondering for a moment, he continued his speech. Perhaps, not just Li Yao of the heaven's origin sector, the majority in the blood demon sector, the heaven's origin sector, and the flying star sector haven't let go of the stereotype either. For the heaven's origin sector, they have been fighting the demons since their country was founded. Therefore, demons are their sworn enemies. All their history books and textbooks spare no efforts elaborating on the evilness and horror of the demon race. After hundreds of years, their hatred toward the demon race is ingrained in their very being. But the flying star sector is different. The flying star sector has never been at war with the demon race since the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed 10,000 years ago. In the past 5,000 years, the flying star sector was attacked by the apocalypse at first and nearly wiped. The survivors were divided into spacers and homers, who were at loggerheads with each other. Then, in the dark, boundless universe, the two great enemies named extraterrestrial devils and space pirates emerged, too. In the past years, threats of the immortal cultivators and the Imperium of true human beings have been drawing near, too. Extraterrestrial devils, space pirates, the immortal cultivators, the apocalypse, the Imperium of true human beings. They are the greatest trouble for the flying star sector. The demon race, in comparison, is just an old enemy from 10,000 years ago and much lower on the rank. Even the deepest hatred will gradually wear off over 10,000 years. For the flying star sector, the demons are just enemies in tails. Their hatred against us can be traced back to the ancestors of their ancestors. Although I haven't read the history books of the flying star sector yet, I guarantee that the content regarding the demons' oppression of human beings will be no more than 10 pages. He. Faced with the imminent threat of the immortal cultivators, is the groundless, obsolete hatred worth mentioning at all? Therefore, whether or not peace between the blood demon sector and the heaven's origin sector can be reached, peace between the blood demon sector and the flying star sector is very hopeful. What do you think, fellow cultivator Li Yao from the flying star sector? Li Yao smiled. That explains a lot. I understand everything now. I was wondering why Senior Jean was so certain that peace would come. Did you say last time that you were scared that the coalition army of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector would march into the Blood Demon sector? It turns out to be a lie. You were not scared about that at all because you had long discovered the subtle conflict of interest between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. You were planning to hamstring the Heaven's Origin sector with the Flying Star sector. Not one-sided hamstring, but check and balance. Triangle is the steadiest form, Jean Tui said. The Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector will play an equally important role with mutual check and balance. That will be the most reasonable social structure and the strongest iron triangle against the Imperium of true human beings. Li Yao tilted his head and pondered for a moment before mumbling, after hearing your words, Senior Jean, it suddenly occurred to me that the Blood Demon sector and the Flying Star sector are highly complementary, even more complementary than the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. The Flying Star sector boasts a boundless territory of dozens of space zones and hundreds of resource planets, but most of the resource planets have harsh environments and are unfeasible to exploit. The Blood Demon sector, on the other hand, boasts tremendous miners who are highly adaptive to the harsh environments but doesn't have developable resources. The two parties have no deep grudges. If the Blood Demon sector is attacking the Heaven's Origin sector aggressively, then, for the sake of humanity, the Flying Star sector will perhaps reinforce the Heaven's Origin sector. But right now, if the Blood Demon sector is ready to sit down and talk, is there any reason the Flying Star sector shouldn't? Once communication between the Blood Demon sector and the Flying Star sector begins, the Heaven's Origin sector will be in an awkward situation. If the war continues, it will be the troublemaker of the three sectors. It must be noted that the enemies that the Flying Star sector is faced with, including the Iron Plateau rebels, the space pirates, and the immortal cultivators alike, are all human beings. Therefore, I'm afraid that the idea that human beings are all kind-hearted and shouldn't attack each other has never entered the minds of the cultivators of the Flying Star sector. History tells them that mankind boasts many unpardonable criminals and many unpardonable civilizations, too. If the Heaven's Origin sector is acting aggressively all the time and never ceases to fight, the Flying Star sector will certainly be vigilant, too, and it will be even less likely to attack the Blood Demon sector together with the Heaven's Origin sector. Having no other choices, the Star Glory Federation will have to join the peace negotiations. Also, when there are two possible targets of surrender, the price of surrender can be better negotiated, too. If the Heaven's Origin sector is not willing to accept the Blood Demon sector's surrender, there's always the Flying Star sector. In the end, when the peace talks work out, the Flying Star sector will provide boundless territory, sailing technology, and resource planets. The Blood Demon sector will provide biochemical technology and well-trained miners. The Heaven's Origin sector will provide a highly coherent government and a functioning model. An iron triangle against the Imperium of true human beings will be formed. This is the future that Senior Jean wishes to see, right? Jean Tui smiled and clapped his hands. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. As expected of Vulture Li Yao. You have depicted exactly everything on my mind. Yes. That is the future that I want to see, and I believe that it is also the future that you want to see and the only way possible to defeat the Imperium of true human beings and preserve the tinder of our civilizations. All right. I'll bring all of your words to the most appropriate person. After pausing for a moment, Li Yao said carefully, however, I have to remind Senior Jean of something beforehand. I can see that Senior Jean is a great player of the chess game, but do you know when a chess game is the most perfect and flawless? Jean Tui raised his eyebrow. When? At the beginning of a chess game, before any chess piece is moved. That is the only flawless form of a chess game. Once the chess pieces are moved, so much as one single step, there will be loopholes, and the chess game will not proceed exactly as the player has calculated. Staring at Jean Tui in the eyes, Li Yao said, one word after another, moreover, I don't like being a chess piece. I prefer to be a player. Not any player, but an unreasonable one who will knock over the board at any time. This time, Senior Jean has prepared such a large chess game, hoping to finish the Red Tide plan through me. That's not going to be a problem. However, under my influence, will the future of the Red Tide plan be exactly the same as Senior Jean has predicted? That will be hard to say. The chess game between us has only just begun. With a bitter smile, Jean Tui sighed. Do I not know what a dreadful thing it is to cooperate with such a dangerous person as Vulture Li Yao? But it is a pity that I don't have enough time. Honestly speaking, if my brain could work normally for another 100 years, would definitely try to kill you with whatever methods possible. But right now, I can only look toward my daughter. Please help me find Jean Xinhua. I will tell her the following procedures of the Red Tide Plan. Although you will certainly learn the secret later, I want her to hear it and make a choice first. Jean Tui waved his hands lethargically and struggled to stand straight. He then walked out of the room, ending the conversation. Seeing his back, which indicated that he was exhausted, Li Yao's left eye was rippling with circles of strange fire. Why did you agree on his offer so easily? Because he does have a point, the mental devil replied. 3 sectors working together against the Imperium of true human beings, isn't that our plan as well? Everyone gets what they want from the cooperation. What's not good about it? But he is clearly trying to play the peaceful evolution move on us. Li Yao said. What's wrong with peaceful evolution? Demons can evolve into human beings, and human beings can evolve into demons, too. Do you have no faith in the system and culture of the human civilization? You don't believe that the Federation can completely assimilate the old demons in the past and transform them into new human beings who are ideal, knowledgeable, ethical, and well-disciplined? That's not what I meant, Li Yao muttered. If that's the case, were you of any help at all? The result would have been the same if I negotiated with him. Wrong, the mental devil denied solemnly. When I was negotiating, my aura was much more daunting than yours. Debate is all about overwhelming your enemy. Do you not feel that the last few statements I made, all the talks about chess pieces and players, created a mysterious vibe and gave the feeling that everything was under my control and that Jean Tui was brutally suppressed? No, I don't feel any of that. Also, it suddenly occurred to me that you seem to be playing the peaceful evolution move on me, too. You can also change me with your integrity, your morals, and the kind and bright side of your soul. As the say goes, evil will always be defeated by righteousness in the end. If you are certain that I am evil, you will certainly defeat me in the end. What are you scared of exactly? Fair enough, Li Yao replied. But why does it sound so weird to me? What's weird about it? Did you not notice that I haven't stirred any trouble for a long time and even volunteered to help you? It is all because I have been moved by the bright side of our soul, and I was trying to abandon the darkness for the light. Therefore, even if you cannot let go of your stereotype and still regard me as a mental devil, would you please at least consider me as a kind-hearted, harmonious and highly moral one? Li Yao gnashed his teeth. Cut the crap. I will not be fooled by you. One day, I will completely purge you until there is not even your trace left. Well, brother, if I may remind you, your killing intent went out of control during your declaration and turned into negative emotions, which made my strength slightly higher than before. Silent, Li Yao could not come up with a response. Just stop being angry and think about the beautiful stuff, the bright stuff and the positive stuff. You must know that I am the dark side of your soul. How can you ever purge me when you have so many negative emotions? If you act carelessly and your negative emotions break out, I might be able to devour you, which isn't going to be pretty, is it? When Jean Xinhua arrived, the camp of the coalition army of demons was now enshrouded in a hazy mist of confusion and uneasiness, not just because of the destruction of the Eye of Blood demon and the reshuffle of the troops, but also because of the outbreak of spores. Although a quarantine was prepared in advance, many soldiers still contracted the demon god virus in the chaotic battle and turned into terrible uncontrollable mutants. A high price was paid in order to annihilate or capture them. The howling of the uncontrollable mutants was 100 times more terrifying than the howling of the demon beasts. Their unbelievably abnormal appearances frightened even the most bodacious warriors, who were scared that they might end up becoming such monsters, too. Because the number of the soldiers was too large, the few medical warships were far from enough to examine all of them. Most of the soldiers were still waiting in the weird ambience. They could not have been more nervous at this point, and they were eyeing each other suspiciously as if everybody was a spore that carried the demon god virus. Jean Xinhua arrived at exactly such an anxious hour. Her clothing was different from when she was in Skyfire. The black leather suit was replaced by a moon-white linen cloak. Her face was clean and devoid of any makeup. Her hair dangled down like a waterfall in attractive color as if it were the smoothest silk. She did not wear shoes. Her jade-like feet were also transparent, without nail varnish or other cosmetics. So, pink brilliance was flashing on her toes, but it did not give an inappropriate feeling. She was both like an unworldly saintess and an angel who had come to others' salvation. Just like that, she walked at ease among the countless panicked soldiers. It was the standard pose for a saintess of the pantheon of demons when they walked in the blood demon sector. The saintesses of the pantheon of demons boasted dual identities. In the darkness, they were the scariest spies and assassins of the pantheon of demons. But on the surface, they were responsible for comfort, reconciliation, and propaganda. It was exactly what saintess meant. When Li Yao saw Jin Xinyue for the first time, she was still clinging to the demeanor of the princess of the Gold Crow Kingdom, and looked dominating and aggressive. Her approach had been too direct and crude at that time. However, over the past few months, she had experienced life-changing events multiple times. Also, after the direct and indirect tutelage of Li Yao and Jin Tui, the potential deep inside her brain was finally unleashed. She was more and more like a real saintess now. Jin Xinyue's eyes were slightly frowning, as if she felt the same as the panicked soldiers around her. But her lips were slightly curled, showing that she did not have the least doubt about the final victory. His eyes were clear and comforting. Every soldier whom she glanced at would immediately feel peace of mind. She was alone, not bringing any guards. She did not even disguise her new identity at all. Spreading out a vague scent of spiritual energy, she walked in the middle of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the coalition army. This refers to subverting a socialist state through peaceful means originally. Chapter 1044 A 100-Year Plan. Is she a demon or a cultivator? As Jin Tui's daughter, Jin Xinyue was quite famous in the coalition army of demons. Many demons had at least heard her name before, even if they had never seen her in person. However, the spiritual waves spreading out of Jin Xinyue's body were quite a shock. Demons were as sensitive about spiritual waves as cultivators were sensitive about demonic energy. For a moment, all the demons were looking at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what was going on. Very soon, a rumor was disseminated among the soldiers. Jin Xinyue transformed herself into such an appearance willingly in order to fight against the spore stratagem. Although she looked like a cultivator, her blood had the power to suppress the demon god virus. She was the real saintess that could save everyone. The rumor was not exactly the truth. However, most of the soldiers of the best troops were still staring at Jin Xinyue with hundreds of times more hope and admiration. On the medical warship Bloodborne, Jin Xinyue stood in front of more than 10 demon emperors, neither too humbly nor too proudly, allowing them to observe her with great curiosity. She had just passed dozens of tests to confirm her identity as Jin Tui's daughter. In the meantime, she had proven herself to be an out-and-out human being. In terms of capability, the demon emperors were all many times stronger than her. They were all warlords of certain areas. However, faced with such a test report and such an undeniable fact, they were all wearing complicated expressions. Some of them were in a trance, some in fury. Some were confused, and some were at a loss. When Jin Xinyue looked at them with her pure eyes, many demon emperors even moved their heads away, not having the courage to have eye contact with her. A demon had been completely turned into a human being. It was not as simple as polymorphing, but a fundamental rebirth. What did the irrefutable fact mean for the blood demon sector? Despite the amazing computational ability of the demon emperors, they could not figure it out. They only had a vague feeling that the sky of the blood demon sector was collapsing and would never be fixed again. In the decades and hundreds of years to come, the blood demon sector was destined to be faced with surging tides. The entire race would be utterly different from the past. Deep inside Bloodborne, in the fully closed prison cells, several uncontrollable mutants, whose skin had turned into gray, covered in pustules from which tentacles were growing out due to the demon god virus, were staring at a certain point on the wall without moving at all. Before they smelt the scent of the living, to extend the longevity of the cells, the uncontrollable mutants would enter the half-hibernation state. Schwa. 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 Doses of synthesized divine blood of chaos which were just produced by Skyfire were darted into the bodies of the uncontrollable mutants. In a moment, the uncontrollable mutants all bulged their eyes, in which two forces, one dead gray and the other bright green, were fighting each other at loggerheads. They were screaming at the top of their voice, with foam flooding out of the wounds all over their body. While they were trembling violently, the foam turned into bright green smoke. As the smoke popped up non-stop, the pustules slowly withered, and their skin regained their original color and appearance. However, their distinctive features of demons before, namely the tusks, the sharp teeth, and the fur, were also gradually disappearing under the foam. Eventually, what was lying on the ground in a coma seemed to be normal human beings with the least features of the demon race. The best military medics and biochemistry specialists, holding back their astonishment, recorded the dazzling data during the transformation. The data and the videos in which the uncontrollable mutants were controlled and turned into human beings were sent to the demon emperors as quickly as possible. The demon emperors, who had been too shocked to process everything, were wearing even more complicated when they received the new information. While most of the demon emperors were dwelling in the paradigm-shifting test reports and experiment data, Jean Shinue walked into the garden at the front part of Blood Demon in the setting sun. Waiting for her in the evening glow was her father and the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons, Jean Tui. 2 days ago, in exactly the same garden, Jean Tui had talked with his eldest son Jean Wui and named him his heir before he sent his eldest son to his death without even batting an eye. Jean Tui's and Jean Shinue's eyes collided in midair. They both noticed that the brilliance in each other's eyes was 100 times more intense and determined than the video chat when Jean Tui was still in Heavenly Path City. This was perhaps the first time that the father and the daughter had ever let go of all their camouflage and talked to each other frankly. "Father." Jean Shinue bowed and greeted him. "Has your master told you everything?" Jean Tui observed her daughter's new appearance with great interest. What attracted him was not the fact that her daughter was now a human being but the intimidating aura spreading out of her bones, which was beyond demonic energy and spiritual energy. "Yes, Master has told me everything. It never occurred to me that Father has done so much for the future of our race," Jean Shinue said calmly. "But I wonder, what do you need me to do for the Red Tide plan? For the record, I will forward everything that you say to me to Master later. On one hand, I am still too young to lie to Master. On the other hand, since Father is suffering a terminal disease, it is unlikely that you can protect me for long. In the next years or even decades, Master will be the strongest and most dependable force that I can rely on. For the sake of my interests, I cannot betray my reliance easily. Rest assured." Jean Tui waved his hands, gesturing for his daughter to come close to him. "You can tell your master what I am going to say next exactly as it is. I don't intend to play tricks. Faced with such a dangerous person as Vulture Liao, tricks are meaningless, too. What we are going to play is an open game. Everybody puts their cards on the table and compete with each other frankly. However, before I inform you of the following procedures of the Red Tide plan, read this piece of intelligence first." Jean Tui handed over a vintage jade chip. Jean Shinue took over the jade chip and stuck it to her forehead. After browsing for a moment, her beautiful eyes constricted violently. Anomalies in the Nether Spring Kingdom? Epidemic in several major cities? Elder Nether Spring must be mad. "Of course he is," Jean Tui said calmly. "Elder Nether Spring's scheme has been completely revealed. Did you think he would simply wait to be killed? As a man of the time, he certainly has backup plans, too. Other than the spores in the coalition army of demons, he must have hidden a lot of spores in the Nether Spring Kingdom and even the entire Blood Demon sector. Having no other choices, he could only activate the spores as a last struggle. The Nether Spring Kingdom is just the beginning. I estimate that alarms of more serious epidemic will come over in the next couple of days. The Blood Demon sector is destined to embrace a catastrophe with huge casualties. Jean Xinhua held the jade chip in her hands and pondered the consequences of the event for herself, for her master, and for Skyfire. A moment later, brilliance beamed out of her eyes as she remarked, "Father, Elder Nether Spring's last struggle is within your calculations, too, isn't it?" Her father smiled but did not answer. He changed the topic and asked, "Would you like to hear my thoughts about the future of the demon race in the next 100 years? Thinking about the question, Jean Xinhua realized that the so-called Red Tide Plan was a huge project with a time span of more than 100 years. Holding the handrail, Jean Tui looked at the ever-changing crimson clouds far away, which were crushing the struggling setting sun like unstoppable red tides. His voice was both remote and hollow, as if it came not from his chest but from somewhere beyond the sky. In the beginning, Elder Nether Spring, in his dying struggle, insanely projects a lot of spores to several major cities in the Blood Demon sector. The virus quickly spreads out and transforms countless demons into uncontrollable mutants and his slaves, raising an unprecedented disaster in the Blood Demon sector. In the disaster, the old system of the Blood Demon sector, the 4 demon kingdoms, the 12 demon emperors of the pantheon of demons, and everything else will be destroyed. The obstinate nobles and their interest groups will disperse as dead bodies. In the fight against the disaster, a new organization will rise and quickly fill the vacancy of power because of the savage of the demon god virus, establishing a new order. In order to suppress the demon god virus, all kinds of drugs which are based on the blood of the saintess Jean Xinhua will be produced. But all such drugs have the same serious side effect, which is that the demons will appear more like human beings after taking them. Most of the demons will certainly not be happy about their new look, but under the threat of the demon god virus, they can only deal with it no matter how disgusting the side effect is. This is the first phase, which will probably take 1 to 3 years. Jean Tui paused for a moment to observe his daughter's reaction. Seeing that she was listening carefully without any surprise, he nodded in satisfaction and went on. In the second phase, when the disaster is over, the Blood Demon sector will be devastated by the disease and lose the capability to launch another world war. Also, the transformation between demons and human beings will make most of the demons reconsider the relationship between demons and human beings and the origins of the demon race. At that time, the obstruction for the peace negotiation will be minimized. In the end, the Blood Demon sector will end the 100-year war with the Heaven's Origin sector in a conditional surrender. The Blood Demon sector, the Heaven's Origin sector, and the Flying Star sector will establish a diplomatic relationship and establish an agency to cope with the threat of the Imperium of true human beings. Over the past 100 years, the Blood Demon sector has caused tremendous damage to the Heaven's Origin sector. We are the out-and-out invaders. Even if it is a conditional surrender, I'm afraid that the punishment of war criminals and a huge amount of reparations will be mandatory. But it doesn't matter. Agree to them. Agree to all their conditions. It doesn't matter how large the reparations are. After all, we don't have any crystals to offer at all. Eventually, we will agree to pay the reparations with labor work. A lot of demons will be sent to the resource planets of the Flying Star sector to collect the resources, and the reparations will be paid off slowly in the next 30 to 50 years. The red evening glow slowly dimmed, and the setting sun fell below the horizon. Darkness of the night spread like ink and gradually covered Jean Tui's face. The third phase will be 30 to 50 years after today. During the next 30 to 50 years, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector will completely meld into a new sector with 2 space zones. Also, Large wormholes in the dark desolate domain will facilitate easy transportation. The two worlds will be connected seamlessly. By then, the wars of the past will have been over 30 to 50 years ago. The new generation after the war will grow up. Everybody will have learned the threat of the Imperium of true human beings since decades ago. Then, in the textbook for the new generation, paragraphs about the war between human beings and demons will become shorter and shorter, and those elaborating on the formidability and evilness of the Imperium of true human beings will become longer and longer. Eventually, ideologically speaking, the contradiction between human beings and demons will be replaced by the contradiction between cultivators and immortal cultivators. The new generation after the war are unlikely to hate demons as much as their fathers do. As the communication goes deeper, the appearances of demons and human beings will be more and more similar. With the propaganda of certain people, the same origin theory will become very popular. Most of the bottom-level demons will be described as victims who are oppressed by the tyrants. The war 30 to 50 years ago will be blamed on a few insane, ambitious schemers. Among the ordinary people, the integration of human beings and demons will accelerate. The relatively mild features of the demon race, such as cat ears, rabbit ears, and furry tails, will be symbols for cute and even sexy. Little demon will be used to address the young, beautiful, and attractive girls. Artwork depicting the forbidden love between human beings and demons will emerge. Communicating with demons and even falling in love with them will be the new fashion. Jean Xinhua listened attentively and pictured a long scroll in her head. Jean Tui coughed for a moment and continued. The fourth phase will be 50 years after today. By then, human beings and demons should already be fairly close to each other. Also, after decades of labor, demons will have paid off all the reparations. In the meantime, the threat of the Imperium of true human beings will be drawing near. I estimate that, for victory and survival, the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector and the Flying Star sector will have no alternatives except to upgrade the previous agency for collaboration into a new political entity. A new country will be established. The new country will likely succeed the name and the political system of the Star Glory Federation because the Star Glory Federation is the only country in the three sectors that has experience in running a super-large government. The Blood Demon sector is like an alliance of tribes. There's no need to mention the Flying Star sector, which is essentially loose sand. The new Star Glory Federation will be fundamentally different from the Federation in the past. It is not hard to guess that, when the new Federation is established, the leadership of human beings will still be wary of demons. The demons are unlikely to get the same political rights as human beings do. Their rights such as the right to vote will be greatly restricted. But it doesn't matter. Think long term. Agree with them and set up the new federation first. Jean Tui waved his hands resolutely and announced, the fifth phase will be 70 years later. The expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings will be coming ever closer. To cope with the threat, the new federation will definitely be excavating resources and exploring more worlds crazily. By then, the strengthening plan for new human beings will likely be accepted after it is proposed. Jean Xinhua frowned and asked, Father, what is strengthening plan for new human beings? Perhaps, your master has told you that I believed that the external features of demons are no longer adapted to the environment and are destined to be discarded, Jean Tui replied in a smile. Yes, I wasn't lying, except that I kept something to myself. Tusks, claws, wings, tails. Those external features of demons are indeed redundancies that are best to be removed. However, what about inside? What if the development of the biochemical technology allows someone to activate the primeval cells inside their internal organs, bones, and muscles so that they will boast stronger hearts, lungs, stomachs, and muscle fires while maintaining their appearance as human beings? You see, to deal with the Imperium of true human beings, we will have to develop many resource planets that are full of venomous fog, which requires workers and immigrants that are much stronger than usual. To win the war, we will need stronger soldiers, too. Also, in the worst-case scenario, if the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector are all destroyed and we are forced to flee toward the rough space zones full of magnetic turbulence and cosmic rays, a stronger body will be all the more necessary. Develop the controllable primeval cells technology, activate part of the primeval cells, combine the advantages of the old demons and the old human beings, and create new human beings who are humans outside but demons inside. This is the strengthening plan for new human beings and the only solution to the Imperium of true human beings. Jean Xinhua found it hard to believe. Will the leadership of the Federation agree to the proposal? Why wouldn't they? Jean Tui said. At that time, the same origin theory will have already become prevalent. Everybody will understand that the demon race is just a branch of mankind. The so-called primeval cells are the natural-born legacy of human beings, too. Besides, their appearance will not be affected at all, but their internal organs, muscles, and bones will be far stronger. What's bad about that? Jean Xinhua pondered for a moment and nodded. Although she still had a lot of questions, she thought that she had better let her father finish first. Staring at the two newly rising bloody moons in the sky, Jean Tui casually said, the sixth phase will be 70 to 80 years from today. After the marriages between human beings and demons, and through the strengthening plan for new human beings, most human beings will carry the features of the demon race more or less. In the meantime, the miners on the resource planets will be a great political power. Activities demanding equal rights will be more and more frequent. The expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings will be coming at any moment. How can the new Federation be divided at such a moment? In the end, just as the affirmative action for ghosts was passed 100 years ago, affirmative action for demons will certainly be approved, too. In the new Federation, the boundary between demons and human beings will be completely eliminated. Everybody will share the same political rights, including the most precious, right to vote. Jean Tui smiled. My dear daughter, did you know that the Speaker of Parliament in the Star Glory Federation, who is also the commander of the Federation Army and has the power to mobilize the Federal Army without the approval of the Parliament in emergencies, is actually elected by votes? Jean Xinhua gasped hard and immediately understood what her father was planning to do. Although she was a bit startled, she was also surrounded by obscure flames of excitement. When the Star Glory Federation was born, there were a lot of contradictions within the country, Jean Tui said. The contradiction between the major sects, the contradiction between the cultivators and ordinary people, the contradiction between the major sects and the Federal Army. To coordinate the interests of different parties as best as possible, the Star Glory Federation adopted the system where the speaker was elected by votes. As it happens, the Federation has always been at war during the hundreds of years after it was founded. In the war, the power of the highest leader naturally grew larger and larger. It is barely restricted today and probably will never be in the future. Jean Xinhua bit her lips softly and stimulated her brain with the slight pain. Father, how can you be so certain that the new Federation in 100 years will still use the system? Election when a great enemy is coming? It seems better to focus the power in the hands of a strongman, doesn't it? Jean Tui shook his head firmly. No, it doesn't. The new Federation will certainly not do that. Think about it. According to our current intelligence, the Imperium of true human beings, which is the new Federation's enemy, is a country that has made best use of the advantages of a totalitarian regime. It is an Imperium after all. The new Federation is lesser to the Imperium of true human beings in terms of territory, technology, techniques, top-tier experts. You name it. How can you expect to compete with them if you choose exactly the same political system as theirs? If both countries are playing dictatorship, we might as well surrender to the Imperium of true human beings. Why should we stay in the new Federation to be bullied by others? We'd better find a master with stronger muscles if we must. To fight against the Imperium of true human beings, the Flying Star Sector, the Blood Demon Sector, and the Heaven's Origin Sector are definitely far from enough. In the next 100 years, more worlds will be discovered and explored. To attract the new worlds to join the new Federation, or at the very least, to prevent the new worlds from joining the Imperium, the new Federation will have to adopt a system that is entirely the opposite of the Imperium's. Cultivators always talk about belief. In fact, a country has its belief, too. The political system of the Star Glory Federation is its belief. It is also perhaps the only part about the country that is better than the Imperium of true human beings. How can the country destroy the belief before the war begins? Jean Xinhua thought through everything and took a long breath in relief. That explains a lot. I finally understand what Father's secret weapon is now. It is our population. Exactly. The third bloody moon finally rose up. Jean Tui's face was in a trance under the illumination of the 3 bloody moons, as if he had envisioned what would happen 100 years later. He observed, "We have lost the war today, with absolutely no chance for a comeback." However, if a supreme leader who has the bloodline of demons is elected legally in the Star Glory Federation in 100 years, and there are a lot of descendants of demons in the parliaments who can influence the policies of the new Federation, whose victory is it exactly? Jean Xinhua was fascinated by the future and breathed heavily. Glamorous brilliance was beaming out of Jean Tui's eyes, which fell upon his daughter and seemed to cover her in a colorful armor. "My daughter, I know that you've been ambitious since you were young. You were not satisfied as a minor saintess. You always craved to be the unique Dark Lady of 9 heavens of the pantheon of demons, preferably the most powerful one in the history of the Blood Demon Sector. However, in my eyes, the Dark Lady of 9 heavens is still too insignificant. How can the master of one sector fit the appetite of my daughter? I wonder, what do you think about being the first female speaker of the Star Glory Federation with a demonic bloodline in 100 years when the Imperium of true human beings comes close? What do you think about leading the new Federation to crush the Imperium and march toward the center of the Sea of Stars?" As if hit by a thunderbolt, Jean Xinhua was dumbfounded for a long time, unable to say anything. She lost the ability to think, but from the deepest part of her body, the tremor named ambition was quickly spreading all over her body. Her father's expectant eyes seemed to be keys that opened the strength hidden deep inside her blood. Taking a long breath, she tried to calm herself down before she mumbled, "Why me? I am too weak. Without the help of Father and Master, I cannot even defeat the demon emperors. You are the best choice. I didn't pick you because you were my daughter but because of a unique advantage that nobody else has," Jean Tui explained casually. "Of course, you are still very weak right now. But we are talking about the future 100 years from now. You are already a demon king, or in the core formation stage, and you have the enlightenment of a great teacher. In 100 years, your wisdom, physical status, and training experience will be in the peak. There is no doubt that you will be a demon emperor or march into the nascent soul stage. More importantly, faced with the threat of the Imperium of true human beings, the new Federation will need to be highly united. Then, a leader who is deeply connected to the Blood Demon Sector, the Flying Star Sector, and the Heaven's Origin Sector will have to be elected to balance the interests of different parties. You were born in the demon race and are rooted in the Blood Demon Sector. The demons and the federal citizens who are sympathetic to demons will certainly support you. There's no need to talk about your master's influence in the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Flying Star Sector. As long as you are loyal to your master and turn into his agent, it is not impossible to win the support of the big shots. It must be noted that, although your master has achieved immense power and influence in both the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Flying Star Sector after only 10 years, if we get to the bottom of it, he is neither good at nor passionate about using his influence to build up his forces. It is not because he isn't smart enough but because that's just not what he wants. He seems to have a higher pursuit. However, what your master has neglected is what you are best at. Your master doesn't have any children yet. According to the traditions of cultivators, as his true disciple, you should be among his most trusted people. Therefore, you should deserve his trust. You should take the opportunity to participate in the management and operation of the organizations under his name. You will develop the organizations slowly until they grow into influential forces in the new federation. You will be able to provide more resources for your master's training while increasing your personal influence, making friends with more experts, and establishing broader connections and communities of interests. Finally, you will campaign for the supreme leader of the new federation with all the support that you have built up. Won't it be a win-win? Jean Xinhue bit her teeth and said, "Father, please don't forget that I will forward our conversation today to Master without leaving anything out." Jean Tui burst into laughter. "Tell him all you want. I am different from Elder Nether Spring. I am not scared of my enemy learning my plan or hearing my words." Jean Xinhue considered carefully, not whether she should agree to her father's plan or not, but about the odds of success. After thinking for a long time, she shook her head and said, "My background is not clean. In the past years, I have done countless clandestine things. Although they were all to do with the internal strife of the Blood Demon sector and no one from the Federation was killed, I am afraid that I will still be judged as cruel and merciless. Even if an election is really held in 100 years, my competitor will certainly dig out the history to attack me. Why will everyone pick a cold-hearted, ruthless leader?" Jean Tui's laughter turned into a confident smile. He shook his head again. "You are wrong again, my daughter. The dark history in your early years is not your taint at all. Instead, it is your trump card. If it is an election in peacetime, naturally, people will have concerns about a cold-hearted, ruthless leader. However, in 100 years, it will be the critical moment when the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings approaches. It will be the time of a life-and-death war. At that time, what the new Federation needs will be a cold-hearted, ruthless, and intelligent leader. Only with nerves that are cold enough will the leader be able to shoulder the pressure of the war and lead the new Federation to the ultimate victory. Therefore, even if your rivals do not attack you with your dark history, you should hire some reporters in secret and ask them to dig it out, elaborate, and attack yourself viciously, thereby proving to all the citizens of the Federation that you are a leader who is strong enough to survive in any disadvantageous environments and secure a victory with all possible methods." Jean Xinhue was stunned. Jean Tui placed his hands on the top of her daughter's head. 3 bloody moons were shining right behind him. Mysterious forces seemed to flow out of his body and pour into his daughter's skull through his palms. "My daughter, let me ask you again. Are you ambitious, confident, and determined to be the first female Speaker of Parliament who has the blood of demons in the history of the Star Glory Federation before the Imperium of true human beings comes?" Jean Xinhue was silent for a long time. She gritted her teeth, and her body was trembling. She seemed to be both fighting against her father's strength and devouring her father's strength, vitality, and ambitions. A short moment later, she stopped trembling. Exotic brilliance the same as that in Jean Tui's eyes was beaming out of Jean Xinhue's eyes. "Father." Moonlight came from Jean Tui's back and covered Jean Xinhue's face in a scarlet mask. Her voice was as soft as a feather, and yet it was so resolute that it sounded like a nail that was smashed against steel. "If I dedicate my entire life to the Red Tide Plan, the integration of the 3 sectors and the 2 races, and the growth of the new Federation, then the new Federation will be my life, my soul, my everything. I will not allow anyone, or any force, to divide it, sabotage it, or destroy it. If I am indeed elected as the supreme leader of the Star Glory Federation one day, everything I do will be based on the interest of the Star Glory Federation instead of the selfish interests of demons or human beings. The Star Glory Federation under my leadership will be destined to be a formidable civilization of mankind but not one of the demon race. However thoroughly you have planned, and despite the conditional surrender, we are now surrendering after all. In the 100 years of integration and assimilation, human beings will certainly hold the dominant position. In 100 years, even those with bloodlines of demons will consider themselves human beings instead of demons. The name and banner of the demon race will be gone forever and will probably never come back. Therefore, if you are hoping to resurrect the demons in 100 years in such a way, I am afraid that I will disappoint you and even stand against you in the future. Have you ever considered that, Father? Of course I have. But does it matter? Jean Tui coughed softly. Names and banners are both made up. Human being and demon are two notions that are not natural but defined. Therefore, they can be changed and twisted, too. Our race will abandon the name and banner of the past, but we will reap the entire sea of stars. What's bad about that? Jean Xinhua narrowed her eyes and asked, You don't care even if the name of demon will completely perish in the passage of time, Father? It doesn't seem to be your goal, Father. No, it won't perish. Brilliance of excitement emanated from Jean Tui's face again. He stared at the rolling clouds in the moonlight and said slowly, All history is contemporary history. Truth of history? There isn't such a thing at all. The Star Glory Federation has fought the demon race for 500 years and hates our guts. That's why their textbooks expound on the evil history of the demon race and call our 30,000-year reign the Great Dark Age. But are the 30,000 years really nothing but darkness, without the slightest brightness? As the successors of the civilization of ancient human beings, did we never create a more splendid civilization? I believe that the textbooks of the Flying Star sector will not say much about the so-called Great Dark Age. If you ever encounter new worlds where human beings have never seen any demons in the past 10,000 years, they will not care about the Great Dark Age at all. Do you understand now, my daughter? The future of the demon race depends on you, and so does our past. If you turn out to be a great leader who leads the Star Glory Federation to defeat the Imperium of true human beings, march into the Empyrean Terminus sector as counterattack, and integrate all the human beings and demons in the 3,000 sectors, creating an unprecedentedly formidable country, then, one day, our posterity will look at the demon race in a different light. They will study the 30,000-year Great Dark Age without bias and define it as a key period of transition between the ancient civilization and modern civilization. They will publish papers on the shining points in the Great Dark Age, sparing no effort. They will consider mankind, the demon race, the demon beast empire, and the Star Ocean Imperium like more of a transition. Demons shall be acknowledged as human beings in a different form. The 30,000 years of history shall be admitted as part of the history of mankind. The unforgettable grudge in the past shall become the dust of history sooner or later. Jean Tui's words blew away the last bit of confusion inside Jean Xinhua's head. She opened her hands, somewhat at a loss, apparently not prepared to control the future and the past of the demon race with such a pair of tiny hands. But her hesitation was gone the next moment. Jean Xinhua smiled softly, and the air around her was utterly different from 1 second earlier. I promise you, Father. Jean Xinhua pressed her chest with both of her hands, as if she was pushing the future and the past of the demon race into her heart. Staring at her father in the eyes, she declared, one word after another, I will complete the Red Tide plan with my life and realize everything that you have predicated just now. I become the Speaker of Parliament in the Star Glory Federation. Chapter 1047 The Real Trial. As Jean Xinhua grew more and more daunting, Jean Tui gradually lost all his vigor. He seemed to have finally put down the heavy burden on his shoulder, a burden that he had gritted his teeth to walk with for a long time. He was finally given a chance to take a rest, perhaps a permanent one. I know that you will live up to your ambitions. That's more like Jean Tui's daughter. Holding the handrail, Jean Tui coughed but smiled in great comfort. Now, let's get started with you becoming the Dark Lady of Nine Heavens. Elder Nether Spring has already started spreading the demon god virus on a large scale in the Nether Spring Kingdom. The situation will get out of control very soon, and the disease will soon affect the rest of the kingdoms. We must take action immediately. Since your blood is the key to the demon god virus, we must highlight the point in our announcements. We will build you up into the most kind-hearted, the most lenient, and the greatest saintess ever to win the support of the middle-level and bottom-level demons. I will help you make decisions in the pantheon of demons, and you will become the most trusted saintess for the middle-level and bottom-level demons through propaganda. Therefore, you will certainly become the most powerful Dark Lady of Nine Heavens in the history of the Blood Demon sector. You will not be a front but a real decision-maker. After you become the Dark Lady of Nine Heavens, you will participate in the peace negotiations as the representative of the Blood Demon sector and facilitate the final peace. Eventually, you will leave a deep impression on the people of the Blood Demon sector, the Heaven's Origin sector, and the Flying Star sector as an envoy of peace, which will lay a solid foundation for your future path. Think about it. How will your story be told in the Star Glory Federation? You were a descendant of a noble family in the Blood Demon sector. The environment and the brainwashing education made you cruel and cold-hearted. Thus, you became an accomplice of the pantheon of demons and an evil soldier. However, you were born merciful, and it was your nature to pursue justice and brightness. During the countless murders, your humanity was awakened. You began to question yourself, your family, and the social class that you were in. Because of that, you were abandoned by the evil family and your social class. You were even hunted by them. At the critical, life-and-death moment, you happened to run into Vulture Liao, the greatest warrior of the Star Glory Federation and an ultra-level federal hero. Under the warrior's tutelage, and touched by his real actions, you finally realized what was right and what was wrong. You decided to abandon the darkness for the light. You betrayed your family and class and embraced the brightness without any hesitation by becoming Li Yao's disciple. Later, you told your master the evil scheme known as the Red Tide Plan. Together with your master, you took action at great risk and reversed the situation. You sabotaged the Eye of Blood Demon and stopped your ambitious father's evil invasion plan. Had you not revealed the Red Tide Plan, your father's evil scheme certainly would have worked out. The ferocious troops of the coalition army of demons would have marched into the Heaven's Origin sector through the Eye of Blood Moon. Also, an even more dreadful spore stratagem was hidden behind them. The capital city of the Star Glory Federation would have been destroyed and turned into a paradise for the walking dead. Billions of Federation citizens would have been killed miserably. You stopped the Red Tide Plan and the Spore Stratagem and saved billions of lives in the Star Glory Federation. After your father was sent to the tribunal, the war between the two sectors was finally ended, and everlasting peace began. My daughter, this is the start that I've planned for you. For the citizens of the Federation, when they hear such a twisting story and see your current appearance, how can they ever be against your past identity? This is as far as your father can help you now. You will have to finish the rest of the journey yourself. Although Jean Xinyue's heart and nerves were already strong enough because of the shocks recently, she still could not help but took a few steps back when she heard her father's last sentence. She exclaimed, "What are you talking about, Dad? You are going to be sent to the tribunal? Why?" Jean Tui smiled. He touched Jean Xinyue's head, but this time, he was not pouring in any strength. It was just an affectionate gesture of a father to his daughter. Little dummy, this long war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector is like the mauling of two deadly beasts. How can you stop them without offering meat? No matter what the specific terms of the conditional surrender are, the one about the punishment of war criminals will not be reduced. It is even more important about the reparations. This is the foundation on which the Federation was established. There's certainly no room for negotiation. Then here comes the question. Who is the biggest war criminal? Who should be responsible for the war? Is there a second candidate other than me, the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons? Putting everything else aside, to carry out the Red Tide plan, we launched a fake attack on the Grand Desolate Plateau and killed a lot of soldiers and civilians of the Star Glory Federation. In the capital city of the Federation, some of the troops, and perhaps even 1 or 2 demon emperors, must have been teleported over. They certainly would have caused serious damages before they were annihilated. It was like a slap in the face for the Star Glory Federation. How will the Federation accept our surrender if no one answers for the crimes? Even if the federal government is willing to, the family of the victims who must still be furious will not agree. Teeth for teeth, blood for blood. This is the most natural logic. I was the one who put forward the Red Tide plan, I was the one who led the construction and modification of the Eye of Blood Demon, and I was the top commander of the war. If I am not counted as a war criminal, nobody else will be qualified to be one. It's not like we can pick a few random black blood soldiers as scapegoats, right? Amid complicated feelings, Jean Xinyue was lost for words for a long time. Jean Tui sighed deeply and continued. In my original plan, I was only the 3rd most influential person in the coalition army of demons. Elder Bloodrobe and Elder Netherspring would have taken the blame for me and played the roles of war criminals. I would have played the role of envoy of peace and taken charge of everything that followed. But I didn't expect that Elder Netherspring would push me up to be the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons as a cover for his spore stratagem. As a result, although it was more convenient for me to control the blood demon sector, I now have to take the blame as the war criminal personally. Maybe, if I negotiate with the Star Glory Federation with all possible methods, I can achieve better conditions and will not be executed. However, if I am exempted, the people of the Federation will not be convinced even if the Federation's government agrees to the conditions. They will be angry for a long time and feel that the victims haven't been avenged. Then, the so-called peace will only be a pot of half-cooked rice. It will be a bad start for the 100 years of integration. Only if I, the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons, the ambitious warlord, and the source of all disasters, am trialed by law in the tribunal of the Star Glory Federation and executed in public will the Federation have a complete victory. The hundreds of years of war will be ended cleanly, and all the citizens of the Federation will be able to vent their anger so that they can slowly forgive and embrace their enemy in the past in the 100 years to come. Only in such a way can you, the daughter of the coalition army of demons, get rid of your dark past and run toward a much brighter future. Jean Xinyue was having trouble breathing. She felt that her nose was sour and bitter, and her eyes were more or less swollen. She shook her head hard and said, "That's too unfair. Too unfair. If the new Federation is established one day, you will be its original architect. If we are cruising at the center of the Sea of Stars one day, you will be the greatest contributor. It is safe to say that the lives of countless human beings and demons will be saved by you. So many ordinary people will live in peace and stability because of your planning. How can I sit by and watch you be sent to a tribunal and be punished for the crimes that aren't your fault?" "It doesn't matter," Jean Tui said casually. "You know my condition very well now. Even if my body can linger on for another few decades, the fire of my wisdom will die soon. By then, I will become a moron with incontinence of bowel and bladder, and my life will be less dignified than a stray dog whose legs are broken. Dying in humiliation after being mocked for decades? That's not the ending that I look forward to. The new human beings that are the combinations of the old demons and the old human beings are about to ignite the torch of their civilization. So, let me be the kindling." Jean Xinyue's tears finally flooded out of her eyes. Her voice was trembling as she said, "What I care about is not how much longer you can live, Father, but your honor. If you are sent to the tribunal as the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons, you will be the greatest war criminal. The Star Glory Federation's 500-year hatred toward demons will be vented on you alone. You will certainly be disgraced forever. Don't be silly, my child. Jean Tui laughed again. At first, he was smiling in amusement, but then he grinned. He was coughing and laughing so hard that he was out of breath, and his tears and snot were all running crazily. Amid the loud laughter, he stared at the endless stars in the sky and said, "Do you really think that the trial of the Star Glory Federation will give the final verdict for me?" Jean Shinue was confused. What do you mean, father? I don't understand. It's true that I am willing to go to the tribunal of the Star Glory Federation and be sentenced according to their laws. But it is definitely not going to be the real trial, it is just a folly. Here and now, nobody in the entire Federation is qualified to judge me. They can trial and criticize me however they want. I don't care if I am crucified to the pillar of shame forever. I don't care at all. Jean Tui's dominating aura spread out of his body again and soared into the clouds, raising roars of thunder among the clouds. He looked at his daughter and said, one word after another, only the history that you will have created 10,000 years later will be qualified to judge me. I look forward to the day very much. Chapter 1048 It's decided. After having a sincere conversation with her father, Jean Shinue went to Li Yao to dutifully report the situation. Li Yao was in an awkward position right now. Although most of the soldiers of the coalition army of demons understood that he had saved everyone's life, 14 demon emperors had died because of him, and countless elite troops and devilish warships had been obliterated during the destruction of Eye of Blood Demon. Before Jean Tui completely took control of the situation, it was best for him to stay in the warehouse of crystals on Blood Demon in case somebody lost their mind and attacked him. On her way there, Jean Shinue had summoned all her brain cells to consider how she should communicate with her master. However, the moment she saw Li Yao, the speech that she had prepared was shattered, and she was so shocked that her jaw nearly hit the ground. Master, how did you end up like this? The upper half of Li Yao that extended out of the door gap could not have been more miserable. His clothes were ragged, as if he had just climbed on a thorny mountain. His face was full of bruises, and his head was as big as that of a pig. His left eye was so swollen that his eye was narrowed into a gap, and he could barely see anything. It appeared that he had been savaged brutally for a long time. Jean Shinue was shocked. Who was her master? A super expert in the top tier of the Blood Demon sector, the Heaven's Origin sector, and the Flying Star sector. How was he so terribly beaten? Who did it? Did some demon emperor come to look for her master's trouble and discontent? That was not very likely. If it were a battle between her master and another demon emperor, the entire Blood Demon might have been torn to the ground. Jean Shinue thought quickly and realized something. Master, somebody sent by Elder Netherspring ambushed you? Li Yao's lips were as swollen as two sausages. Air was escaping through his teeth while he spoke. No. I was beaten by myself. Huh? Jean Shinue was confused. Master. Why did you beat yourself out of shape and make yourself look like a pig? Li Yao dragged her into the warehouse and shut the door heavily, before he staggered back and smeared the bomb in front of the mirror while grimacing in pain. Leave the minor issues alone. Let's talk about your father's red tide plan. Okay. Looking at the mess in the warehouse that seemed to indicate that hundreds of demon beasts had just stampeded through here, Jean Shinue took a long time to hold back her curiosity. She calmed herself down and forwarded everything her father said just now to Li Yao. In the end, she concluded, my father said that, although this is the red tide plan in his head, it is a huge project that will last 100 years. There will be too many variables and difficulties. Many things are just his wishes or even fantasies that have no realistic support. All in all, he has planted the seed of the dream into the ground. But whether or not the seed can grow up, blossom, and yield fruit will not be controlled by him but depend on us, especially you, Master. Only with your support can the red tide plan possibly proceed. If you refuse it now, it will only be a tantalizing dream. Master, would you like to support me, support the red tide plan, and support my father's dream? Jin Xinyue looked at Li Yao somewhat nervously. However, her attention was distracted by Li Yao's left eye, which was like a rotten peach, and his sausage-like lips. Li Yao was holding a cluster of round, translucent gel the size of an egg in his hands. After rubbing it softly in his palm, something deep inside the gel seemed to break apart, allowing the gel to emit coldness. He covered the gel on his swollen left eye carefully while he grimaced and screamed in pain. Her heart pounding, Jin Xinyue could not help but have other thoughts. Would her father hand over the future of the Blood Demon sector, the Heaven's Origin sector, and the Flying Star sector to her master if her father saw her master's respectable appearance right now? It was not until the coldness of the gel found its way into his left eye that Li Yao put the gel down and looked at Jin Xinyue with his remaining right eye. Jin Xinyue tried her best to stop her eyelids from twitching. It was supposed to be a serious discussion about the future of the three sectors, but why was the vibe so weird when her master's pig-like face was present? It was so funny that she almost laughed out loud. Putting on a solemn expression despite his pig-like face, Li Yao said carefully, "In fact, I already guessed what your father might say to you. I've been in a dilemma since your father said that he was going to surrender to me. Today, I have been hesitating for an entire day. Honestly speaking, when I learned your father's whole plan, my first reaction was not surprise but fury. I was angry that I had become your father's chess piece. My second reaction was embarrassment. I was embarrassed that I walked onto your father's chessboard without even knowing. When my fury and embarrassment slowly dispersed, the third negative emotion, which was more intense, slowly surfaced. It was worry." Li Yao observed his deformed face in the mirror, but his right eye was as clear as the past, if not more so. "Your father is indeed too awesome. I couldn't help but have other thoughts. I was thinking a lot of things. Was your father's plan as simple as that? Did he really hope for the integration of the two races? Was everything part of a larger scheme? Is it possible that the Star Glory Federation would be swallowed by the demon race in the end? The more I thought about it, the crazier I became. All kinds of dark thoughts were occurring to me. In my insanity, I even considered the possibility that your father was actually a spy of the Imperium of true human beings and everything he did was a scheme to pave the way for the invasion of the Imperium of true human beings. A voice in my head told me again and again that I absolutely shouldn't agree to Jin Tui's plan. If I did, it meant that I had lost the game, and I would become his chess piece. Another voice was saying that Jin Tui was a player that was too formidable for me to defeat. He certainly had incessant, subsequent schemes. Once I helped him accomplish the peace negotiation and the conditional surrender, would certain regret it someday in the future. I must suffocate him in time. I must suffocate him no matter what the price was. The voices were echoing non-stop in my head. They were biting my soul like vipers. In the end, I was almost completely devoured by the darkness and embarked on a vastly different path. While Li Yao was talking, his soul glimpsed at the deepest part of his brain. Inside his brain, below the tree of Oyezi's memory pieces, the mental devil, who had wounds all over its body and looked more like a pig than he did, cried pitifully. It was just a joke. Why so serious? Get lost. Li Yao spat. Jin Xinyue listened attentively. Although she did not know the existence of the mental devil, it was not difficult for her to tell that her master had just gone through a nervous crisis. It was not unusual for high-level cultivators due to their super-high computational ability. To put it more frankly, they were often overthinking until they reached a point where they could not turn back. If the nervous crisis was not resolved in time, it was very possible to lead to the mental derangement. However, it appeared that the nervous crisis had already been cracked by her master. With an ugly smile, Li Yao said, "When I was having a lot of evil thoughts and I was 90% consumed by the darkness, I suddenly recalled a certain someone." Jin Xinyue could not help but ask, "Who was it?" "Ba Yanji," Li Yao said, "the predecessor who created the demon race, and the first real cultivator 40,000 years ago. Your father was not wrong. He is a politician, and you will be one, too, in the future. You are the same type of people, good at playing chess games with the magnificent sea of stars as the board and the billions of creatures in them as the chess pieces. But I am not. I cannot play such a splendid chess game. I am not willing to play it either. On many occasions, I prefer to consider myself as an ordinary person and reflect on the issues at hand from the perspective of the billions of ordinary people. After all, they are all living souls instead of chess pieces. Therefore, I simply jumped out of the mess and pondered what chaos Ba Yanji would do if he were in my shoes. 40,000 years ago, Ba Yanji chose to transform ordinary people into demons with the divine water of Kunlun for nothing else except that he wanted the ordinary people to live better, more stable, and more peaceful lives in the world plagued by war. I remember that, in Ba Yanji's memory pieces, there was an ordinary person whose name was Zhang Niuer. The only reason he was willing to turn into a demon was that his wife and his children would be fed and would be able to build a tiny home in a new world that was away from war. Today, aren't all demons in the blood demon sector the descendants of Ba Yanji and Zhang Niuer? 40,000 years ago, they turned from human beings into demons for such a simple wish. 40,000 years later, do their offspring not have the right to realize the wish by transforming into human beings again? I have thought everything through. I may eventually lose the game with your father, but so what? My belief when I chose to become a cultivator was to protect the ordinary people. As long as I am walking down the path, what will an insignificant victory or failure matter? Therefore, before you arrived, I beat back the amalgamation of the negative emotions and made my choice. I believe that Ba Yanji, Zhang Niuer, and the billions of ordinary people who chose to become demons 40,000 years ago will second my choice if they are still watching us from heaven. Jin Xinyue was both surprised and excited. She exclaimed, "Master, are you saying that?" Looking at his third disciple, Li Yao said carefully, "One last question. Do you feel that you are a demon or a cultivator?" Biting her lips, Jin Xinyue pondered for a moment before she solemnly replied, "Although I have transformed into the appearance of human beings now, the marks that have been etched into my heart will never fade away. I am a demon, and I always will be." However, she smiled, with brilliance beaming out of her eyes. Which law states that demons cannot become cultivators or protect ordinary people? Li Yao smiled, too. He smashed his round, puffy fists hard and declared, "All right. I will do my best to support the Red Tide Plan and help you become the Speaker of Parliament in the Star Glory Federation in 100 years. 3 months later, in gloomy Bone City, a town at the border of the Nether Spring Kingdom and the Gold Crow Kingdom. Illuminated by the pale moonlight, the entire city was enveloped in a hazy mist of blood. Screams and cries were echoing everywhere, and cold wind was blowing, accompanied by the occasional explosions and the noises of the collapsing houses and caves. Lei Lan used all the strength of the tiger demon inside her blood and dashed here and there in the debris. In her haste, even her white nurse hat fell to the ground, revealing 2 sharp-tipped cat ears that were shivering in the cold wind. Pooh! She was tripped over by a dry branch and fell to the ground before rolling into a half-collapsed cave. She got bruises all over her body because of the sharp remnants in the cave, but she covered her mouth hard and did not dare moan in pain even though tears were rushing out of her eyes. Looking outside through the gaps of the cave, she noticed that the 3 bloody moons in the sky were as blurred as the past. However, Lei Lan felt that the whole world that she was familiar with had been swallowed by violent turbulence and crushed into pieces, never to be recovered again, ever since she picked the mysterious blood-eyed young man on the mountain more than half a year ago. The cat-eared Lei Lan had been an ordinary chaotic blood demon in a barren mountain village named Dry Leaf Village deep inside the 100 Desolation Mountain. She had lived together with her elder brother, Lei Qi, and her younger brother, Lei Chuang. Her life had been simple and peaceful. She had once spent an entire day climbing the highest mountain to the east of the village and looked at the horizon from the peak. But all that she could see was more mountains, each higher than the last. She had thought that she would grow old and die in the 100 Desolation Mountain as her ancestors did, and she had never imagined what the world outside of the mountains would be like. However, more than half a year ago, after a great forest fire, a mysterious blood-eyed young man barged into her small world. At that time, Lei Qi, her elder brother, had been spellbound and joined the organization of rebellions known as the Blade of Chaos. He had even taken part in the riot of Bloody Blade. To avoid suspicion and to make it easier for her younger brother, Lei Chuang, to join the coalition army of demons, she came up with the idea to pretend that the blood-eyed young man who had lost his memories was her elder brother, Lei Qi. But everything that happened later was far beyond Lei Lan's imagination. Jean Xinyue, the most honorable princess of the Gold Crow Kingdom, set foot in the sterile village of chaotic blood demons before vanishing into the 100 Desolation Mountain together with the mysterious blood-eyed young man. Later, quite a few batches of soldiers and many well-known big shots dropped by her small village. Many troops were recruiting soldiers in the village, too. However, her younger brother, who had always craved to join the army, suddenly became reluctant. He even fled into the mountain and went missing when the coalition army of demons began enlisting soldiers by force. Before he went away, he left a letter for her sister. According to the letter, he had met the real Lei Qi and learned a lot of things from him. As it turned out, everything that the pantheon of demons said was false. The legends of ancient demons, the obliteration, rebirth, immortality theory, and all the other propaganda were out-and-out lies. Now, he was going to look for the truth together with their big brother. When the situation was less dire, and after they were settled, they would come and pick up Lei Lan, too. The departure of the two males in her family, and especially the letter that her younger brother left for her, cast the innocent cat-eared girl into deep confusion. She was both worried and angry that her simple-headed young brother had been brainwashed by the fallacies. At that time, Lei Lan did not know that greater changes were awaiting her and everybody else in the village. After her brother ran away, the situation became tenser by the day. It was said that a great war against the Heaven's Origin sector was coming close, and all demons would be drafted. The males would go to the front line as soldiers, and the females would stay in the rear and do the burdensome work in place of the males. Upon hearing the news, many villagers fled into the mountain like her young brother Lei Chuang had done. But Lei Lan had hesitated for a few days. She had been scared that, if she ran away, her brothers would not find her when they came back home. As it turned out, the day she made up her mind to run away, she encountered an aggressive slave-catching team when she just got out of the village. Lei Lan and the remaining villagers all ended up being slaves. The reason was that a lot of soldiers from their village had deserted, which was a huge disrespect for the pantheon of demons. After that, Lei Lan was like a boat that lost all the momentum. She flowed along with the current in the scary river with shocking tides. She was moved to various places. Eventually, she found herself in a household of silver blood demons in a major city in the Gold Crow Kingdom, where she worked as a maid. Lei Lan did not complain too much about being a maid because she was completely fascinated by the dazzling, bizarre city. In the eyes of the cat-eared girl who had been born and raised in a mountain village, what a prosperous metropolis it was. 7 Gold Crow woods covered a territory of dozens of square kilometers. Like 7 super skyscrapers, they constituted the main trunks of the city. The branches extended out through the twigs and vines, interweaving into a three-dimensional downtown. In the gaps of the branches were the tireless flying demon beasts. In a traffic jam, the flying demon beasts that were resting on the branches were heavy enough to break the thickest branch. The glamorous, nest-like villas were glittering in the middle of the vines, adorned by petals and feathers in the most fabulous way. At night, the fireflies would turn the city into an ocean of light. Different feathers would reflect different colors under the light, making the city a paradise on the earth. Her surprise when she saw the uncanny items in her master's house need not be mentioned. There was a certain bug that would utter beautiful music when its stomach was pressed softly. There was also a beetle that had a big belly. The shell on its back could be automatically opened. After one put cold food into it, the food would be heated by the high-temperature chemical reactions in the belly of the beetle in only 10 seconds. There was yet another round, fat bug that had almost 20 tentacles and looked like a jellyfish. Normally, it was soaked in a special solution. But as long as one stuck 2 of its tentacles to one's temples, one would be able to see pictures as if one were dreaming, including oceans, sky, and vivid towns where the small figures were even moving. It was said the bug was named Phantom Wave Insect, which was specially created for television purpose. Every night after dinner, everybody in the household would gather around the big jellyfish and attach the tentacles to their heads, watching and listening attentively. Now and then, they would also nod and comment on the latest events. At that time, Leilon did not know exactly what television was. There were too many new items in the city that she did not know before. She was like a sponge that was thrown back into the water after being burnt by the sunlight for 3 days. She absorbed everything hungrily and did not have much time to consider the situation she was in. Leilon was smart and as cute as a red apple. The lady of the house was quite fond of her. Her life in the city was not too difficult. Although her meals were mostly leftover, that was even better than her food when she was still in the village. She worked as a maid for several months, but she never saw the husband of the family. It was said that the husband was a high official in the army who commanded several thousand soldiers. Whenever the lady of the house brought him up, she was always glowing with pride. Leilon thought that she was going to stay in the household for a long time, and she was considering how she could find her brothers. However, abrupt changes took place again. One day, the city was in chaos. A team of ferocious soldiers broke into the house. The soldiers were not the members of the Feather Clan with wings but bull-headed demons with horns on their head. The lady's hair was messy, and she was taken away as if she were a mad woman. The entire house was turned upside down. The usually arrogant young masters and ladies were all shrinking their wings lethargically, unable to raise their head, like hens that were suffering a plague. It was not until later that Leilon learned that the coalition army of demons had suffered a great setback in a place named Eye of Blood Demon. The reason for the setback was that some bad guys were stirring trouble. The husband of the household was one of the bad guys who was formerly known as an accomplice of Elder Netherspring. In the period, accomplices of Elder Netherspring were being searched on a large scale in the city. As far as Leilon could recall, its scale was even larger than the search for the members of the Blade of Chaos. As a maid, she certainly had a few friends who were maids in other households. According to the news from them, in only half a month, many magnificent, influential noble families were uprooted, and all their belongings were confiscated, without leaving a single feather. Leilon was a bit scared. She recalled the time when she was captured by the slave-catching team again. However, the investigators were rather polite to the maids, especially the newly arrived slaves such as Leilon. After keeping them in custody and checking their identity over several days, they were ready to set all the slaves free. You are not slaves in the first place. It was all the fault of Elder Netherspring. Now, the truth has been revealed. You are all innocent and have been set free. Go home, an old lady of the Goat clan with a long beard told them. But Leilon did not know where she should go to. When the villagers were captured, Dry Leaf Village had been burnt to the ground by the slave-catching team. Even if she went back home, how was she going to make a living in the debris? She was homeless now. A lot of maids shared similar situations with her. Then, the old lady asked them whether or not they would like to work as nurses. According to the old lady, a large-scale plague had broken out in the Nether Spring Kingdom, which would probably spread to other kingdoms and even the entire blood demon sector. The plague was quite contagious and had obvious symptoms. Those who contracted the disease would lose their mind and turn crazy. The soldiers would deal with the disease on the front line, but a lot of skilled doctors and nurses were also required to treat the paints. However, the blood demon sector had never been faced with such a widespread epidemic and was seriously lacking adequate medical equipment. Of course, it was very dangerous to work as such a nurse, but the salary was quite enticing. With a first-rate performance, one might also be officially recruited by the coalition army and granted the corresponding benefits. Lei Lan was greatly interested by the high pay. Since she was homeless anyway, she gritted her teeth and volunteered to be a nurse to fight against something named the demon god virus, which she had never heard of before. Lei Lan and hundreds of other girls were sent into a mountain in the west of the Gold Crow Kingdom by big birds which had grown huge vesicles. They received training to be nurses in a school that had recently been established. A large batch of soldiers were training together with them. Both the nurses and the soldiers had to learn how to test whether or not someone was a carrier of the demon god virus with a kind of newly invented beetle. They also needed to learn the operations of 37 types of syringes in order to treat different types of demons. Moreover, they learned to purge an area with fire spray or frost spray to make sure that the place would not be scourged by the demon god virus. In the school, Lei Lan witnessed the horror of the demon god virus for the first time. Not only were the demons who contracted the demon god virus extremely hideous, their insanity and madness were a major shock for her, too. As the days went by, the atmosphere in the school became graver and graver. More and more patients, in uglier and uglier appearances, were shipped to the place through the fully enclosed biochemical slots. It was said that the epidemic had been escalating exponentially in the Nether Spring Kingdom ever since the first patient appeared. After only several days, 7 highly populated cities in the north of the Nether Spring Kingdom fell. The disease was reported in the Gold Crow Kingdom and even Heavenly Path City, where demons of different species lived together. The only exception was the Sea Dominator Kingdom. Since its territory was too large and its population too small, and it was difficult for the demon god virus to spread in the seawater, the Sea Dominator Kingdom luckily escaped the disaster. With everything coming to the point, it was no longer an option to retreat. Teachers in the school all said that it was an unprecedented catastrophe in the history of the blood demon sector. Only through joint efforts could the virus possibly be suppressed. Otherwise, there would be no survivors. Lei Lan could do nothing except hold back her panic and dedicate herself to her studies. Since she was smart in the first place, she became the most distinguished intern nurse very quickly. At that time, more and more nurses and soldiers were arriving at the school to learn the necessary skills. 2 months ago, it was still a temporary school established in the middle of nowhere. But now, tens of thousands of students had joined. It never occurred to Lei Lan that she would run into her young brother, Lei Chuang, who was in the latest batch of soldiers to come to the school. The vigorous young guy had craved to join the coalition army of demons from a young age. However, he had been bewildered by his big brother Lei Chi in the end. Claiming that he had realized the truth of the pantheon of demons, he had fled into the forests when the enlisting officers came to the village. But as it turned out, when the sister and the brother met again, he was wearing a brand new military uniform as an anti-chemical soldier in the coalition army of demons. Lei Lan was stunned by her younger brother. Lei Chuang, however, simply slapped off the dust on his uniform and told her with a smile that he was now truly a soldier of the coalition army of demons. However, before he joined the army, he had already been a member of a new organization named Skyfire. According to him, after he joined Skyfire, he learned a lot of new concepts and felt that his world had been renewed. In fact, he joined the coalition army of demons because his supervisor asked him to, and he was actually there with a task. His task was to disseminate the new concepts that he had learned among the bottom-level soldiers of the coalition army of demons. The concepts that her younger brother told her frightened Lei Lan. The same origin theory, demons originally being human beings, Ba Yanji's story, Zhang Niuer's Euro, all that iconoclastic talk was in utter disagreement with the legends of the pantheon of demons. They were even more outrageous than the canards of the Blade of Chaos. Lei Lan was so shocked and scared that she dragged her brother hard, begging him not to stir trouble anymore. Was it not enough to have one rebel in the family? Must he make it two? Now that he had joined the coalition army of demons, he should work hard and dutifully in the army. That was the right thing to do. But Lei Chuang was not bothered at all. He told his sister that Skyfire today was totally different from the Blade of Chaos in the past. It was backed by the big shots in the leadership and was a half-public organization. Many of the supervisors pretended that they did not know the activity of the organization and even intentionally indulged its members to spread in the army. Not just that, even the arrest warrants targeting the members of the Blade of Chaos were no longer taken seriously. Many of the previous members of the Blade of Chaos, after joining Skyfire with a random alias, would be able to swagger on the street as if they had become someone else, and nobody would come to capture them. Lei Chuang said that their big brother was one of them. He had joined Skyfire with a lot of other members of the Blade of Chaos. He was now even a secondary captain of the Furious Flame Squad. At first, Lei Lan scorned at her younger brother's statements. Government cooperating with the rebellions? How was it possible? However, as the epidemic spread out, everybody panicked. In the school where soldiers of different clans and species gathered, the same origin theory and Ba Yanji's life story were heard by more and more people. Eventually, they seemed to become a secret that everybody knew but pretended that they did not. Even the cleaning lady of the toilet would grimace at Lei Lan mysteriously, drag her into a corner, and ask her in a low voice, "Did you know that a long, long time ago, there was a guy named Ba Yanji?" While new ideologies were popping up every day, Lei Lan finished her training and went to the front line of the epidemic as a certified nurse together with a batch of anti-chemical soldiers, including her younger brother. After she left the school that was secluded from the outside world, the destructiveness of the demon god virus became more and more apparent to her as she went further north. Many towns had been emptied and torn apart. The bloodstains on the dilapidated buildings made them look like graves that had risen from the ground. The more serious the epidemic in a place was, the more open the activity of Skyfire would be. In many unhabituated areas where all the living souls had been devoured by the virus, Lei Lan even saw warriors wearing badges of Skyfire walking in broad daylight, but the coalition army of demons next to them would do nothing about them. In the meantime, Lei Lan grew more and more familiar with a name, Saintess Jean Xinyue. The further she went north, the more frequently the name was brought up. It was said that she was a goddess who was born by the arrangement of fate with the mission of salvation. Her blood had been blessed by all the deities and devils in the universe and boasted the amazing ability to counter the demon god virus. As for herself, she was working on the front lines of the epidemic day and night without resting. The honorable silver blood demons, the humble black blood demons, and even the filthy, chaotic blood demons had all received her meticulous treatment. Lei Lan had seen photos of the Saintess Jean Xinyue on the broken walls of many towns in the epidemic area. In the pictures, Jean Xinyue had burnt hair and eyebrows. Pitifulness was written all over her face. She was wearing a white robe that was riddled with holes and dyed gray by the smoke and dust. She was embracing a dying child of the black blood demons closely. Her hands, which seemed to be made of jade, were a sharp contrast to the child's limbs that were as dry and thin as firewood. There was no sign that she was disgusted by the dirtiness of the child at all. Instead, she was lowering his body and kissing the forehead of the child to soothe his pain. The photos confused Lei Lan. She remembered that she had met a saintess named Jean Xinyue before. However, the saintess looked vastly different from the one in the photos. The one on the photos, with her eyes brimming with sympathy, was enough to win the worship of the public. That was exactly what happened, too. For many low-level demons who had lost their home because of the epidemic, and even a lot of soldiers of the coalition army of demons, it almost became their routine to worship Jean Chinue's photos. There was even an absurd rumor that, when the virus came close, one's odds of being infected would be lowered if they were chanting Saintess Jean Chinue in their heart. Lei Lan, as a nurse, knew that it was nonsense. However, she could not stop the illiterate low-level demons from believing the theory. Many low-level demons were even wearing pendants that were wood badges and sachets carved with the name of Saintess Jean Chinue. It was said that the pendants could keep them away from all diseases. By accident, Lei Lan discovered, to her surprise, that the pendants were actually distributed by Lei Chuang and other members of Skyfire. It was not hard to guess that rumors about the Saintess Jean Chinue had been spread by them, too. Lei Lan burst into such fury that she went to lambaste her brother immediately. She asked him why he was promoting superstitions. As an anti-chemical soldier, he should have known the rudimental knowledge about viruses. How could a few cheap pendants keep the most dreadful demon god virus away? But her brother offered an explanation with a smile. Right now, the demon god virus is breaking out everywhere. Everybody in the blood demon sector is panicking. The order in the epidemic area has gone out of control, and the order outside the epidemic area is about to fall, too. Sometimes, a groundless rumor is enough to cast an entire town into extreme fright. In the meantime, the antidote and the vaccines targeting the demon god virus are still being produced, and there aren't enough doctors and nurses. The solutions are too far away to solve the imminent trouble. It is impossible for us to control the epidemic shortly. The pendants and the name of Saintess Jean Chinue indeed cannot cure anybody, but at the very least, they can calm everybody down, stabilize the order, and give everybody hope. Faced with such a disaster, order is more important than anything. More importantly, the name of Saint Jean Chinue will be etched to everyone's heart in such a way. Then, when the antidote and the vaccines are produced on a large scale, we will be able to summon everything for treatment under the name of the Saintess. Lei Lan was lost for words after hearing the explanation. She pondered for a long time but came up with no rebuttals. Therefore, she simply allowed them to do their job, however reluctantly. They went north just like that, until they arrived at Gloomy Bone City in the Nether Spring Kingdom. Gloomy Bone City was not in the epidemic area. It was still under the control of the coalition army of demons and served as a base of supplies. Nobody was clear how the virus broke out exactly. But when Lei Lan realized what happened, the city was already surrounded by miserable screams, as if the gates of hell had been opened. A huge batch of uncontrollable mutants were walking on the street. Aoo! The howls, each louder than the last, induced a headache in Lei Lan. She found it impossible to think, and her short tail was straightened into a line, trembling together with the muscles all over her body. She tried to recall the whole process of the outbreak of the virus in order to find an escape route, but her brain was utterly blank. She only remembered that she had completed the test and was purging in the south of the city together with her brother. After a day's tiresome work, she had fallen straight to sleep after going to bed, only to be woken up by the explosions and fire soon. At that time, the camp was in chaos. One of the devilish warships even collapsed right into the camp. Lei Lan was thrown up high by the crash and fell unconscious when she hit the ground. When she woke up again, Gloomy Bone City had turned into a bloody hell. Broken limbs and terrifying, uncontrollable mutants were everywhere. Hoochie! 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 Right then, Lei Lan heard suspicious panting noises above her head. Burping in fear, she forced herself to look up, only to discover that a monster made of tentacles that looked like a sea anemone was craning its head. In the middle of the sea anemone, there was a bloody gap from which hundreds of messy tusks were revealed. That seemed to be the monster's mouth. Lei Lan's heart nearly stopped beating. It was an uncontrollable mutant. Although she had seen uncontrollable mutants countless times in the school and on her way here, they had all been locked in the biochemical slots in the hibernation state, and she had been protected by soldiers whose guns were all loaded. This was the first time that she had ever encountered an uncontrollable mutant without any help. After stopping briefly, Lei Lan's heart suddenly had an outburst and was beating 3 times faster. Gritting her teeth, she took out a dose of freezing drug from her pocket. The drug could be spurted out by the jet syringe. Once it was injected into the body of the uncontrollable mutants, the low temperature would suppress any activity of the demon god virus and temporarily slow down their movement. Swoosh! However, the uncontrollable mutant opened its bloody mouth and darted out a long, thorn-covered tongue, aiming at her right hand. Caught unprepared, Lei Lan quickly retreated her hand. She was lucky enough to be not wounded by the uncontrollable mutant, but the freezing drug was blown away and fell into pieces on the ground, producing a small flower of ice. Lei Lan's heart seemed to have been enveloped by ice, too. The uncontrollable mutant was chuckling dreadfully. Its sea anemone-like face was even more hideous before. It was opening its bloody mouth to such an extent that even the back of his head seemed to have been swallowed. Moving his body, the uncontrollable mutant was about to crawl into the cave. Suddenly, a streak of brightness penetrated into one of its temples and stopped inside its head for a moment. Then, the monster's sea anemone-like head exploded into pieces. The headless uncontrollable mutant was still highly vigorous. Spurting out the stinky bodily fluids that carried the demon god virus, the controllable mutant did not lose strength and collapse to the ground until it had raged for quite a while. A soldier wearing a fully enclosed suit was lowering his body and looking at the inside of the cave. Ah Chuang! Lei Lan was overjoyed. It was her brother Lei Chuang. The two of them struggled to leave the cave, but the outside world was in utter chaos. The Netherworld Watch did this. Lei Chuang revealed the latest news. The Netherworld Watch found out that Gloomy Bone City was our supply base. Therefore, they assaulted the city. At first, they detonated a warehouse of crystals. Then, they released a new variant of the demon god virus in the chaos. The new variant takes a very short time to break out. If not handled in time, those who contract the new variant will become uncontrollable mutants in only several seconds. Lei Lan was silent. With the scourge of the disease, the demon god virus now had almost 100 variants. Some of them were manually produced by the Netherworld Watch, but some of them had evolved on their own after infecting the demons of different clans and species. The plethora of variants led to all kinds of bizarre-looking forms. The pantheon of demons had no time to produce antidotes and vaccines that corresponded to every variant of the virus. Therefore, they could only put all their hope on the divine blood of chaos, the omnipotent reduction drug. It was a pity that the large-scale synthesization of the divine blood chaos had not succeeded yet. The number of drugs was growing at a much lower speed than the spread of the virus. "You've been wounded," Lei Lan exclaimed. She noticed that her brother's left wrist seemed to have been bitten hard by a beast, and his entire left arm was more or less blue. "It doesn't matter." Lei Chuang simply took off the translucent, anti-germ helmet, which was barely of any use now, and ripped apart his suit on the left arm. On the top of his left arm, 3 deep blue bandages had been bound to it. The upper half of his left arm was bright blue, and the muscles and veins there had been frozen. With a grave face, he handed a gun over to his sister. Inside the gun was a venomous dart that had been smeared with supercorrosive nerve poison. "I was bitten by accident, but it was probably not the latest variant of the virus. It will take a longer time for the virus to break out. I have controlled the spread of the virus with frost for now so that I can try my best to bring you out of here. If I cannot control it any longer, you know what to do, sister." Lei Chuang pointed between his eyebrows. Lei Lan's lips were trembling, but she did not say anything. After everything she had been through over the past few months, she was no longer the innocent little girl from the mountain village. Holding back her tears, she nodded hard. Let's go to the east. There's a temporary port in the east of the city. By the order we received, everybody will be evacuated to the east of the city. Lei Lan and Lei Chuang went all the way to the east of the city. They ran into another two uncontrollable mutants on their way. Thankfully, the two mutants were mutated civilians and not very strong. They got rid of the obstacles quickly and finally reached the temporary port half an hour later. But their hearts turned cold when they saw the port. Almost 10 devilish warships were lying on the ground, awry and apart, writhing in flames. Thick, black blood and broken arms and legs were all over the ground. A lot of uncontrollable mutants were crouching on the ground, devouring the food in creepy noises. The scene was too gory to look at. A huge batch of uncontrollable mutants had attacked the place before they arrived. Look! Lei Lan pointed the sky in the southwest. The last devilish warship soared into the sky and staggered out of the city. However, more than 100 uncontrollable mutants were clutching the shell of the devilish warship. They were tearing the strengthened external skeleton with their abnormal claws and teeth. Even the shell of the warship itself was growing more and more pustules and tentacles that looked like weird boas. During their production, the devilish warship would be implanted with a lot of living cells, which could be infected by the virus and undergo mutations, too. Finally, with the mutants' joint effort, a tiny gap was ripped open on the strengthened external skeleton of the devilish warship. The 100 uncontrollable mutants immediately flooded into the warship like a black tide. What happened inside the devilish warship was too appalling to be pictured. A moment later, the devilish warship could not keep a stable trajectory anymore. Shaking violently for a while, it plummeted from the sky and exploded. More and more uncontrollable mutants are being attracted to the place. Let's get out of here. Lei Chuang took his sister's hand and turned around, only to come to an abrupt halt. In the debris behind them, another 100 uncontrollable mutants had crawled out. In the hazy mist, they were greedily sniffing for the scent of fresh meat. Hiss! Hiss! Dozens of uncontrollable mutants locked onto the scent of Lei Lan and Lei Chuang simultaneously. Brutal brilliance beamed out of their dirty eyes while they split apart their mouths from which stinky saliva was dripping. The brother and sister looked at each other in bewilderment and were both grasped by desperation. Lei Lan held his gun hard. There were 4 darts inside his gun, enough for the use of the 2 of them. Right then, a long shriek echoed from high above. It sounded like an eagle, but it was more like a creature that was more brutal than the eagle. Lei Chuang and Lei Lan both felt that blueness flashed in front of their eyes before the entire world was enveloped in blue. Cracking noises were ringing non-stop around them. When they opened their eyes again, a circular wall made of ice appeared exactly around them. The dozens of uncontrollable mutants that were coming at them were all confined in the ice wall. Swoosh! In the night sky where countless uncontrollable mutants were hovering, a streak of brightness that appeared to be an amalgamation of 100 dark golden bolts of lightning showed up. When the uncontrollable mutants attacked him, the lightning exploded at the same time, ripping the uncontrollable mutants into shreds while revealing a magnificent shadow in the middle. Lei Lan was so deeply attracted by the shadow that she almost forgot breathing. She had never seen something so elegant and yet strong before. At first glance, it seemed to be a fully enclosed black suit. However, it did not give a cold, metal feeling at all. Instead, it seemed to be made of translucent, black crystals and covered by a layer of muscles and membranes that were also translucent. Below the bright black shell, countless bright veins, nerves, and fibers seemed to be flowing, fluctuating and changing color, as if the armor was alive. There was not the slightest pattern or adornment on the surface of the armor. However, on each of the forehead, chest, scapula, abdomen, and all the critical body parts, a demon core as glamorous as night pearls had been embedded. Lei Lan had never seen such huge demon cores before. Every one of them was larger than her fist. They were in the most perfect shape, flawless and devoid of impurities. After the refinement of the specialists, the intertwining stripes inside the cores formed sophisticated rune arrays. All the demon cores were connected to each other by the dark golden nerves and constituted a seamless system. Together, they were glittering and wreathing the expert in a halo that felt like a real thing. A second armor made of the unpredictable demonic energy was spreading out like waves and ripples. Boom! 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 Thunder echoed non-stop. In her trance, Lei Lan felt that the mysterious clouds turned into a huge swirl, and in the middle of the swirl was a giant 100 meters tall. Aoo! Aoo! The hundreds of uncontrollable mutants who used to be members of the Feather Clan flapped their wings and flew toward the expert in armor. Z! 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 The expert raised his left hand softly, and the 10 or so demon cores from the shoulder blade to the tip of his finger glittered at the same time, triggering sharp electric arcs that constituted a storm-like net in the middle of the clouds, shocking dozens of uncontrollable mutants and forcing them to collapse from the sky. Pooh! On his right side, the uncontrollable mutants were spurting out bright green venom toward him at the same time, but he simply raised his right hand and froze all the venom into an icy block. Shwa! 2 wings more than 10 meters long extended out of his back, and the black feathers darted out like flying swords into the chests of the uncontrollable mutants. The black feathers then suddenly expanded in size and tied the uncontrollable mutants up like invisible shackles. None of the uncontrollable mutants were able to move their fingers anymore. Above him, the clouds were torn apart by dozens of small devilish warships that looked like sharks. The same glamorous emblem was carved on the head of every warship, a furiously burning flame on the crowns of 3 black trees. It is the flag of Skyfire. Lei Chuang was overjoyed. Our reinforcements have arrived. The shark-like warships were opened. Many soldiers walked out in a row and moved toward the temporary port, preparing to clear the port so that the following troops can land conveniently. The mysterious expert who had suppressed 100 uncontrollable mutants by doing nothing but wave his hands, on the other hand, landed near Lei Lan and her brother. The helmet blossomed like petals, revealing a face that Lei Lan found familiar. Hesitating for a moment, Lei Lan took a few steps back and held her mouth in disbelief. It's you. The mysterious expert was, of course, Li Yao. 3 months ago, in the fierce battle in the Eye of Blood Demon, his mystic skeleton battlesuit had been blown up by more than 10 demon emperors including Jin Tui himself. It was so seriously damaged that it had been a total loss except for the mainframe crystal processor, which was still functioning. The Blood Demon sector did not have proper facilities for the maintenance of crystal suits. Whatever tools the Blood Demon sector had were mostly captured or smuggled from the Heaven's Origin sector. Li Yao's old mystic skeleton battlesuit, with the components of the Dragon King battlesuit, had actually been modified in the best crystal suit center of the Flying Star sector. Many magical equipment units of the Flying Star sector were incompatible with even the components of the Heaven's Origin sector, much less those in the Blood Demon sector. Therefore, the maintenance of the mystic skeleton battlesuit was put on hold. Li Yao had thought hard for almost an entire month but came up with no satisfactory solutions. He could only increase the percentage of the biochemical materials in the mystic skeleton battlesuit and repair it in a similar way to how a biochemical beast was produced. In the meantime, the secret deal between Jin Tui and him was further settled. Li Yao was certainly not a selfless saint. Now that Jin Tui counted on him to realize the Red Tide plan, of course, he was not planning to do it for nothing. He took the opportunity to negotiate on other benefits, including the legalization of Skyfire. Knowing that he did not have much time left and that Skyfire would be a great help for his daughter in the future, Jin Tui naturally supported the development of the organization. In some key fields, the two parties began to cooperate closely. Skyfire boasted specialists such as the Fire Ant King and the Legacy of Chaos. Also, they had the main biochemical brains that were looted from the Nether world. Thus, a lot of precious files from Elder Nether Spring were now in their hands. Once their knowledge was combined with the best biochemical technology of the Gold Crow Kingdom and even the entire coalition army of demons, the energy that they could release would be unimaginable. The maintenance of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit was the first important project after the two parties joined hands. While the Mystic Skeleton battle suit was being repaired, Elder Nether Spring indeed turned to his final, desperate play as they expected. He had the Netherworld Watch spread the Demon God virus in the Nether Spring Kingdom and wherever else they could in the Blood Demon sector, triggering a plague. The coalition army of demons and the Netherworld Watch, after regrouping, fought quite a few hard battles, and Li Yao's side had captured a lot of soldiers of the Netherworld Watch. They had even demolished several secret bases of the Netherworld Watch and received numerous files about the refinement of the soldiers. Therefore, they had a deep understanding about the technical issues regarding the stable output of demon cores. Then, while the Mystic Skeleton battle suit was maintained, the technology through which the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch were built up was adopted, too. A lot of demon cores of the best quality in the Blood Demon sector were embedded in the surface of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. Many demon cores were left by the strong demon beasts hundreds of years ago after they died. They were the collections of Jin Tui and other demon emperors. After the job was done, the Mystic Skeleton battle suit had been utterly reshaped. Except for the crystal processor, the spine, and other few components that were still metallic, the rest of the crystal suit was all made of natural or synthesized biochemical materials. It was inappropriate to call the equipment a crystal suit now, it was more like a biochemical beast maneuvered in the way of a crystal suit. Li Yao was very satisfied about the newborn Mystic Skeleton battle suit. After being embedded with as many as 99 demon cores, the newborn Mystic Skeleton battle suit had been essentially plugged with super highly compressed crystal reactors all over its body. The impetus was more than 3 times higher than before. Also, in terms of the speed of transmission of telepathic thoughts, the synthesized nerves were faster than the crystal wires, making the new crystal suit like a second skin on the body of the Exo, who would be able to perceive the subtlest changes in the air. In the end, Jin Tui even optimized the metal wings of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit for Li Yao personally. Jin Tui was not a refiner, but he was the leader of the Feather Clan. For the Feather Clan, wings were the most important organs. Their studies about aerodynamics and bionics were definitely as impressive as the best professors of the field in the Heaven's Origin sector. After Jin Tui's optimization, the highest speed of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit when airborne was improved by yet another 4%, and the minimum rotation angle was reduced by 5%. The sonic barrier when the crystal suit surpassed the speed of sound would cause less interference now. All the adjustments made it easier to accelerate, decelerate, and reaccelerate. The overall efficiency in an air fight had been improved by more than 2.4%. For a Mystic Skeleton battle suit that was quite mature in every aspect in the first place, such an improvement was practically a rebirth. Except for the 50% drop of speed of implementation, because the cells inside the biochemical materials had to be activated when the crystal suit was retrieved from the Cosmos Ring, the specifications of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit in every regard had been significantly improved. It was a very successful upgrade. In fact, the Mystic Skeleton battle suit right now had barely anything to do with the original Mystic Skeleton battle suit except for the bottom-level architecture. However, Li Yao still preferred to consider it as the latest derivative model of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. He called it, Blood Demon form of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. Mystic Skeleton was perhaps the only association between him and the Heaven's Origin sector right now. Li Yao was rather surprised to meet Lei Lan and Lei Chuang, too. He did not forget his experience when he first arrived in the Blood Demon sector. The sister and brother, as well as other villagers in the Dry Leaf Village, had given him a new lesson about the demon race for the first time. Li Yao smiled and was about to greet Lei Lan, when Lei Chuang grunted next to her and vomited a mouthful of dark green liquids. The bandages that tied up his left arm all exploded, and the veins there expanded instantly, crawling along his shoulder and neck toward his head like vipers. Ah! Not knowing what to do, Lei Lan moved to the front of her brother subconsciously, fearing that Li Yao would kill her brother ruthlessly. Don't be scared. Li Yao clenched his fists and locked Lei Chuang's limbs. The manufacture of the reduction drug has succeeded. We have brought a huge amount of divine blood of chaos. Outside of Gloomy Bones City, in a temporary camp that was guarded by the elite soldiers of Skyfire, a lot of civilians who fled out of the city were sheltered. Although cries and screams were still echoing in Gloomy Bones City, the civilians were no longer as panicked as before and started to feel hopeful again because they had just learned a piece of shocking news. Saintess Jean Xinyue had arrived in Gloomy Bones City and was right next to them. Also, she had brought countless serums and vaccines with her. As long as the drugs were injected in time, not only would they be immune to the demon god virus, the carriers of the disease would also be cured. Even the controllable mutants had a slight chance to be recovered, too. Saintess is here. Saintess is finally here to save us. We will never be infected by the dreadful virus after injecting the vaccines. Let's inject now. Where is the Saintess? Something's wrong with my daughter. She has a high fever. Help me save her, Saintess. In the medical warship above the temporary camp, the suspected carriers and the uncontrollable mutants were all sent there for the injection of the serum. Most of the suspected carriers of the virus were all overjoyed upon knowing that the antidote had been produced. They could not wait to inject the serum and could not care less about the side effect. However, the injection of some patients did not go so well. In a secret chamber deep inside the medical warship, a silver-blood noble, who had distinctive features of beetles, was tied up to a surgical bed, struggling and screaming. Jean Xinyue was still wearing white, linen clothes. Covered in a vague, comforting halo, she looked like a real saintess that had come to everyone's salvation. She was looking after the patient while he was cursing aloud. Chief Dao, your tests are back. You have contracted the number 102 variant of the demon god virus, Jean Xinyue explained patiently. It is one of the latest variants. We don't have the corresponding antidote. Therefore, we can only inject a large dose of divine blood of chaos to keep your cells stable. It might be a little bit painful. Please try to deal with it. I won't inject it. Not until I die, the chief of the Phantom Saber Mantis, a branch of the insect clan, screamed miserably. You think I don't know it? After injecting your goddamn divine blood of chaos, my features of the demon race will be gone, and I will be like a human being like you. I am the offspring of Pangu. I am the child of Nuwa. I am the proudest demon. I will not turn into your wretched appearance unless you kill me. I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding here, Chief Dao, Jean Xinyue replied peacefully. I turned into a complete human being because of the excessive absorption of the divine blood of chaos. But the divine blood of chaos we are giving to you right now is, firstly, not the original liquid but synthesized, and secondly, a limited dose. You will not be deprived of your form as a demon. But of course, your appearance will certainly have minor changes after the injection. But I believe that it is a price worth paying in order to keep you alive. What do you think? Cut the crap. Chief Dao burst into fury. The idiotic country folk regard you as a saintess and think that you can save you, but I have seen through you and your father since the beginning. You are clearly dispelling the dissidents and taking as much power as you can, using the outbreak of the demon god virus as an excuse. You are even negotiating peace with human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector, our mortal enemies. No, I was wrong. It is not peace that you are negotiating but surrendering. Look at yourself right now. Are you a saintess of the pantheon of demons? You are obviously an out-and-out agent of the human beings. Your father and you are the greatest traitors of the blood demon sector. Over the past 3 months, too many silver blood demons have been tortured into half-human half-demon appearances by your drugs. Now, you are trying to transform me into your hideous look? Hee hee. In your dreams. His saliva darted into Jean Chinue's face like nails. However, Jean Chinue ignored it and replied, since the destruction of the Eye of Blood Demon, the situation in the Blood Demon sector has been turbulent. There are many rumors in the outside world, but they were all intentionally made up by Elder Netherspring and his subordinates. Many nobles have second thoughts about my father's policy because of the rumors. I believe that Chief Dao must have been misled by the rumors. However, you've seen the damage caused by Elder Netherspring in person. The territory of the Phantom Saber Mantis was scourged by the demon god virus, too. Are the facts not enough to wake you up, Chief Dao? Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Chief Dao sneered. Elder Netherspring is truly insane, I'll give you that, but everybody knows what is on the mind of you and your father, too. You of all people know what happened in the pantheon of demons in the past 3 months. At first, under the pretext of search for the accomplices of Elder Netherspring, you captured a lot of silver blood demons and killed everybody who resisted. But how many of them were real accomplices? How many of them were loyal warriors of the blood demon sector who did not concur with the peace deal with the Heaven's Origin sector? And how many of them were killed by your father, you, and the so-called Vulture Liao as stepping stones because they were unwilling to relinquish their power? Hee hee. After the plague broke out and the coalition army of demons marched into the epidemic area, so many experts died without a good cause. Chief Yuan of the green-eyed ancient wolves, Chief Shen Tu of the 6-armed fiendish apes, Chief Wang of the red-haired bloody lions. How did they die exactly? Jean Chinue sighed as if she felt very sorry about them. They were all ambushed by the Netherworld Watch and murdered by Elder Netherspring. Is that so? Chief Dao spat on the ground brutally. Of so many nobles, those who support your father and you are jumping up and down every day, but those who object to you, who believe that human beings and demons cannot live under the same roof, and who firmly reject the peace negotiations with the Heaven's Origin sector have all happened to be assassinated by the Netherworld Watch? Elder Netherspring must be a dog in your house since he is working so dutifully for you. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe it, Jean Chinue said casually. We've got both evidence and eyewitnesses. They were truly assassinated by the Netherworld Watch. We captured the murderers, and they all confessed later. Of course I don't believe it. Chief Dao burst into laughter. You've captured so many soldiers of the Netherworld Watch recently. With your interrogation, of course you can make them say whatever you want them to say. I am told that your father has also been stating in the pantheon of demons lately that a Dark Lady of 9 Heavens should be elected to pacify the people now that the Blood Demon sector is so chaotic. He also mentioned that the Dark Lady of 9 Heavens will break the traditions and have the right to mobilize the coalition army of demons. It is needless to say that the Dark Lady of 9 Heavens will certainly be you, right? On the surface, you are injecting the divine god of chaos to eliminate the virus, but in fact, you want me to look like a human being like you so that I will take your side, don't you? You can give up your fantasies now. The Phantom Saber Mantis will always be the purest demons. We will never negotiate peace with human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector. Never. Kill me if you want, in the same way you killed the chiefs of the green-eyed ancient wolves, the 6-armed fiendish apes, the red-haired bloody lions, and so many other tribes. After I die, the entire Phantom Saber Mantis, and all the other branches of the Saber Mantis, will rise up against you until none of us are left. Ha ha ha. Come on. Kill me if you want all the members of the Phantom Saber Mantis to rebel. Jean Chinue listened in silence and did not defend herself. She simply shook her head and sighed in a low voice, as if she felt sorry that the chief of the phantom saber mantis could not understand her sincerest, purest kindness. After hearing his speech, she even untied the chief so that he could sit up straight on the operation bed. "You dare not to kill me?" Hee. Halfway through Chief Dao's laughter, Jin Xinyue suddenly turned into a streak of white brightness and darted toward Chief Dao's abdomen. Her force was so tremendous that even his solid shell was blown to smithereens. The chief was kicked into the air even though he was more than 2 meters tall. Jin Xinyue closed follow him. The streak of brightness swept to the top of Chief Dao and kicked him brutally yet another time, blowing him to a corner of the room. Boom! Jin Xinyue surpassed the speed of sound. What was hidden below the long robe of the saintess turned out to be a black, shining suit whose elbows and knees had been strengthened by the neatest scales. On the scales were protruding thorns that were emitting a bluish, mysterious glow, indicating that they had been smeared with lethal venom and corrosive liquids. The suit was barely noticeable since it was covered by the broad, huge robe. But right now, Jin Xinyue was like a hungry tiger and a dragon that had just gotten out of the ocean. With an ear-splitting sound, she kicked Chief Dao right in his temple, blowing Chief Dao's head deep into the cabin wall with a thunderous explosion. Almost 20 cracks were added to his skull. Chief Dao felt that more than 100 claps of thunder had exploded inside his head at the same time. The world was swirling before his eyes, and he almost passed out. Jin Xinyue's long legs pierced out of the long robe and snatched Chief Dao's neck like a beautiful and yet brutal black boa, throwing him to the other side of the cabin. Then, she lunged forward and stomped on Chief Dao's face, exerting her strength. Chief Dao's skull, which was already riddled with gaps, began emitting cracking noises, as if his brain was about to be squeezed out. But Jin Xinyue did not bother to look at him. She gestured at the surveillance camera in the corner. The wall that Chief Dao's face was stuck to closely gradually turned into a transparent glass. Pa! A monster, which had lumps all over its body and countless tentacles above its neck, suddenly rushed close, leaving a large stain on the strengthened glass. It was an uncontrollable mutant that was only one wall away from them. Not just any wall, but a transparent one. Seeing that Chief Dao was right before it, the uncontrollable mutant was crashing against the strengthened glass crazily. But Chief Dao's head had been stepped on by Jin Xinyue's feet and was unable to move at all. Even his eyeballs were about to burst out because of the pressure. Chief Dao could clearly see the tremor of every lump, the shaking of every tentacle, and the fatal venom being secreted from every tusk on the uncontrollable mutant. There was no telling whether it was because of his disgust or the serious brain concussion, but Chief Dao felt a strong sense of nausea. "Let me tell you something, Chief Dao." Jin Xinyue adjusted the force of her feet patiently, ensuring that the gaps on Chief Dao's skull were expanding with the most horrifying cracking noises. Wearing the purest, gentlest, and most sacred smile, she said, "First of all, you are a well-respected senior in the demon race, and you enjoy quite a high prestige in the insect clan. As a saintess of the pantheon of demons, naturally, I cannot kill you. However, do you see the uncontrollable mutant here? In another day, you will be exactly like that. By then, nobody will need to do anything. As long as you are locked up, you will be swallowed by your own cells and die a miserable death if you are hungered for a few days. To avoid the potential rumors, we will shoot the entire process and play the footage to everybody in the Phantom Saber Mantis in the future as proof that you died of the demon god virus." Secondly, Yin Tianzuan, Elder Bloodrobe's junior brother and the acting chief of the Claw clan, was ambushed by the Netherworld Watch yesterday. Because of the heavy wounds, he unfortunately passed away around midnight. Thirdly, upon hearing the news, Master Hollow Wind, the acting chief of the insect clan, immediately stated in public that Elder Netherspring was too insane and that he had to answer for blood with blood. Also, he reiterated that the insect clan would be united under Jin Tui, the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons, and do everything they could to strike the Netherworld Watch. Fourthly, because of your infection, your family has been tested, too. As of now, the test results are not out yet. But your youngest son has stated to us that he was willing to inject a large dose of vaccines even if it meant the loss of part of the features of the demon race in case anything went wrong. He. Your youngest son is truly smart. He will certainly grow into an excellent leader given enough time. Chief Dao, you must remember that we haven't brought too many serums and vaccines with us. The carriers of the disease outside are much more than we expected. Every dose of antidote is extremely precious. It was exactly because of your seniority and your prestige in the Nether Spring Kingdom that we decided to give such a valuable opportunity to you in advance. But if you are suspicious that we have other plans, we won't force you to do anything. Why don't you take a rest here in the company of such a lovely friend and think everything through? After you've thought everything through, contact the outside through this stripe. Doctors will come to treat your wounds soon. However, I must remind you that many viruses break out so quickly that they will not even give you the time to regret. With a sweet smile, Jean Xinyue removed her feet, which had been deeply buried into Chief Dao's face. She bowed toward him, turned around, and left the chamber. Wait, when she left without looking back and was about to shut the door, the guy finally called her with complicated emotions. After persuading the chief of the Phantom Saber Mantis, who was very influential in the Nether Spring Kingdom, Jean Xinyue appeared in the medical camp as the Saintess, raising a round of cheers and exclamations. She was occupied until the dusk next day before she had the time to meet Li Yao. The Nether Spring Kingdom has suffered a lot. Li Yao had just finished the cleaning work of Gloomy Bone City. All the uncontrollable mutants and the soldiers of the Nether World Watch who were lurking in the darkness had been found. They had either been suppressed or executed. However, the city that had been completely ruined made him frown and curse in anger. Of the opponents that he had met before, such as Yan Shibei, Xiao Xuanzi, Bai Xinghe, or even Jin Tui, many were great villains and masterminds. However, they were mostly very straightforward, and their failure marked the end of their endeavor. But Elder Nether Spring was different from any of them. The destruction of the Eye of Blood Demon meant the complete failure of the Spore stratagem. In front of the fully armed regular army, even the strongest virus could do nothing but get a few more victims killed. There was no reason Elder Nether Spring would not understand the logic, but still, he raised the tides of plague with the Nether Spring Kingdom as the center. This time, his target was no longer the elite troops but civilians. Therefore, he did not need to choose spores carefully. All he needed was to ask a few trusted subordinates to sneak into a town with portable cans that stored the virus and release the virus in the most populated area. With such a simple method, it was very likely that large-scale chaos would be caused. Naturally, under the suppression of the army, such chaos died down as quickly as it started. It was impossible for them to reverse the situation. However, for the civilians, the outbreak of plague often meant their doom. Within the Nether Spring Kingdom, Elder Nether Spring's homeland, dozens of towns were consumed by the plague overnight. The epidemic spread like a forest fire. Half of the Nether Spring Kingdom was the land of the dead now. Li Yao was as worried as he was furious. Elder Nether Spring's madness had crossed the line. Nobody knew what else he would do if he were given more time. Right then, they received a piece of intelligence from the front line. Elder Nether Spring's nest has been discovered. One day later, thousands of kilometers into the Nether Spring Kingdom, more than 10 shark-like light devilish warships were sliding silently in the middle of the dark clouds. The devilish warships accommodated the top-tier experts in the coalition army of demons, including 9 demon emperors, who constituted an assault team that was as rapid as lightning. They were carrying out the most crucial mission, to attack Elder Nether Spring's nest and, if possible, capture Elder Nether Spring alive. Inside a devilish warship whose head was carved with the emblem of Skyfire, Li Yao, Han Tuhu, Sua Chaolong, and other elites of Skyfire gathered together and discussed the operation plan. Our destination is Bottomless City deep inside the Nether Spring Kingdom. Between Bottomless City and the area under our control is the epidemic area with a span of more than 1,000 kilometers. If we want to attack the city on the surface, we will have to pass through dozens of highly infected cities and towns, which will be quite slow. Therefore, it has been decided that the best assault team made of 9 demon emperors and hundreds of warriors will perform a decapitation strike. However, it is the insect clan's habit to live below the ground. Bottomless City is such a city, constructed almost 100 meters underground. Formed of dozens of natural caves, the terrain there is highly complicated. Elder Nether Spring's secret nest, on the other hand, is in the deepest cave of Bottomless City, more than 200 meters from the ground. The goal of our mission is to capture Elder Nether Spring. At the very least, we must control the main biochemical brains inside Elder Nether Spring's secret nest in order to retrieve more files about Elder Nether Spring, including his other trump cards and secret bases. Therefore, speed matters most. We must have everything under control before the Nether World Watch destroy the main biochemical brains. Later, the 9 demon emperors will attack Bottomless City from the front and attract the Nether World Watch's attention, and we will march into Elder Nether Spring's nest directly through Earth penetrators from the back of the city. Very soon, the altitude of the devilish warships began decreasing. The debris of quite a few cities appeared in the valley before them. According to the map, they were all big cities with a population of more than 100,000. In the places that should have been illuminated by lights and as bright as daylight, there was nothing but darkness. The only specks of light that could be seen were the sparks that were shivering in the billowing wind. At the end of the valley, another magnificent city was standing. The mountain, which was dozens of kilometers in diameter, was riddled with holes like a giant nest of ants. Glimmers were emitted from the holes, indicating that there was more to the city inside. It was Bottomless City, where Elder Nether Spring's secret nest was located. Hum. 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 Above Bottomless City, countless ghost-faced silver mosquitoes, colorful locusts, and bloodthirsty ants were hovering. Hundreds of soldiers of the Nether World Watch wearing finely made armor and riding biochemical beasts were on alert too. The ghost-faced silver mosquitoes, the colorful locusts, and the bloodthirsty ants were all 5 times larger than the usual ones and much deeper in color. They looked like a tide of colorful tides. The ghost-faced silver mosquitoes formed huge giants and grinned hideously in the clouds. The soldiers of the Nether World Watch were brimming with immense demonic energy, too. They looked much more handsome and strong, completely different from the regular soldiers. The uncontrollable mutants were just the flawed products created by the demon god virus. The real purpose of the demon god virus was to accelerate the evolution of creatures and make them grow into the most perfect form. The insects and the soldiers were all the lucky survivors who had passed through the uncontrollable state of the demon god virus. They were, according to Elder Nether Spring, the perfect third life form. They were all more than 10 times stronger than before. Schwa. 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 On the ground, rays of light and acid cannons were shooting at the sky rapidly like a storm. The strengthened external skeletons of the devilish warships let out cracking noises. The decapitation team had been discovered. In the clouds, the giant made of the ghost-faced silver mosquitoes rushed close and extended an enormous hand toward the devilish warships. The soldiers of the Nether World Watch also regrouped into the tightest battle formation, not allowing the decapitation team to step forward at all. Swoosh. 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 9 streaks of brightness rushed out of the devilish warships and instantly ripped the giant of ghost-faced silver mosquitoes apart. Hundreds of experts in the level of Demon King followed them closely, fighting a head-on battle with the soldiers of the Nether World Watch who had been strengthened by the virus. Immediately, lightning broke out, thunder echoed, and blood flooded out in the clouds. Let's go. The shark-like worship of Skyfire instantly accelerated. Like a shark that had smelt the stink of blood, it pierced through the giant made of the ghost face silver mosquitoes and darted toward the back of Bottomless City. The bloody mouth at the front of worship was opened quickly. 4 streaks of brightness, 1 black and the other 3 red, dashed out. They were Li Yao and 3 earth penetrators. The 3 earth penetrators were made of demon cores and crystals in the shape of 3 enormous diamonds. Rotating at a speed of more than 500 revolutions per second, they were raising a swirl of frigidness that seemed to be freezing the world. All 3 bombs were more than 5 meters long. They were distributed in the shape of a triangle, with Li Yao at the center. They were installed with a dual-core processing system, making using of both the crystal processor and the biochemical brain, which allowed them to be directly under Li Yao's control with his telepathic thoughts. They were changing directions swiftly in midair as if they were Li Yao's 3 clones. Ho! The soldiers who had been strengthened by the demon god virus were much stronger and faster than before. Several of them caught up to the bombs and tried to stop them. Die now! After a roar, Li Yao triggered his telepathic thoughts. The 3 bombs were revolving at an even higher speed, forming 3 visible swirls of wind. The soldiers who were swallowed by the swirls were minced into shreds before they had the chance to scream. Hiu! 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 The 3 earth penetrators were finally done accelerating and darted toward the deepest part of Bottomless City together with Li Yao, breaching every line of defense. They were falling down not vertically but at a certain angle to the ground in order to make sure that the empty caves in the underground would be pierced through and they could hit Elder Nether Spring's heart precisely. Boom! 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 When they were 100 meters below the ground, Li Yao's eyes suddenly glittered. The 3 bombs changed their form from a triangle into a straight line as if manipulated by a giant, invisible hand and dived into the ground one by one. The first bomb, which was responsible to dig open the tough shell, was the solidest one. The second bomb had the highest speed of rotation and a jet thrusting system, so it was responsible for pushing forward in the ground. The third bomb was loaded with the most demon cores and crystals and boasted the highest damage. Thus, it was responsible for raising a tsunami of destruction as soon as it reached the destination. The 3 bombs pierced into the ground one by one. A moment later, the earth was shaking. Scorching gray fog spurted out from the countless holes on the mountain. The place from which the bombs broke in was like a crater of volcanic eruption. An orange channel where the temperature must have been more than 1,000 degrees had been created, and melted rocks were dripping down. Li Yao smiled and jumped down to the bottom despite the heat. The underground was in an utter mess. The aftershock of the 3rd crystal bomb was not over yet. He could see nothing except the burning steam. Bow! 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 Li Yao activated the Superbat probe unit on the new Mystic Skeleton battlesuit and released high-frequency waves from the 2 sides of his helmet. Through the feedback of the supersonic waves, he scanned the terrain of the underground area. A large batch of the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch on the left side are still in shock. On the right side, there is a very large control room where there are at least 16 main biochemical brains of the highest level. This is the place. Shwa. Behind Li Yao, the pair of wings suddenly split apart into more than 10 chains made of black feathers that darted into the hazy mist in various directions. They hit the most important demon cores on the soldiers precisely and twisted brutally. The demon cores were all detonated. Highly unsteady demonic energy was circulating inside the bodies of the soldiers, making them expand like abnormal balloons until they were blown into pieces amid desperate screams. Li Yao smiled. As if alive, the black chains were withdrawn like vipers. They entangled his right arm, their tips extending forward, forming an unstoppable saber. The saber was as curved as the crescent moon. It was more like an enormous scythe than a saber. Dense runes had been carved on every black feather that constituted the weapon. Spiritual energy and demonic energy were flowing vaguely on the edge of the runes, forming crimson stripes from which vague killing intent was spreading out. It was the upgraded version of the feathered dragon saber, which Li Yao had renamed the Blood Moon Dragon Hunting Saber. It was now the main melee weapon for the new Mystic Skeleton battle suit. Hiu! Li Yao dashed toward the control center like a bolt of lightning, dragging the black, giant scythe. Ho! However, he was stopped by a soldier of the Nether World Watch who was more than 3 meters tall. The soldier was like an infuriated gorilla and blocked the entire pathway without leaving a single gap. The Blood Moon Dragon Hunting Saber raised a devastating mist that swept past the chest of the soldier. The dozens of demon cores glittering on the soldier died down abruptly like candles in the wind. His bulging muscles and veins withered in an instant. Shrinking from more than 3 meters into less than 2 meters, he kneeled before Li Yao like a dry tree. However, the moment the soldier kneeled down, a streak of brightness darted out of him toward Li Yao's face like a shooting star. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. A few ripples spread out of his helmet as he detected that it was an expert in the Demon Emperor level. The expert had been hiding behind the muscular soldier of the Nether World Watch under the cover of his demonic energy. Taking the opportunity of the gap when the soldier was killed, he launched a critical attack. Bow! The Blood Moon Dragon Hunting Saber broke apart instantly, turning into thousands of black feathers and forming a rapidly revolving shield in front of Li Yao. He managed to block the attack in the end, but hundreds of feathers were blown away and lost connection with him. It was indicative enough of the formidability of the expert. Appearing in front of Li Yao, as it turned out, was a captain who was less than 2 meters tall, covered in black shells, and had a light, graceful figure. But the pair of horns soaring to the sky and the eyes that were full of hatred made Li Yao realize who he was immediately. He was Despot, one of the 2 captains of the Nether World Watch and the 4th most powerful man in Elder Nether Springs group. Despot had been a muscular man more than 4 meters tall in the beginning and looked like a black tower. However, Li Yao had heavily wounded him in the battle on the island of the Nether World. One of his arms had been cut off, and even his heart had almost been blown apart. But for some reason, his body size had now been reduced by a half, his arm had grown out again, and he was much stronger than before. Every sign indicated that he was stably in the Demon Emperor level now. Look at my new body. You didn't see this coming, did you? Despot chuckled. This is your gift. After I was heavily wounded and nearly killed, I had to inject a huge amount of demon god virus to myself. I didn't expect that I would survive the disaster and arrive at the peak of evolution. I am now the perfect form. You want to capture Elder Nether Spring? In your dreams. Elder has not failed yet. Very soon, Elder will rise again. Just wash your neck and prepare to be beheaded. Grinning hideously, Despot strode forward. Dazzling balls of lightning were condensed between the 2 horns. Hundreds of electric arcs were triggered. Like dancing snakes, they spread to his entire body and quickly clad him in a suit of lightning. Shwa! 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 The shield of feathers in front of Li Yao split apart again. A few delicate flying swords were formed when the feathers connected each other's tails. Then, the flying swords were thrown toward Despot. The balls of lightning on Despot's head, however, unleashed dozens of electric whips and hit the flying swords precisely. The electric arcs and the feathers crashed in midair, raising explosive noises and hundreds of waves of brilliant fireworks between them. The soldiers of the Nether World Watch who were relatively weaker and the warriors of Skyfire who had broken in with Li Yao could see nothing but blankness. Despot grinned. He opened his hands. This time, 2 balls of lightning popped up even inside his palms, not just between the horns above his head. Thousands of electric arcs were spluttering out of every ball of lightning, giving birth to electric weapons such as sabers, spears, swords, and axes. Li Yao sniffed and snapped his finger. 36 floating 6-barreled Vulcan machine cannons emerged behind him. Weapons of lightning versus a storm of bullets. Boom! 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 The battle between two experts in the level of Demon Emperor was definitely a catastrophe for the soldiers around them who were much weaker. Explosive tides spread out one after another. Both the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch and the warriors of Skyfire were running away, holding their heads. Still, the tide was rushing faster than them. They were all tossed into the air by the blast and crashed into each other while waving their limbs crazily. Li Yao and Despot, on the other hand, continued stepping toward each other against the lightning and the bullets shot out by the enemy until they were right in front of each other. Li Yao's left arm suddenly expanded. The demon cores embedded to the surface of the crystal suit all turned blood red, and the cell obliteration cannon was ready. Ho! But Despot howled and hit Li Yao's left hand brutally with his right fist, which was mixed with exploding electric arcs, smashing the cell obliteration cannon back. I knew you would play the move. We've studied your every play, Vulture Li Yao. Despot burst into laughter. Did you? Li Yao licked his lips. Then, his breastplate suddenly blossomed like a flower, unveiling a bloody demon core that was even larger than a basin. The demon core had been collected from the body of a hellish river giant crocodile that ravaged the Gold Crow Kingdom more than 300 years ago. Since it was too large in size, the chief of the Feather clan at that time could not bear to put it into use. The demon core had thus been passed on generation after generation until it became the greatest treasure in Jin Tui's personal collection. After the two parties reached the deal, Jin Tui offered the demon core to Li Yao generously as a gift of gratitude for being his daughter's master. According to the tradition of the cultivators, after Li Yao accepted such a valuable gift of gratitude, it would be his official acknowledgement for the master-disciple relationship. As long as the disciple did not violate any rules or betray him, the master would be obliged to support the disciple until the end, whatever happened in the future. Li Yao embedded the demon core into the chest of the mystic skeleton battle suit. He also asked the specialists in Skyfire to modify it profoundly. Together with the series of magical equipment units he devised himself, he had transformed the demon core into a demonic energy enhancer. When Li Yao burnt his life, exploited the potential of the cells in his chest, and shot out the cell obliteration cannon, the damage would be 5 times greater with the enhancement of the hellish river demon core. This was now Li Yao's most formidable remote weapon, which he had named the hellish river cannon. Z. When the hellish river cannon was activated, there was not a deafening sound. The only thing that could be heard was the feeble sound of the air being torn apart. The next moment, a streak of blood-red brightness flooded out of Li Yao's chest and hit Despot. The streak of brightness seemed to be plain, yet it boasted an uncanny attraction force that froze Despot and made him unable to move at all. However densely he constructed the lightning armor on his body, he was not able to stop the streak of brightness from leaking in. In the river of hell, one step meant life, and another step meant death. The streak of red was like a hellish river that could decide the life and death of a creature. It infiltrated into the deepest part of the cells where it sabotaged the nuclei and even broke the gene strands, destroying the enemy on a fundamental level. On Despot's chest, around the part that was hit by the brightness, his body cells were quickly withering, melting, and vanishing, turning into shocking holes. The bleeding wounds seemed to have been corroded by the flesh-eating bacteria and soon expanded to his internal organs. Confusion was written all over Despot's face. He still did not understand what was going on. It was not until he lowered his hand that he finally put on a devastated expression. But he had lost all the strength to fight back. He kneeled slowly before Li Yao, and the electric arcs that had been raging around him like dragons a moment ago turned into half-dead earthworms. Li Yao cancelled his techniques and retrieved a blue ball from his cosmos ring. He smashed the ball at Despot, and it immediately transformed into dozens of flowers of ice and enveloped Despot's body, freezing his brain instantly. The guy was an important leader of the Netherworld Watch. Dead or alive, a lot of important information could be extracted from his brain. Then, Li Yao raised his voice and shouted in a thunderous sound, "Despot is dead. Surrender, survive." There was absolutely no stopping 9 demon emperors, together with such a formidable being high above regular demon emperors, from demolishing the secret base of the Netherworld Watch. After Despot was killed, most of the remaining soldiers of the Netherworld Watch lost their nerve. It did not take long before they all surrendered. All the main biochemical brains were kept intact, too. The decapitation strike was almost a complete success, but it was a shame that Elder Nether Spring had not been captured. However, when the battlefield was cleaned, a piece of good news came over. Mad Medic Lu Wuxin, the supervisor of the laboratory of the demon god virus and the second most influential person in the Netherworld Watch, had been captured while trying to flee Bottomless City in disguise. One day later, the plague in Gloomy Bone City at the border of the Gold Crow Kingdom and the Nether Spring Kingdom had been brought up control, and the city was restored into a base of the coalition army of demons. Deep inside the debris, dozens of meters below the underground, in a heavily guarded cage, Mad Medic Lu Wuxin was soaked in an enormous biochemical slot that was filled with deep blue ice. He was entirely frozen from neck to toe. His head was the only part that was out of the ice. Yet, it was held by a cold metal clamp. Even his eyelids had been forced apart by iron needles, and he could not even blink his eyes. Complicated attack rune arrays were all over the walls around. Occasionally, electric arcs would splutter on them. Every hour of the day, at least one demon emperor was on duty supervising the highest leader of the Netherworld Watch captured so far. Even so, Mad Medic Lu Wuxin was still wearing a weird smile and staring frighteningly at Li Yao and the Fire Ant King, who were standing in front of him. The Fire Ant King felt a bit creeped out. He sneered, "Lu Wuxin, the situation today is exactly like the interrogation chamber on the island of the Netherworld Watch. However, you and I have swapped our roles. This is what we might call every dog has its day. I remember exactly how you tortured me and exploited every cell in my brain in the interrogation chamber even to this day. Today, I'll have to invite you to taste the same treatment." Mad Medic Lu Wuxin was smiling even more brilliantly. He rolled his tongue, which was almost frozen, and announced in a funny voice, "It's useless, Fire Ant King. Do you see the scars on my head? Other people call me Mad Medic because I often do mad things. The maddest of all was that I plucked my own skull and performed a little surgery on my brain, burying quite a few strange gadgets in my head. He. My brain is perhaps the most complicated maze in the blood demon sector. If I don't open it for you, there is no way that you can dig out the secrets that are hidden deep inside my head. In the meantime, if my brain nerves are put in too much pain, the gifts that I planted in my head will detonate so that I die a comfortable, painless death. Therefore, if you really want me to cooperate with you, would you please at least change your attitude? I am definitely not the most loyal support of Elder Nether Spring. For a decent price, I'll betray him completely." The Fire Ant King burst into laughter. "Your mouth is rather tough before your death. Lu Wuxin, do you think that you are very valuable? The 16 main biochemical brains inside Elder Nether Spring's nest have been captured by us. A lot of files have already been parsed. Very soon, we will figure out every detail about the spore stratagem and the genomes of all the variants of the demon god virus. What makes you think that you are qualified for cooperation? As for the items in your head, whether they are truly there or simply made up, we'll definitely get them out with the wisdom of the entire blood demon sector. By then, Let's put aside how many people you have murdered by helping Elder Nether Spring produce the demon god virus for a while. More than 10 years ago, how many people were killed by you when you were still the Mad Medic? I would very much like to find out what will become of you if you are handed over to the families of the victims. Ha! Ha ha ha! Lu Wuxin burst into such crazy laughter that he ran out of breath. Tears were flowing, and his face was red. His eyes suddenly turned extremely mysterious, and he mumbled creepily, "You think that the 16 main biochemical brains and the spore stratagem are all of Elder Netherspring's trump cards? You've thought too little of Elder Netherspring. Too little. Believe it or not, some critical information, which has been by no means recorded in any of the main biochemical brains, is now still in my head. The top confidential files may concern the fate of the Blood Demon sector." Hee hee. You think that everything is over now that you've disrupted the spore stratagem? Idiot. Death is awaiting not me, but you, every one of you, and even the entire Blood Demon sector. Ha ha ha. What do you mean? The Fire Ant King's antennae stood up as he bellowed, "Where is Elder Netherspring exactly?" How would I know? Lu Wuxin stared at him in great satisfaction. However, the most crucial thing right now is not where he is but what trump cards he has, isn't it? Why don't you loosen my restraints a little bit so that I can talk to you? The Fire Ant King glared. You, Li Yao, who had been observing aside, suddenly interrupted. How would you like to cooperate? Lu Wuxin's eyes suddenly shone. Apparently, Vulture Li Yao is the more flexible one here. You've noticed something, too, haven't you? Think about it. Jin Tui, who ranks the third in the 4 giants of the Blood Demon sector, has prepared such a flawless and overwhelming scheme. Why was Elder Netherspring, whose position is obviously higher, defeated so easily? It is completely unreasonable. Tell me your conditions, Li Yao said coldly. Very simple. Lu Wuxin licked his lips and said, I have never yearned for fame or fortune. The one thing I like best is academic research. I will tell you all of Elder Netherspring's secrets. Also, I will help you conduct the studies about the demon god virus. You must know that I've been the supervisor of the laboratory of the demon god virus for the past 5 years, right? With my help, you will be able to get the plague under control more quickly. As for my reward, I will be kept alive, and you will prepare a research room with all the necessary facilities for me. I can change my name and never show up in public anymore. You can claim that I have been executed. Such cooperation will do us both good, won't it? Li Yao looked at the Fire Ant King and pondered for a moment. Then, he shook his head. I am sure that, like a centipede whose feet are still moving when it is killed, Elder Netherspring might have other plans even though his spore stratagem has failed. But a centipede is a bug after all. There is no way that a bug can raise much chaos. How can we know that you are not bluffing? That's very easy. Lu Wuxin smiled. I can tell you the general picture of the children of the netherworld. You can determine its validity yourself. Children of the netherworld? Li Yao could not help but question that. The spore stratagem hasn't been concluded yet, and now, children of the netherworld are popping up? What the heck is that? Lu Wuxin blinked and said with a smile, the last time we met, Elder Netherspring put a set of venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle on the Fire Ant King. It was a masterpiece of solar eclipse Jiang Shaoyang, one of the best refiners of the Heaven's Origin sector. At that time, both Elder Netherspring and I thought that it was absolutely safe. Nobody can ever crack Jiang Shaoyang's delicate work of genius. However, everything can go wrong. The magical equipment was cracked in the end, which led to the failure of our entire plan. Hee hee. Who would have thought that Vulture Li Yao, who beat Solar Eclipse Jin Xinyue 10 years ago in the arts of refining, was lurking right beside us? However, Vulture Li Yao, have you never been curious about one thing? How on earth would a piece of magical equipment crafted by the best master of refining in the Heaven's Origin sector for the special purpose of confining a demon emperor appear in the Blood Demon sector? Who was it exactly that smuggled the magical equipment over? It might not be a big deal for normal chainswords, crystal tanks, or even crystal suits to be shipped to the blood demon sector, but such an ultimate treasure has also been smuggled. What does that indicate? How influential is Elder Nether Spring in the Heaven's Origin sector? The Fire Ant King's eyes almost froze, and he let out a yelp in surprise. Li Yao narrowed his eyes, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Ever since he saw the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle, the question had bothered him for quite a long time. However, later, he had been too busy sabotaging the Eye of Blood Demon, helping Jin Tui seize power, leading Skyfire to rise, and controlling the plague. He had barely had any time to rest and simply put the issue aside. Now that Lu Wuxin mentioned it, Li Yao felt as if a poisonous needle had pierced into the back of his head. Does Elder Nether Spring know someone in the Heaven's Origin sector? Li Yao demanded. Instead of giving a direct answer, Lu Wuxin said unhurriedly, I'm told that Saintess Jin Xinyue has risen to fame in the Blood Demon sector recently. Most of the low-level demons have been won over by her. Her experience of transforming from a demon into a human being is quite legendary, too. No matter what the idiotic country folk say, we are both clear that Jin Xinyue was turned into a human being because she swallowed too much divine blood of chaos by accident, and the divine blood of chaos that she took was actually stolen from Elder Nether Spring's lab. Hee. Here comes the question. Do you think that what Jin Xinyue took was the only bottle of divine blood of chaos? It was indeed the last bottle of divine blood of chaos. Elder Nether Spring kept it for the purpose of unraveling the mysteries in the blood and finding a way to manufacture it. However, his research had to be kept clandestine, which meant that he could not make use of the largest biochemical factories in the blood demon sector. Therefore, the studies on manufacturing it didn't make much progress. The fact is, Elder Nether Spring has discovered dozens of relics of chaos over the past 100 years. Did he only find one bottle of divine blood of chaos? Li Yao and the Fire Ant King both gulped. With a sunny smile, Lu Wuxin concluded, now that Jin Xinyue has turned into a human being because the excessive divine blood of chaos that she took reduced and stabilized her cells, it is possible that other demons will have similar transformations after they overly absorb the divine blood of chaos, right? They will become pure human beings, and no test methods will ever detect anything wrong about them. Isn't it so? What if I tell you that, perhaps decades ago, some of Elder Nether Spring's trusted subordinates absorbed excessive divine blood of chaos, transformed into human beings, and infiltrated into the Heaven's Origin sector without anybody knowing? What if, after their infiltration, they slowly made a career on their own, and those trusted subordinates are known as children of the Netherworld? Would you believe me? Li Yao and the Fire Ant King looked at each other in bewilderment. After calming himself down for a moment, Li Yao turned back to look at Lu Wuxin expressionlessly, although thousands of thoughts were rolling on his mind. I'm starting to believe you. If you give me more details and prove your value, perhaps it is possible for us to strike a deal. One of Lu Wuxin's eyes was like a rotten goose egg while the other looked like a bean that was sprouting. Staring at Li Yao with the pair of weird, asymmetric eyes, he said, fine. What harm is there in telling you more details? The Children of the Netherworld project is not an independent plan. It is supposed to support the Spore stratagem, or rather, it is a prerequisite project for the Spore stratagem. The purpose of the project was to ensure that the Spore stratagem went smoothly. In fact, it was one of the earliest projects that Elder Nether Spring initiated, much earlier than the development of the Demon God virus and the establishment of the Netherworld Watch. I estimate that the project might have been kicked off 70 to 80 years ago. The reason is simple. Both the development of the Demon God virus and the establishment of the Netherworld Watch required a huge amount of manpower and resources. Also, secret bases of enormous scales needed to be created as disguises. Everything suggested that he could only accomplish his goal after he became the supreme leader of the Nether Spring Kingdom. The Children of the Netherworld project, in the meantime, is very easy from a technological point of view. All he needed was a batch of divine blood of chaos and some trusted subordinates. Even Jean Shinue could be transformed into a human being without her doing anything, right? My speculation is that Elder Netherspring discovered a relic of chaos, which happened to be the warehouse of the divine blood of chaos, by accident years ago. He retrieved a huge amount of divine blood of chaos and discovered its shocking effect. After that, Elder Netherspring suddenly came up with an amazing infiltration plan. He asked his subordinates to swallow excessive divine blood of chaos and infiltrate the Heaven's origin sector after they were human beings through and through. Wait. The Fire Ant King frowned and asked, even if they had been transformed into human beings, how exactly did they sneak into the Heaven's origin sector? That's very easy. Lu Wuxin grinned. Most of the beast-tide outbreaks that the Blood Demon sector launched against the Heaven's origin sector were actually implemented by the Netherspring Kingdom. Wasn't it more than easy for Elder Netherspring subordinates to hide among the beasts? Then, what is his goal? Li Yao was deep in thought. It's not like Elder Netherspring had already come up with the spore stratagem and was determined to put it into practice decades ago, right? Lu Wuxin shook his head and said, according to my analysis, Elder Netherspring did not have any special goal in the beginning. At first, he sent the children of the Nether World to the Heaven's origin sector perhaps only because he wanted to know the intelligence on the Grand Desolate Plateau and to smuggle the advanced crystal processors and magical equipment of the Heaven's origin sector. We all know that human beings of the Heaven's origin sector developed countless types of magical equipment targeting demons after 500 years of warfare. Many kinds of magical equipment are much more fatal than the demonic artifacts. The crystal processors of the Heaven's origin sector are vastly different from the biochemical brains in terms of functioning mechanisms and computation models. They are highly complementary, too. At that time, Elder Netherspring hadn't seized the highest power of the Netherspring Kingdom yet. He was engaged in the cruel internal strife with other experts of the insect clan. If he had a few spies in the Heaven's origin sector, the beast tides that he launched would be more adaptive and more likely to accomplish brilliant results. He would be able to prove his value to the seniors of the insect clan. The crystal processors and magical equipment that were smuggled over could help him increase his influence and win the internal struggles, too. Moreover, if the spies he sent out rose to power in the Federal Army or the main sects on the Grand Desolate Plateau, he could even release the news about the beast tides initiated by his competitors in the Netherspring Kingdom in advance. Thus, their beast tides would suffer brutal failure. In such a way, he would be able to eliminate his opponents and seize all control. I estimate that this was Elder Netherspring's purpose in the beginning. Li Yao nodded. That was quite a reasonable deduction. If he were Elder Netherspring, and he had a batch of mysterious drugs that could transform demons into human beings, such an endeavor would certainly make the best use of the drugs. However, Lu Wuxin continued, as time went by, the Children of the Nether World project slowly changed. Supported by the messages sent by Elder Netherspring intentionally or unintentionally, many children of the Nether World slowly infiltrated the critical, and sometimes the highest, posts in the major sects and the army of the Heaven's origin sector. At that time, Elder Netherspring had already become the leader of the Netherspring Kingdom and one of the 4 giants of the Blood Demon sector. He established the Nether World Watch and, for the first time, had the idea of creating a third life form that was perfect. Then, the importance of the children of the Nether World couldn't be more obvious. By then, the children of the Nether World were meant to ensure the smooth implementation of the spore stratagem. They also had the mission to take control of the Heaven's origin sector and seize the power of the Star Glory Federation in the chaotic world after the outbreak of the virus, paving the way for Elder Netherspring's new world. Li Yao felt that his heart was pounding. If that was true, everything would make much more sense now. The key procedure of the spore stratagem was that the elite troops of the coalition army of demons and those of the federal army needed to be concentrated somewhere for a killing spree, which required the effort of both sides. In the Blood Demon sector, Elder Nether Spring was under the illusion that Jean Tui was manipulated by him and that his scheme was working out. But how was he so certain that the situation in the Heaven's Origin sector would be exactly what he expected? If the Federal Army had not acted as he planned, the Spore stratagem might have been doomed to fail before it started. Elder Nether Spring had been considering the plan carefully for decades. It was highly unlikely that he would count on hope and guesses for his success. But if Elder Nether Spring had spies in the Star Glory Federation who could make the influential decisions or, at the very least, had access to the top secrets. According to the original plan, the children of the Netherworld would stir up trouble and disrupt the Star Glory Federation at the last phase of the Spore stratagem, when the demon god virus was spreading out uncontrollably. Now, although the Spore stratagem had failed, the children of the Netherworld had not yet been unearthed. They were still lurking in the heart of the Star Glory Federation. How did you know all this? Li Yao's voice was cold. Do you have the name list of the children of the Netherworld? Of course I don't, Lu Wuxin said unhurriedly. The Children of the Netherworld project was activated more than 70 years ago. It is a key project under Elder Nether Spring's direct control. Nobody except himself, not even Despot and Swirl, who were his most trusted subordinates, knew anything about the project. I was only recruited by Elder Nether Spring for the refinement of the demon god virus 10 years ago. Why would he give me the name list of the children of the Netherworld? Li Yao thought for a moment and realized that it was probably true. It would take at least 20 to 30 years for a child of the Netherworld to rise to power in the Star Glory Federation after they sneaked in. The most important batch of the children of the Netherworld had probably been sent out 60 years ago. With Lu Wuxin's experience, he could not have known much about the details. Li Yao frowned. Then, how did you uncover the project? Lu Wuxin smiled. I don't have many shortcomings, except that I am very scared of death. How could I not prepare myself when I was working for such a brutal man as Elder Nether Spring? The information was collected after arduous efforts over the past decade for the single purpose of trading for my life when the situation demands. Li Yao sniffed. What a shame. Without the name list of the children of the Netherworld, everything you said is still groundless. Who can tell whether it is true or not? Also, even if it is true, does it mean anything? We are both clear that, after absorbing excessive divine blood of chaos, a demon will be completely transformed into a human being. So, there is no way that we can prove someone is a child of the Netherworld, is there? That's not necessarily the case, Lu Wuxin said slowly. Although I don't have the name list of the children of the Netherworld, I actually have a large batch of intelligence that the children of the Netherworld sent back to Elder Nether Spring, much of which is the top secrets of the Federation Army in the major sections. Not too many people would have had access to the top secrets at the time the intelligence was sent back. As long as you list everybody who knew the information and check out their background, you will soon find the children of the Netherworld. For example, here I have a piece of intelligence about the Dragon Scale Sect's purchase of the mainframe crystal processors for their headquarters 9 years ago, including the specifications of the crystal processors and the ways to crack the barriers and hack into them. Then, everything is easy. 9 years ago, few disciples of the Dragon Scale Sect had access to the top confidential information. You only need to trace back their life and see if they had ever been to the Grand Desolate Plateau, if they had any relatives, or if they had been born in a big family. Then, you will certainly find the children of the Netherworld among them. Li Yao took a long breath and tried to stop his shock from surfacing on his face. The Dragon Scale Sect was one of the sects that had the longest history in the Star Glory Federation. It was one of the founding sects of the Federation. The so-called Star Glory Federation was originally an alliance of sorts established by 9 cultivation sects for the purpose of slaying the demons and protecting mankind. The 9 stars and the rising dragon of the 9 stars flag actually referred to the 9 founding sects. After 500 years, the 9 founding sects had evolved into thousands of sects, but there were still 9 sects that were passing on their names. Although the 9 sects were no longer as dominant as 500 years ago, they were still very influential in the Federation. It had never occurred to Li Yao that the children of the Netherworld could even infiltrate the Dragon Scale sect and get access to the mainframe crystal processors of the sect. A lot of top secrets of the Dragon Scale sect must have been stored in the mainframe crystal processors. Having access to the mainframe crystal processors meant that Elder Nether Spring knew everything about the sect, did it not? Many experts of the Dragon Scale sect were working in the Federal Army or government. Also, there were 2 nascent soul stage cultivators in the Dragon Scale sect. A lot of critical information could be inferred based on their whereabouts. Li Yao's eyes pierced into Lu Wuxin's head like 2 icy cones as he coldly demanded, "How do we know that you are speaking the truth?" Lu Wuxin smiled. "You are pushing me to tell you more details, aren't you? But it doesn't matter. Now that I am at your mercy, I guess I have to show my sincerity. How about this? You remove my restraints and give me a biochemical brain, and I will tell you half of the information I know about the children of the Netherworld. You can verify the information however you want, and after you are convinced, we'll negotiate about the other half and how you are going to ensure my safety in the future." Li Yao pondered for a moment but shook his head. "I can't give you a biochemical brain. It's too dangerous. I'll give you a crystal processor with the simplest functions. You will input half of the information you know into it, and we will proceed with the negotiations after the validity of your words is confirmed." Lu Wuxin considered for a moment and laughed in amusement like a broken balloon. "It's a deal then." The ice that encased him slowly melted. Supported by 2 demon kings, Lu Wuxin struggled to crawl out and smiled miserably. "Give me something to eat. I have to make sure that my head still functions at a high speed. Otherwise, much of the information will be modeled and incomplete. I will not be able to recall all of it." Li Yao and the Fire Ant King discussed for a moment. Then, they decided that the Fire Ant King would make some solutions of high-energy nutrition and inject them into Lu Wuxin's head. In such a way, his brain would be very active, but his body would be as feeble as before. They could not be too prudent when it came to the cunning demon emperor. Half an hour later, Lu Wuxin began his confession and did not stop until 3 hours later. The information he poured out was enough to fill half a jade chip. In the end, he was still wearing a mysterious smile when he pushed the crystal processor over to Li Yao. However, the words that followed that froze Li Yao's heart. "I spent 10 years collecting the information. It should be enough to identify most of the children of the Netherworld. However, in Elder Nether Spring's plan, the children of the Netherworld are classified into different levels. The one of the highest level, whose code name is Abyss, will never be caught by you. That is because Elder Nether Spring never asked them to send back any intelligence or do anything that harms the interests of the Star Glory Federation. Before Abyss was dispatched, they were even brainwashed so that they would have absolutely no doubt about their identity as a human being. Nobody knows who Abyss is. Nobody knows the sex, age, height, or weight of Abyss. Even Abyss probably didn't know that they are Abyss before they were activated. Elder Nether Spring is the only one that knows who Abyss is. For decades, he paved the way for Abyss and helped Abyss rise to power in the Federation without leaving any traces. He. You are trying everything you can to capture Elder Nether Spring, but chances are that Elder Nether Spring has already fled to the Heaven's Origin sector and awakened Abyss, and all the other children of the Nether World. Who knows what they will be doing in their desperation. Therefore, you can take however much time you want to analyze the information I've provided. After all, time is not on my side, not on your side, but on the side of Elder Nether Spring and Abyss. Ha. Ha ha ha. An hour later, on Chaos, the flagship of Skyfire, which was docked above Gloomy Bone City, a secret meeting was being held. The participants of the meeting included Li Yao, Jin Xinyue, the Fire Ant King, Han Tuhu, Suo Chaolong as well as Jin Tui, who joined them through a remote video chat. Faced with the intelligence Lu Wuxin had provided, everybody was grave. The air was so tense that a storm might be coming. Schwa. 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 On the more than 10 light beams, countless entries of information were flying crazily like headless flies, messing everybody's mind. First and foremost, Li Yao said, are Lu Wuxin's confessions true or not? Did he make them up in order to buy him more time? Han Tuhu gestured to stop one of the light beams. He enlarged the map of a city and said, I don't know the validity of other information. But this map includes the distribution of the soldiers in West River Fort, a city on the frontier on Grand Desolate Plateau 20 years ago, and the underground bastions. West River Fort used to be a barren, unknown town. However, after tremendous mother lodes of crystals were discovered 30 years ago, it expanded rapidly and grew into an important city on the Grand Desolate Plateau. At that time, my troops were stationed around West River Fort and even joined the West River Resistance. The defense system left quite a deep impression on me. So, this piece of information should be true. At that time, I belonged to the field army nearby, and I was not qualified to learn the secrets of the garrison. West River Fort did not have any local sections. Only the Supreme Commander, the Chief of Staff, and a few other officers of the garrison knew and could send out such information. Besides, Han Tuhu's eyes suddenly turned sharp. 19 years ago, West River Fort encountered an unprecedented beast tide outbreak. Billions of insects flowed out of the depths of the mines directly and drowned all the mother lodes in West River Fort. At that time, we thought that it was a coincidence. The enemy was teleported to the mines below the ground of West River Fort by accident and caught us unprepared. But now, in hindsight, the enemy must have studied the defense system of West River Fort in advance and launched a critical strike through a precise teleportation. That's a much more reasonable theory. Li Yao pondered, so, the highest commander, or the chief of staff, of the garrison of West River Fort 20 years ago is likely one of the children of the netherworld? What's their status now? Han Tuhu's eyes suddenly turned hollow. He mumbled, 20 years ago, it was the 66th Legion of the Federal Army that was stationed in West River Fort. In the battle, the commander and chief of staff were both killed. West River Fort was about to fall when Duan Muming, the deputy chief of staff, stood up and commanded the remaining troops in the fierce battle for 3 days. In the end, he even led a counterattack in person. Finally, West River Fort was saved. At that time, I was fighting side by side with Duan Muming, and his craziness in the battle was etched to my mind. I knew that the guy would certainly rise to prominence one day. Following the battle, Duan Muming secured many other victories and suppressed dozens of beast tide outbreaks. As a new star in the Federation Army, he was appointed as the commander of the 66th Legion and later the deputy captain of the Pegasus Legion. Right now, he is the supreme commander of the Dragon Horse Legion. The Dragon Horse Legion was one of the best troops in the Federation and among the troops that were the earliest to be equipped with the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. It is now one of the 16 Crystal Suit Legions of the Federation. Their gear has been updated twice, and they are now equipped with Assault Type and Super Heavy Armor Type, two latest derivative models of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. In terms of equipment, it is even better than my Flying Tiger Legion. There was nothing but silence in the meeting room. The Star Glory Federation had dedicated all the national resources for more than 10 years to the establishment of the 16 Crystal Suit Legions. Among them, Han Tuhu's Flying Tiger Legion was crippled in the Dark Desolate Domain, and most of the soldiers were captured and brought to the Blood Demon sector. It meant that, for the time being, the Federation only had 15 Crystal Suit Legions. But the commander of one of the Crystal Suit Legions could be Elder Netherspring's agent? Horrible. That was too horrible. Suo Chaolong found it hard to believe. That's a bit absurd. Is it possible for a stranger whose background is unclear to become one of the most important commanders of the army after only several decades? It is quite possible. Li Yao took a deep breath and said, "You are not citizens of the Federation. It's understandable that you don't know our policy. Over the past 100 years, the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector have been melding, and wormholes have been appearing non-stop. The Grand Desolate Plateau is the most plagued area because it is too close to the point of impact. Beast tides occur all the time. After every beast tide, countless towns on the Grand Desolate Plateau will be demolished, and a lot of people would lose their home and family." Cough. 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 Suo Chaolong coughed in embarrassment. He was of a mind to debate with Li Yao again about who the real owner of the Grand Desolate War Institution was and who began all the murders and demolition. But on second thought, he felt that it was not a good time. Li Yao continued. The Grand Desolate Plateau is sparsely populated. Life is difficult. An identification system would be very hard to implement. Sometimes, entire towns are swallowed by the beast tide, and all the files will disappear. How could you prove someone's identity? Let's say that a heavily wounded stranger appeared in the desert near a town that was destroyed in a beast tide. He claimed that he was a resident of the town and luckily escaped the disaster, although his home and his family didn't. How could he prove it? There's no way. Besides, the Star Glory Federation considered the war as one between mankind and the demon race. Then, as long as the guy was a pure human being, he would certainly be on our side. What other proof did he need? That's right. Han Tuhu nodded. When I was in service on the Grand Desolate Plateau, I experienced countless beast tides. Most of the civilians caught in the disaster were scared out of wits by the insects and beasts. Many of them were even suffering serious PTSD or other mental diseases such as amnesia. Who had the heart to tear open their wounds again? As long as they passed the cell test and proved that they were human beings, everything would be good. Also, according to the policy of the Federation, the victims of the beast tides have a lot of privileges. If they are going to college, they will be given bonus scores. If they apply for the major sects or the Federal Army, they will get priority. They will have other benefits after they are admitted, too. After living in the harsh environment for hundreds of years, most of the civilians of the Grand Desolate Plateau are physically strong. Also, they hate the demon's guts and fight harder than other people, which make them the best soldiers. Who else will you raise if not them? Therefore, in both the Federal Army and the major sects, the soldiers and cultivators from the Grand Desolate Plateau are very influential forces. You know the point best, President Li. Li Yao nodded. As a graduate of the Grand Desolate War Institution, naturally, he knew the influence of the cultivators of the Grand Desolate Plateau very well. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit became the first MP crystal suit of the Federal Army partly because of its marvelous design and partly because of the support of the natives of the Grand Desolate Plateau in the army and the government, without which it would not have succeeded. Elder Netherspring and I discovered the relic of chaos by accident when we were hunted 87 years ago, the Fire Ant King said solemnly. After the narrow escape, we gained our fame in the Netherspring Kingdom and began to establish our own forces. In the 10 years that followed, Elder Netherspring stabilized himself in the Demon King level and recruited countless subordinates. A Demon King always has more than 10 tough demon generals under their command. As for the demon soldiers who have high potential, there are too many of them to count. It can be seen from Jin Xinyue's experience that, after a demon is transformed into a human being after consuming excessive divine blood of chaos, their capability will not be reduced much. It will only be changed into a new form. One only needs to be adapted to the new form with new arts of training. With the appropriate training arts, their capability can be recovered very quickly. It means that a demon soldier can be transformed into a cultivator in the refinement stage, and a demon general can be transformed into a cultivator in the building foundation stage. Everybody fell silent. Although the guys around Li Yao nowadays were all top-tier experts in the Demon Emperor level or the nascent soul stage, and he had been hunted by dozens of Demon Emperors more than once, it did not mean that nascent soul stage cultivators or Demon Emperors were cheap. He had only gotten involved with such people because his capability was also at such a level. As a matter of fact, in either the Heaven's Origin sector or the Blood Demon sector, a building foundation stage cultivator or a demon general was already a very influential individual in society and a 1 in 10,000 elite. In the Star Glory Federation, the elders of many sects were in the building foundation stage. A large percentage of the professors in the 9 elite universities were in the building foundation stage, too. For those who entered the core formation stage, they were qualified to create their own sect or find their way into the leadership of the top 500 sects of the Federation. In the Federal Army, Han Tuhu, a tough warrior who commanded one of the 16 Crystal Suit Legions, was merely at the peak of the core formation stage. If one of Elder Netherspring's demon generals was transformed into a building foundation stage cultivator or a demon soldier was transformed into a refinement stage cultivator before they were sent to the Heaven's Origin sector, it would be quite possible for them to distinguish themselves after a while. Don't forget one thing. The Fire Ant King worriedly observed, Elder Netherspring uncovered a lot of the relics of chaos 70 years ago. Chances are that the secrets arts of training from 40,000 years ago were left inside. The children of the nether world that he sent to the Heaven's Origin sector might have grasped the secret arts, too. So, they must have been advancing at a shocking speed. In the eyes of other people, weren't the cultivators all geniuses of training and rarely seen treasures who were worth being appreciated? Jean Xinyue had been deep in thought all the time. After hearing that, she suddenly changed the topic, frowning. For hundreds of years, the coalition army of demons has persisted with continentalism. The beast tides that scourged the Heaven's Origin sector were almost exclusively made of the Insect clan and the Claw clan. The Nether Spring Kingdom was the vanguard of every invasion, too. In the end, the beast tide even became a synonym for the demon race. The invasions were all planned by Elder Netherspring, right? Everybody nodded. The 12 demon emperors were responsible for different fields. In the past, Jean Tui had been in charge of the universal development. That was why his voice was louder in the meeting to discuss whether or not the Eye of Blood Demon should be built. Elder Netherspring, on the other hand, was in charge of the probing attacks against the Heaven's Origin sector. It was because continentalism had been prevalent in the Blood Demon sector in the past, too. At least 7 out of 10 beast tide outbreaks had been launched by the insect clan of the Nether Spring Kingdom. An overwhelming ocean of insects was the first impression on the demon race for many citizens of the Federation. Deep in thought, Jean Xinyue mumbled, "It used to bother me why Elder Netherspring attacked the Heaven's Origin sector without caring about the cost. Such harassing attacks were impossible to defeat the Star Glory Federation. Our speculation in the beginning was that he was trying to capture experiment subjects for the demon god virus. Now that I think about it, we were too simple-minded back then. Master, as I recall, in the Star Glory Federation, in either the Circle of Cultivators or the Federal Army, military credit has the most importance attached to it, right?" Li Yao nodded. "Of course. The Federation has fought the demon race for 500 years. Strength is what the nation was founded on. Military credit is highly valued in every trade, and being a federal soldier is the most respected profession. All the children have to learn fighting from young ages. Even in school, like the No. 2 Crimson Nimbus High School that I studied in, many training courses are included in the curriculum, too. It is not unusual for classmates to break each other's hands or feet in their horseplay. I remember that I took part in the Limit Challenge competition when I was only 18 and fought against real demon beasts. A few students were killed in the battle by accident, but the Limit Challenge competition was not called off. The only criterion to select elites is military credit. There's no need to mention the Federal Army, where military credit certainly matters most. In cultivation sects, even those whose main business is not hunting demon beasts, earning military credit is also a top priority. It is because only with military credit will you get a tax reduction, have the chance for commercial bidding, and win the respect of other sects during negotiations. If a cultivation sect is too busy making money inland and hasn't been to the Grand Desolate Plateau for a long time, they will have no tax reduction, no loans from the bank, and no business dealings with other sections. Customers might even boycott the products of the sect. In the words of cultivators, the brand of such sects will be tarnished. Therefore, all the major sects have been trying to go to the Grand Desolate Plateau in order to slay demon beasts and protect ordinary people so that they can build up the image of their sect. As a regular cultivator, if you want to be appreciated by a certain sect, if you want more powerful training arts, and if you want more valuable heavenly materials and earthly treasures, you will have to exchange military credit for them. In that regard, it won't help even if you are the son of the leader. The top 500 sects of the Federation are all listed. The distribution of most of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures is supervised by independent auditing agencies. Any violation of rules will be investigated by the authorities. The usage of ultimate treasures must be reflected dutifully on the quarterly report and the annual report for the interest of shareholders and ordinary investors. Moreover, the rights to develop the mother lodes on the Grand Desolate Plateau, to build towns, and to control certain commercial routes, those that can make a new sect rise quickly or keep an old sect thrive forever, will be allocated according to the military credit. With such prevailing ideologies, there is little nepotism in the noble families of the Star Glory Federation. Even if there is any, their family and sect will simply waste some money on them and consider them non-existent. Without military credit, it is impossible to become a decision-maker in any sect. Of course, military credit does not necessarily mean fighting demon beasts on a battlefield. After all, not every cultivator is good at fighting. But at the very least, they should go to the Grand Desolate Plateau and serve the people however they can. All cultivators will work together to resist the beast tides. Master, Jean Shinue said, even if a cultivator doesn't boast an impressive familial background, they can still rise to fame quickly with tremendous military credit, right? Li Yao and Han Tuhu both nodded. Capability and credit before familial background. It was one of the traditions that the Star Glory Federation was most proud of. Jean Shinue asked again, then, resisting the beast tides is the fastest way to accumulate military credit in the Star Glory Federation, right? In the past century, the demons inland have mostly been eradicated, Li Yao said. The Grand Desolate Plateau is the only place of trouble. Of course, that is the only place you can to go if you want military credit. It is very risky to resist the demon beasts and to fight demons on the Grand Desolate Plateau. But the returns are promising, too. If you are still alive after a few years of fighting, you will gain enough military credit to be a well-respected hero. Your future will be nothing but bright. If you have the chance to kill a strong demon beast or play a key role in resisting a critical beast tide, you might become famous overnight. Li Yao was a perfect example himself. When he had just learned how to wear a crystal suit, he engaged in a battle with the squad of the Silver Blood Demons led by Wang Ji, a young prince of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers, in the depths of Thunderous Sound Mountain. The battle had gone on for a few days, and Li Yao had returned in one piece. The battle had made him rise to fame. The success of the demon beast detector that he later invented could be partly attributed to the incident. While talking, Li Yao suddenly trembled as he realized something. Han Tui also bulged his eyes and exclaimed in a low voice. Jean Shinue smiled bitterly. Master, it seems that we've been underestimating Elder Nether Spring this whole time. For decades, he drove the beast tides of the Elder Nether Spring to attack the Heaven's Origin sector insanely for much more sophisticated reasons than to capture experiment subjects in the battle. First of all, the beast tides would demolish the towns on the Grand Desolate Plateau. all the identity files would be destroyed. He could even make up some false files and mix them with the real ones. In such a way, the children of the netherworld would have legal identities to infiltrate the Federation. The children of the netherworld were very gifted in training and hated the demon's guts. Under the Federation's policy, it would have been easy for them to join the Federal Army and the major sections. After they became familiarized with the new place, they would travel to the Grand Desolate Plateau and fight back the beast tides in order to gain military credit and to avenge their imaginary family. That's very reasonable, right? The children of the netherworld were demons in the first place. They knew the weaknesses and the combat patterns of the demon race. Moreover, they were perhaps communicating with Elder Netherspring and were informed of the time and location of every beast tide. Hee. Most of the beast tides were organized by Elder Netherspring. The attacks launched by the Kingdom of Lion Butchers couldn't have been a secret to him either, since he was an ally. As long as he sent the intelligence over, wouldn't it be hundreds of times easier for the children of the netherworld to acquire military credit? Or rather, when a child of the netherworld hit the bottleneck, Elder Netherspring could even tailor-make a beast tide for them so that they would crush the demons and succeed in defending their home after bloody battles. Wouldn't he be fabricating a federal hero in such a way? Such federal heroes would rise much faster in the Federal Army in the sects than normal cultivators, wouldn't they? Everybody broke out in cold sweat. The Fire Ant King slapped the table and rose up. Yes. That's more Elder Netherspring style. He has always been good at manipulating other people, playing tricks, and stabbing other people in the back. But the only exception was the war against the Heaven's Origin sector. He devoted tremendous forces of the Netherspring Kingdom crazily without a clear purpose. Before we ended on bad terms, I once asked him in private, but he always gave me excuses such as it was for the elimination of the dissidents. However, over the past few decades, he gradually seized complete power. Even Master Hollow Wind and his supporters, who were the traditional nobles of the Netherspring Kingdom, never dared object to his face. Was there any dissent that he needed to quash? At that time, I was too busy planning the Blade of Chaos and did not think too much of it. But today, I've finally figured everything out. Elder Netherspring regarded the forces of the Netherspring Kingdom as nutrition for the seeds of his ambitions. Part of the seeds were the Netherworld Watch, and the rest were the scarier children of the Netherworld. Although the beast tides all failed in the end and significantly consumed the resources of the Netherspring Kingdom, the children of the Netherworld that he sent into the Heaven's Origin sector gained enough military credit and successfully infiltrated the leadership of the Federal Army and major sects. Hantuhu suddenly shivered as if he was suffering a fever. Everybody looked at him. Taking a long breath, Hantuhu said, "Something occurred to me just now. The Battle of Dawn 2 years ago was the first supermassive attack on the Heaven's Origin sector by the Blood Demon sector. Regular armies of the Netherspring Kingdom and the Kingdom of Lion Butchers almost swept across the entire Grand Desolate Plateau. Of course, the coalition army of demons failed in the end. The failure was apparently because of the mutiny of the low-level demons in the frontline, but in fact, the Federal Army was preparing to implement the Giant Crab Operation, in which the invaders' rear would be cut off, and they would be swallowed as a whole. It means that, with or without the unexpected mutiny, the coalition army of demons was doomed to suffer a brutal failure. A brutal failure of the coalition army of demons would mean a glorious triumph of the Star Glory Federation. It's been more than 100 years since the Federation last had such a huge victory. Naturally, everybody would have been rewarded according to their contribution and claimed their military credit. Then, how many amply credible officers and cultivators would rise to higher places for the war to come? Would there have been a few children of the netherworld among them? Nobody was able to answer the heart-freezing question. Don't forget that there's still the most dreadful abyss. Suo Chaolong gnashed his teeth. Other children of the netherworld, as long as they acted and had communication with Elder Netherspring before, must have left traces. We will dig them out sooner or later. But Abyss, if Lu Wuxin's words are to be believed, has never sent any intelligence to Elder Nether Spring or done anything that harms the interests of the Federation. On the surface, Abyss will appear a model cultivator who fulfills their duty by slaying the demons and defending the homeland. Besides, Elder Nether Spring must have paid special attention to Abyss, too. He must have created many favorable conditions so that Abyss could claim unimaginable military credit easily and grow into an influential person in the Federation step by step. Chances are that Abyss is already a well-known hero of the Federation right now who works in a key post of a core agency and has the capability to influence the policy of the Federation. We don't have any leads or concrete proof. How are we going to dig out such a terrifying abyss? Seeing that everybody was getting more and more depressed, Li Yao quickly sorted through what was on his mind and rose up. Thankfully, we have gathered the intelligence sent back by part of the children of the nether world. As long as we deduce the intelligence to the authorities of the Federation in time and ask them to run a comprehensive analysis, most of the children of the nether world will certainly be fished up. The whole incident might not be as damaging as we think. After all, it's been no more than 100 years since Elder Nether Spring discovered the divine blood of chaos. It means that the nascent soul stage cultivators who are more than 100 years old in the Federation can't be the children of the nether world. As long as we find the nascent soul stage cultivators and prove the validity of the intelligence, the problem will be solved. As for Abyss, although we don't have any leads, we can find a few suspects with simple deduction. Li Yao smiled. First of all, 70 years ago, Elder Nether Spring couldn't have foreseen that he would be implementing the spore stratagem in the future. At that time, he sent the children of the nether world for the simple purposes of smuggling and espionage. It is unlikely that he made up his mind to send Abyss, who would lurk for decades, so early, right? Everybody nodded. It was not until Elder Nether Spring had the Nether Spring Kingdom under control and began the development of the demon god virus and the preparation for the spore stratagem that he felt the importance of having insiders in the Star Glory Federation. He probably sent Abyss at that time, which was approximately 30 to 50 years ago. Hee. Everything is simpler if so. In the recent 30 to 50 years, are there any superstars who suddenly rose to fame in the Star Glory Federation? Do any of them have no parents or impressive familial background but have experienced a lot of fortuitous adventures, their capability soaring incredibly like the protagonist of a novel? Right. The guy might not hold a high social position, but he can influence the Federation to some extent. Also, he has probably received secrets arts of the ancient cultivators from 40,000 years ago that Elder Nether Spring excavated from the relics of chaos. Therefore, he must be a person who is adept in the ancient arts of refining. Whoever meets the conditions will be Abyss. Li Yao bashed the desk hard and declared, "Think about it, everybody. Is there such a guy? Everything will be settled as soon as we have him under control." Enlightened, everybody nodded and reflected on the cultivators of the Heaven's origin sector that met all the conditions. Very soon, almost at the same time, everybody raised their head and looked at Li Yao. Cold sweat popping up, Li Yao stammered, Is there a problem? Jean Xinyue coughed and tugged on Li Yao's sleeve before she said in a low voice, "Master, the guy that you described seems to be yourself." Li Yao blinked. "Does he?" "Yes, he does," Jean Xinyue said. "You were an orphan whose parents passed away early, and you grew up in the magical equipment graveyard. So, nobody can prove where you came from. Later, you rose miraculously and advanced into the superlative height of the core formation stage in less than 20 years. Your combat ability is now equal to the nascent soul stage. Also, you are an ultra-level federal hero, and you boast tremendous influence in the Heaven's origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector. You are certainly a game-changing factor in the situation. As for the ancient arts of refining, as I recall, your skills in refining are inherited from ancient cultivators, and your most famous skill is traditional manual forging, right?" "Huh. The more I talk about it, the more you fit the description. Think about it carefully, Master, are you really not Abyss? Everybody nodded upon hearing Jin Xinyue's words, but then they shook their heads hard. That's just kidding. It's impossible for Li Yao to be Abyss. If he were Abyss, why would he have destroyed the Eye of Blood Demon and disrupted the Spore stratagem? Also, it was impossible for Elder Netherspring to predict the space jump to the Flying Star sector. The odds of survival were too low. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Yao scratched his head and said, I wish I were Abyss. If so, when Elder Netherspring comes to find me, I could blow up his head in one punch and shout to his face, I quit. Problem solved. Everybody laughed in amusement. Finally, the air was less intense. His antennae shivering slightly, the Fire Ant King found another person from his memory. Li Yao is unlikely to be Abyss, but I have a better candidate here. She was born in the Grand Desolate Plateau. She lost her parents in a beast-tide outbreak when she was young. She has always been a genius in training and was once known as one of the youngest building foundation stage cultivator in the Federation. In the past decade, her capability has soared exponentially after back-to-back fortuitous incidents. Now, she is the youngest cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage, the strongest expert in the younger generation, and an idol for billions of teenagers. She has been roaming about the Grand Desolate Plateau for the last 10 years. Even after the Federation retreated and burnt everything to the ground, she was still fighting and hunting on her own in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau despite the lack of supplies. Her unpredictable routes, her overwhelming techniques, and her ruthless style have frightened quite a lot of demons and gained her unparalleled fame inside the Federation. It is said that many nascent soul stage cultivators have high hopes in her and offered all their knowledge to her. Before Li Yao returned, she had been built into the image of the Federation by the government as a well-deserved hero. She is Ding Lingdang, also known as Blazing Tyrannosaur, the captain of the first assault team of the Grand Desolate Legion. Suo Chaolong bulged his eyes, with a hint of fear beaming out. Indeed. The woman is the bane of the demons on the Grand Desolate Plateau. Her brutality and callousness are truly appalling. Many demons said before their march that they would rather be faced with a crystal suit legion of the Federation than run into the Blazing Tyrannosaur. You can know how savage she is from her nickname. 10 years ago, she was known as Inferno Witch. However, after witnessing her ruthlessness, all the demons agreed that she was not a woman at all but a ferocious tyrannosaur. Therefore, she became known as Blazing Tyrannosaur. Li Yao. However, her familial ground seems to be clean, the Fire Ant King said. Her father was a soldier of the Federal Army, and her mother was a teacher in the Grand Desolate War Institution. Evidence is thorough. The familial background can be faked. Suo Chaolong countered. Wasn't she the only survivor in the beast tide in which her parents were killed? Chances are that the real Ding Lingdang died and the fake Ding Lingdang snuck in. It does make a lot of sense now that you mentioned it, the Fire Ant King agreed. This Blazing Tyrannosaur is one of the firmest hawks in the younger generation. She is shouting to demolish the Blood Demon sector every day. Many young, passionate cultivators have gathered around her. Their influence cannot be underestimated. If we make a list of the potential obstacles for the peace negotiations, she is definitely on the top. She does have the ability to influence the policy of the Federation. That's right. Suo Chaolong slapped his thighs hard. The one thing that Elder Netherspring wants most right now is for the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector to attack each other furiously so that he can take advantage. Therefore, the dreadful, Blazing Tyrannosaur must be Abyss. If we want the peace negotiations to work out, we must stop the she-dinosaur from sabotaging everything. President Li, do you agree? Chapter 1061 Rekindled Ashes. I remember it too now. Han Tuhu's eyes shone as he exclaimed, Ding Lingdang is from the Grand Desolate War Institution, and so is President Li. 10 years ago, you must have met each other before in the Grand Desolate War Institution, didn't you? His eyelids twitching, Li Yao nodded slowly. Indeed, we did. That will be a lot easier. Han Tuhu said excitedly. When we return to the Heaven's Origin sector, you can try to sneak to Ding Lingdang's side. With your keen eyes, you will certainly be able to discover enough traces to unveil the true face of this blazing tyrannosaur. Right, what was your relationship with Ding Lingdang in the past? Are you confident that you can get close to her and win her trust? Expressionlessly, Li Yao replied, that shouldn't be a problem. We used to be in a romantic relationship. More exactly, she is my fiancée. I was planning to marry her when I'm back home. Han Tuhu. Sua Chao Long. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. The Fire Ant King was the first to recover. As expected of Vulture Li Yao. Only such a great hero who has been tested by countless battles like yourself is the perfect match for the untraditional Lady Ding. Sua Chao Long wiped his sweat. Exactly. Now that I think about it, Ding Lingdang is not very suspicious. She is a pure battle-type cultivator after all, and her supporters and worshippers have gathered around her because of her personal charisma. They are not well disciplined. The real abyss shouldn't be someone like that. Han Tuhu slapped the table. Indeed. You've reminded me of yet another suspect who is more suspicious than President Li's fiancé. The man was the most brilliant new star before the rise of President Li and Ding Lingdang. He was also one of the youngest core formation stage cultivators in the Federation. What is scarier is that, not only did the guy boast exceptional combat ability, he was also gifted at operation and management. He is a hybrid-type cultivator. More than 10 years ago, when the guy was only in his 30s, he established his own sect. In the past 10 years, his sect has been expanding crazily as if it has eaten a lot of crystal bombs. Its comprehensively capability is multiplying every year. Today, his sect is attracting the most talented young cultivators of the Federation to join. As for himself, he was nominated as Celebrity of the Nation twice in a row. He is definitely the well-deserved most influential person among the young cultivators. The guy is Peng Hai, also known as Fiend Blade. His enterprise, Double Dragon's Union, ranks the 92nd in the top 500 sects of the Federation right now, surpassing many big sects that have a long history. The Fire Ant King nodded in agreement and said, that's right. Fiend Blade Peng Hai seems much more likely than Ding Lingdang. His Double Dragon's Union is a huge, meticulous organization that is involved in the development of many kinds of magical equipment in the Federation Army. The Demon Beast Detector, from which the sect earned the first bucket of gold, has been updated to the 9th generation. Every soldier in the Federal Army is equipped with one. It is one of the most important pieces of portable magical equipment for them. If Fiend Blade Peng Hai is Abyss, and he has hidden backdoors in the Demon Beast Detector, there might be dire consequences. Han Tuhu frowned. Wait. Demon Beast Detector? I feel that I'm missing something. Li Yao coughed and said, the Demon Beast Detector was my invention. Fiend Blade Peng Hai was my senior brother. He is also the one who guided me to the path of cultivation. I have a lot of shares in the Double Dragons Union, too. In fact, the Double Dragons refers to us. Sua Chao Long. Han Tuhu. Master, are you really certain that you are not Abyss sent by Elder Netherspring? Jean Xinyue asked. Jean Tui, who had been listening quietly as a hologram, finally opened his mouth. All right. Stop proposing groundless hypotheses. After only 3 months, he appeared much older than before. Not only was his hair pure white, wrinkles, from which dark, golden colors were beaming out, found their way onto his cheeks, too. He was narrowing his eyes, as if he were taking a nap, all the time and seemed to be indifferent to the stimuli of the outside world. Only on such occasions would he slightly open his eyes that were still emitting feeble brightness. Li Yao, Ding Ling Dang, and Fiend Blade Peng Hai are all less than 50 years old. If any of them are abyss, it means that Elder Nether Spring sent an infant, or a young child, to the Heaven's Origin sector 50 years ago. If so, there would have been too many unpredictable factors. Who could guarantee that an infant, or a child, would grow into a cultivator, and even a core formation stage 1 so that they could influence the Federation? Besides, children are unlikely to be absolutely loyal to Elder Nether Spring. How could Elder Nether Spring be sure that Abyss would still be loyal to him when they grew up? If he did send anybody over, it must be someone in their 30s or 40s. After all, cultivators can keep their faces young. If they practice special techniques, even someone in their 60s might be able to pretend to be a 16-year-old. Jean Tui's conclusion was rather convincing. Everybody nodded in agreement. Deep in thought, Li Yao remarked, if that's the case, all the cultivators between 50 and 100 years old must be scrutinized. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment. The list of suspects was bordering on infinity. 50 to 100 years old were the prime years for a cultivator. Their experience and resources would have been accumulated to the maximum, and the health of their body and soul had yet to decline. It was the most precious golden years for them. Many leaders of the key departments in the Federation were cultivators at such an age. Also, the leaders of the key departments were almost exclusively, rarely seen geniuses in training, who had experienced a lot of fortuitous events and accomplished unparalleled military credit through mountains of dead bodies. According to the criteria, the managers of the major sects, the middle-level officers of the Federal Army, and the directors of certain bureaus in the government would mostly have to be captured for verification. Jean Tui coughed lightly. Without any proof, we won't be able to get specific names even if we sit here until dawn. Therefore, we might as well analyze Elder Nether Spring's purpose and what the children of the Netherworld and Abyss are up to exactly. Everybody nodded in agreement. Li Yao said, that's right. No matter how well the children of the Netherworld and Abyss have been hiding, they will jump out very soon. If we know their purpose in advance, we will be able to adopt appropriate strategies. The Fire Ant King's eyes were glittering. Have you already figured it out, Commander? Jean Tui smiled and struggled to shake his head. Elder Nether Spring is now a rabid dog grasped by desperation. Who knows how exactly he will play his last move? However, I'm most certain about one thing. For the enthusiastic hawks of the Star Glory Federation, right now is the best opportunity to attack the Blood Demon sector in the past 500 years. Everybody almost stood on their feet in shock upon hearing the words. Jean Tui breathed heavily as he said, in the past 100 years, the comprehensive capability of the Blood Demon sector has been higher than the Heaven's Origin sector, and we were the invaders. In the meantime, the Heaven's Origin sector was developing faster than the Blood Demon sector and was the defender. The Heaven's Origin sector traded space for time and planned to counterattack when they had an overwhelming advantage after further technological advancements. Without the unexpected changes, the overwhelming advantage wouldn't have come into being until decades later. However, the situation is different today. The destruction of the Eye of Blood Demon caused the death of 14 demon emperors and countless elite troops. The savaging of the demon god virus significantly wasted the fundamental forces of the Blood Demon sector and stalled a lot of troops. Also, while we were rapidly seizing power, we were also creating countless enemies. In the 4 demon kingdoms, there must be more traditional nobles who want to feast upon our flesh than we can count. Given a few years' time, the Blood Demon sector will certainly recover from the mess, but right now is truly the moment when we have the fewest demon emperors, the most disordered army, the worst internal discord, and the most widespread plague in the history of the Blood Demon sector. Do you think the firm hawks in the Star Glory Federation and those who have invested all their belongings or even the assets of their sect into the victory funds will let go of the opportunity? Everybody gasped, and Jean Xinhua frowned. But the Star Glory Federation doesn't know anything that is going on here. Jean Tui smiled and said, "What if the children of the netherworld tell them?" Everybody fell silent. The atmosphere was even more depressing than before. Jean Tui struggled to drink some water. He breathed for a moment and rubbed his temples softly before he continued with his eyes closed. The key of the spore stratagem is to raise a world war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. In the world-blighting war, the demon god virus will be released so that a cruel new world will be created. Plan A of the spore stratagem was to let the final battle happen in the capital city of the Star Glory Federation through the eye of Blood Demon. Now, Plan A has failed. However, if the children of the netherworld can convince the leadership of the Star Glory Federation that the Blood Demon sector is at its weakest right now, that an expedition right now will be enough to completely suppress the Blood Demon sector, and that the demons will be the perfect slaves for collecting resources for the preparation against the army of the Imperium of true human beings, who can be certain that the spore stratagem will not be rekindled? Li Yao rose up suddenly. "Let's go and elicit the other half of the intelligence from Lu Wuxin right now. Then, we will immediately head back to the Heaven's Origin sector, hand over the intelligence to the leadership of the Federation, and tell them the whole truth." Bam bam. Bam 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 bam. Not a moment after Li Yao concluded his declaration, somebody knocked on the door in the utmost fury. Dents were appearing on the thick, heavy planks. All the participants looked at each other in bewilderment and raised their alert. Opening the door, they discovered that it was Wei Tianqing, the demon emperor from the Wolf clan who was responsible for watching over Lu Wuxin. "General Wei, what are you doing here?" The Fire Ant King stood up and said solemnly, "Aren't you supposed to be watching over Lu Wuxin right now? The mad medic is sordid and cunning. He might run away at any moment." Wei Tianqing's face was pale, and his furry tail was trembling crazily like a blade of grass in the blowing wind. It was not until he panted for a long time that he gnashed his teeth. "He can't escape now. He's dead." "What?" Li Yao, Jin Xinhua, Han Tuhu, and Suo Chaolong all jumped to their feet. Chapter 1062 Time to go home. Lu Wuxin had died a quick death. His body had collapsed on the iron seat, still tied up. His hands and feet were still bound by the barriers. His eyeballs, one large and one small, had turned pale white. Every scar on his ugly face had dimmed, but his lips were still in a gloating smile, as if he were mocking those who were studying his body. Although there were not any injuries on the surface, his brain had been melted into a cluster of half-frozen venom. All of his brain cells and nerve endings had been corroded. His self-awareness and his soul had perished instantly. Nobody in the entire universe could save him right now. In order to demonstrate his sincerity about the cooperation, after offering half of the intelligence he knew, Lu Wuxin had begun to describe the experiment files of the demon god virus. Many pieces of the key data that he provided had yet to be grasped by the coalition army of demons. They would be very helpful for the control of the epidemic. Even so, nobody relaxed around him. His every finger and toe were closely bound by barriers, unable to move at all. He could only input the information he knew into a crystal processor specially modified by Li Yao through telepathic thoughts while a demon emperor was standing by and watching. The defense was so heavy that there was no way that Lu Wuxin could escape. However, he had died an uncanny death right in front of Wei Tianqing, a demon emperor of the Wolf clan. Half an hour later, the autopsy was completed, suggesting that Lu Wuxin had committed suicide. In the deepest part of his brain, a thin shell, which was probably the debris of a certain venom gland, had been found out. He had not been lying. It was true that he had performed many little surgeries on his head and inserted a lot of stuff into it. The venom gland could be manipulated by his telepathic thoughts. When his brain waves were strong enough, he would be able to activate the gland at will and release the venom contained inside, thereby killing himself neatly and quickly. The autopsy report froze everyone's heart. We've been fooled. The Fire Ant King was rather depressed. Since the very beginning, Lu Wuxin never planned to negotiate with us, nor did he really consider working for us. The only motivation for his quick confession was our nutrition drug, which could restore his brainwaves to an extent where he could manipulate the venom gland to kill himself. But, Han Tuhu had not thought it through. Why did he kill himself without a good reason? Because he was very clear that, even if he told us everything, we still wouldn't let him walk away, Jin Xinyue said coldly. Mad Medic Lu Wuxin has been infamous in the blood demon sector for almost 100 years. He made too many enemies. Also, as the supervisor of the laboratory of the demon god virus, he killed countless innocent victims and devastated their family. It was impossible for him to survive. If he fell into the hands of his enemies, he wouldn't even be able to die. Indeed. The Fire Ant King sighed and said, there are too many methods in the blood demon sector that can torture someone for years without killing him. Lu Wuxin was an expert in that regard himself. He knew the miserable feelings best, and he did not wish to end up like that. I assume that he prepared to kill himself a long time ago. However, when he was just captured, his brain was suppressed, so his brain waves were not strong enough to activate the venom gland. That was why he negotiated with us and waited for an opportunity patiently. Finally, he found a chance to get away from the excruciating torment. Suo Chaolong bashed the desk hard and said, it doesn't matter whether he is alive or dead. But there is still much precious intelligence in his head. Is there any way we can dig it out? Jin Tui coughed lightly and said, Lu Wuxin's brain has been seriously sabotaged. It's almost impossible to retrieve any valuable information from there. Moreover, I think that Lu Wuxin already confessed most of the things he knew. He couldn't have concealed much intelligence from us. He only started working for Elder Netherspring 10 years ago. The children of the Netherworld Project and Abyss had nothing to do with him. All the information he told us was collected in secret. It is already impressive enough that he knew so much about the two projects. But how could he know more details about the two projects? It is exactly because he was aware that the little information that he knew about was absolutely not enough to trade for his life that he killed himself so quickly. Everybody pondered for a moment and had to admit that Jin Tui did have a point. Lu Wuxin was not directly involved in the Children of the Netherworld project. What he had access to would only have been the tip of the iceberg. Anyway, I have to go back to the Heaven's Origin sector as soon as possible and deliver all the intelligence to the leadership of the Star Glory Federation, to prove the existence of the Children of the Netherworld and establish a channel of dialogue between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, Li Yao said. Right now, we don't have any clue what is going on in the Star Glory Federation. If the Children of the Netherworld are truly stirring trouble or even instigating a massive attack against the Blood Demon sector, everything will be too late. There had never been a smooth channel of communication between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. Before, some of the spies of the Blood Demon sector were scattered in the Heaven's Origin sector. However, because they could not conceal the dispersion of their demonic energy, it was impossible for them to sneak into the leadership of the Federation. They could not even enter the big cities, which were usually heavily guarded. Therefore, they could only hide themselves in fear and send the most rudimental intelligence back. Since the capital city was invaded by the demon race 3 months ago, the Federation had raised its vigilance, too. The spies had almost all been dug out and eliminated now. In the meantime, on the Grand Desolate Plateau, Jin Tui did not want more conflicts with the Federation. He ordered that all the armies of demons retreat to the Blood Demon sector. Without his command, not even a cockroach would jump to the Heaven's Origin sector. Therefore, for them right now, the Heaven's Origin sector was a complete black box. They had no idea what had happened there over the past 3 months. The longer they delayed, the more unpredictable factors would emerge. Li Yao had planned to return to the Heaven's origin sector from the moment he learned the whole truth of the Red Tide plan. However, the mystic skeleton battlesuit had not been repaired at that time, and his cooperation with Jean Tui had only just begun. Therefore, he had to postpone his departure. Today, the mystic skeleton battlesuit had been fixed, and the new Skyfire had also taken shape. Jean Tui and Jean Xinyue had basically got the control of the Blood Demon sector. Li Yao was now able to go home without worries. "Let me go back with you," Han Tuhu said in a hurry. "My voice is not low in the Federation army. Also, I know a lot of leaders in the military. They will certainly believe the information if I am there." Han Tuhu was the supreme commander of one of the 16 Crystal Suit Legions of the Federation. Naturally, he had a lot of connections and boasted tremendous influence in the Federal Army. It had been more than 1 year since he had been to the Blood Demon sector by Elder Nether Spring. He could not wait to go back to his motherland, which was now in great peril. However, Li Yao shook his head after considering for a moment. "I think that it will be better if I go back alone and figure out the situation first." Han Tuhu was surprised. "Why?" Li Yao glimpsed at Jean Tui and said, "If Elder Nether Spring is really trying to raise a world war between the Heaven's origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, the most crucial task for him is to cut off the communication between the two sectors. Only if there is no direct dialogue between the two sectors will he be able to fan the flames in the middle and escalate the situation. Therefore, assuming that the children of the Nether World have already taken action, they must be prepared for everyone who's going to jump from the Blood Demon sector to the Heaven's origin sector, especially the guys such as us. From the intelligence we have, we can infer that the children of the Nether World have infiltrated the Federation to a shocking degree. Even the commander of one of the Crystal Suit Legions might be one of them. They will certainly try everything they can to stop us and even wipe us out. The hatred between the Heaven's origin sector and the Blood Demon sector is too deep. It cannot be resolved with a few empty words. Also, General Han, your current appearance happens to be dazed." Han Tuhu put on a bitter smile. Suo Chaolong and he had been the most important experiment subjects for Elder Nether Spring. In the depths of the Nether World on the gloomy Wind Islands in the North Pole, they had both gone through 1 year of devastating experiments. The cells in their bodies had greatly mutated. Eventually, he had become more and more like a demon, and Suo Chaolong had become more and more like a human being. After the Serum of Chaos was successfully manufactured, Han Tuhu and the soldiers of the Flying Tiger Legion had volunteered to take the first shot, but the effect had not been very satisfactory. It was because the Serum of Chaos was based not on the original divine blood of Chaos but Jean Xinyue's blood. Although Jean Xinyue turned from a demon into a human being because of the excessive divine blood of Chaos, her blood was still different from the original divine blood of Chaos. Therefore, the effect could not possibly be the same. Moreover, they were not planning to duplicate the purest divine blood of Chaos, at least not for now. The venomous fog in the Blood Demon sector was not suitable for the normal human beings. After she was transformed into a core formation stage cultivator, Jean Xinyue could resist the hazard with the immense spiritual energy. But if regular demons were transformed into the purest human beings, they would no longer be adapted to the venomous fog. The procedure would be killing them instead of saving them. Therefore, in the first batch of serum, the reduction of the cells was kept to a certain degree. Features of the demon race were more or less removed, but a lot of primeval cells remained in their internal organs. Han Tuhu and the other soldiers of the Federal Army were the survivors of the repetitive experiments. They had undergone deep mutations. The primeval cells in their body were deeply rooted, so they could not be restored after 1 or 2 injections. After taking 3 shots, Han Tuhu was no longer the hideous demon he used to be, but the features of the demon race were still obvious. Pure natural shells covered his critical parts, and the long bone tail was still wagging behind him. He would not be able to defend himself at all if the children of the nether world smeared him after he returned to the heaven's origin sector in such an appearance. In fact, Li Yao had similar problems, too. Although he could maintain the appearance of a standard human being with the help of the mental devil, the primeval cells that had been completely activated could not be restored to their original state. It meant that he could barely pass the test for demons when he was back. However, his manipulation over the demonic energy was defter than Han Tuhu's, and it was more difficult to smear an ultra-level federal hero than to smear the commander of a Crystal Suit Legion. Besides, with the combat ability of the superlative height of the core formation stage, his ability to survive in the heaven's origin sector was much higher than Han Tuhu's, too. It's decided then. I will go to the Federation to gather intelligence. After I make sure that everything is fine, General Han and the other soldiers will come back home. It will be safer this way. What do you think, everybody? Li Yao suddenly rose up. As he glanced over the crowd, his eyes that were as sharp as blades. He did not flinch at all when he met Jin Tui's eyes. Chapter 1063 Three Key Persons. 3 days later, in the northeast of the Blood Demon sector, on a vast plateau known as Nine Voids. The place was covered in colorful, hazy mist all year around. Occasionally, weird auroras would soar into the sky and rip bizarre-looking gaps there. The creatures that trespassed into the auroras by accident would disappear and emerge in another world. This was the melding point in the Blood Demon sector, which was equivalent to the dark desolate domain in the Heaven's Origin sector. It was also the traditional route of attack for the coalition army of demons. Therefore, outside of the Nine Voids, military camps and defense lines had been established over a span of hundreds of kilometers. Inside the Nine Voids, enormous teleportation arrays had also been set up, which were enough to send the devilish warships and the experts in the level of Demon Emperor to the Heaven's Origin sector. After Jin Tui seized power and decided to work toward a truce with the Heaven's Origin sector, the teleportation arrays had been left unused for 3 months, covered in a layer of dust. But today, the largest teleportation array of all was shining with a weird brilliance and exhaling mysterious auroras. Vulture Li Yao was about to go home. In the military camp, he checked his gear for the last time. Considering that he was not home for battle but to deliver the instrument of surrender for the demon race, it was best that the newborn mystic skeleton battle suit, which was brimming with demonic energy, be kept away from the world. Therefore, Jin Tui specially prepared an MP Mystic Skeleton battlesuit for Li Yao. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was standard gear for the Federal Army. It was almost identical to the version that Li Yao had helped design more than 10 years ago. The familiar interface and manipulation system reminded Li Yao of the good old times. He recalled the time when Ding Lingdang and he were punching each other brutally in the campus. Besides the necessary magical equipment, the items that he carried most were letters, including a secret letter with the signatures of more than 10 demon emperors and the stamp of the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons, and Jin Tui's personal letter that had his own mark. Other than the demons' documents, he also carried letters from Han Tuhu and the soldiers of the Flying Tiger Legion. On the letters were the things that only they knew about, with their hair and blood samples as attachments. It would be very easy to determine the validity of the letters and the attachments so that people of the Heaven's Origin sector would be convinced that the federal soldiers were still alive in the foreign land. In order to reveal the Spore stratagem and the children of the nether world to the leadership of the Federation, Li Yao, Jin Tui, and Jin Xinyue had discussed and sorted through everything from beginning to the end. Taking all the intelligence that Lu Wuxin confessed into account, they compressed all the information into a secret document. The document also included the sample of the demon god virus developed in the laboratory, the infected blood that was frozen in ice, and many video clips of the uncontrollable mutants. The undeniable facts were totally enough to prove the Spore stratagem and the children of the nether world. The only question that remained was how to deliver the crucial document to the key persons. Master, are you ready? Jin Xinyue looked at Li Yao full of expectation. the teleportation arrays had been prepared. Li Yao smiled and, finishing the test for the last group of specifications on the rudimental version of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, stored the gear into a cosmos ring before nodding. Alright. Let's review the files of the key people in the Star Glory Federation one the last time. The 3 key people here, like the 4 giants of the Blood Demon sector, have the power to change the fate of the nation. Jean Xinyue triggered a light beam from her mini-crystal processor. The light shone until the brightness formed the shape of a human being in the end. It was a tall, energetic, and magnificent-looking man. His forehead was massive, as if 2 horns were about to crawl out of his eyebrow. His hands were enormous, and his joints were as thick as burls. But there was not the tiniest gap when he closed his hands. When he was waving them, it felt as if he was summoning a storm. In the picture, he was doing an impromptu speech. Although Jean Xinyue had turned off the sound, his earnest countenance and resolute demeanor were enough to make the blood of the audience boil and fill them with the urge to follow him no matter what. Jiang Hailu, an admin-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage and the Speaker of Parliament in the Star Glory Federation. He was born in the Horizonless sect, one of the top 10 sects in the Heaven's Origin sector. During the 33 years that he was the leader, the Horizonless sect ranked the top in the top 500 sects of the Federation for 19 years, which has been praised to be a miracle that nobody will ever surpass. After he resigned, he turned into a politician and started from scratch. As the former leader of the Horizonless sect, he was elected as the mayor of Prime Mountain City, a remote town in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau. It was quite a shocking piece of news back then. In the 9 years that he was the mayor, he developed Prime Mountain City from a small town into one of the 4 biggest cities on the Grand Desolate Plateau. It was even on par with Wild Wave City, where the Grand Desolate War Institution was located in the past. With those impressive accomplishments, he returned inland and defeated many competitors until he was elected as the mayor of the capital city. 4 years ago, he resigned as the mayor of the capital city and campaigned for the Speaker of the Parliaments. He made it in his first attempt. While Jiang Hailu was the Speaker, the Blood Demon sector attacked the Heaven's Origin sector on a large scale in the battle known as Battle of Dawn. In the end, because of the mutiny of the low-level demons, the Star Glory Federation secured a full triumph. This is the first glorious victory for the Star Glory Federation over the past century. Jiang Hailu's prestige has risen to the peak, too. Many citizens consider him the hope for the Federation. There is no doubt that he will win the re-election. Jiang Hailu's career as a politician began from Prime Mountain City on the Grand Desolate Plateau, which he has always held a special feeling for. When the coalition army of demons destroyed the Grand Desolate Plateau, Prime Mountain City was demolished, too. Therefore, Jiang Hailu is one of the firmest hawks. It is not going to be easy to persuade him. However, I believe that the Speaker of Parliament will certainly not make decisions based on his emotions. He will definitely do the right thing when he sees the document. Li Yao bit his fingernail. So, I'll have to meet the Speaker of Parliament in person? Exactly, like how you met my father in Heavenly Path City. This is what Master has been best at. It won't be a problem for you, will it? Then Jean Xinyue added, the Pantheon of Demons has drafted hundreds of infiltration and assassination plans targeting the Speaker of Parliament. The plans have all been inputted in Master's crystal processor. You can take a look at them when you are free and see how you can get close to him. The good news is that Jiang Hailu is definitely not Abyss, he is 177 years old. However, we don't know much about his staff and his bodyguards. Therefore, if you choose him, Master, you'd better meet him in person instead of handing the document over to his secretary. Li Yao nodded. Of course, he would not make such a silly mistake. Jean Xinyue made a gesture. The light beam suddenly broke into thousands of stars. After revolving for a moment, they congregated into a new image. This time, it was an old general whose hair and beard were both white. Wearing the uniform of the commander of the Federal Army, he was glaring at the camera with a pair of eyes that were as huge as goose eggs. It seemed as if he would jump out of the light beam at Li Yao at any moment. The Speaker of Parliament is too obvious a target and too heavily guarded. Therefore, it might not be the perfect choice. Your service in the Federal Army has been restored right now, and you are an ultra-level federal hero who has a lot of fans in the army. Therefore, it may be easier for you to address the issue through the military. Zhou Hengdao, 226 years old, a hybrid cultivator talented in both combat and administration, now in the nascent soul stage. He is sort of an eccentric one in the world of cultivators in the Heaven's Origin sector. He is not a graduate of the 9 elite universities, and his parents were not cultivators. Before he was 20, he was just an ordinary person and a pawn in the Federal Army. He made his way up to Great General from a private through the conquests on the Grand Desolate Plateau and the Mountains of Dead Bodies. He has worked in almost every commanding post in the Federal Army, and his footprints have been left on all the roughest battlefields. He has been wounded 925 times, a record in the Federation. Today, 77% of the organs inside his body have been replaced by the artificial counterparts. Therefore, he is nicknamed Iron Commander. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao is the incumbent Chief of Staff in the Federation. He is the unquestionable soul of the Federal Army and the biggest of big shots in the military. Li Yao nodded. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao was a hero of the older generation who had been famous for almost 100 years. He did not need Jin Xinyue's introduction at all. Every teenager in the Federation knew Zhou Hengdao's life story. In the system of the Star Glory Federation, the Speaker of Parliament were the nominal supreme commander of all the armed forces. However, it was more of a symbolic identity. Everybody had their specialty. The Speaker of Parliament was mostly responsible for the domestic affairs. He might have decided whether to fight or not, but the actual command was often passed on to the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Army. Before Li Yao became a cultivator, he had already been deeply involved with the Federal Army and considered himself a part of it. Also, he had the letters of Han Tuhu and other federal soldiers. Therefore, it would be a more convenient choice to persuade Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao. The only problem with Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao is that he is a fanatical hawk and extremely obstinate, Jin Xinyue said. Many people call him Iron Commander to his face but Iron Head behind his back. However, his personality is understandable since he is a warrior. Therefore, you can decide according to the actual situation in the Heaven's Origin sector whether to go to Jiang Hailu or Zhou Hengdao. Or maybe, neither of them. There's a third option that is more direct. Lu Zui, Director of the Federal Bureau of Intelligence. On the light beam, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao's dominating image was replaced by a middle-aged man who had a hawk nose and whose eyes were deeply hollowed. The man was neither as charismatic as Jiang Hailu nor as intimidating as Zhou Hengdao. He was like the most mundane white-collar worker. His hair was lackluster, and one of the buttons was missing on his sleeve. There was not the slightest hint of an expert on him at all. Li Yao had a vague feeling that he would not notice Lu Zui, the director of the Federal Bureau of Intelligence, at all if they passed by each other. Chapter 1064 Secret Sword Bureau. Lu Zui's image faded away, replaced by a mysterious and yet graceful badge. Different from the popular patterns of guns, blades, or ferocious beasts, there was only a colorful cloud covering the moon on the badge. Only if one observed the flowing stripes that constituted the cloud would they be able to discover two crossed, almost transparent flying swords between the cloud and the moonlight. It was the symbol of the Federal Bureau of Intelligence, a colorful cloud, a silver moon, and secret swords. Because of the uniqueness of the badge, the Federal Bureau of Intelligence was also known as the Secret Sword Bureau by most of the citizens of the Federation. Since its establishment 500 years ago, the Star Glory Federation had not only been faced with the threats from the front. Demons in the disguise of human beings, demonic cultivators who had embraced evil, cultivators who committed felonies, all of them were walking bombs. If they snuck into the Federation, any one of them could have caused unbelievable damage to a populated town. After all, the army was better at the large-scale, head-on wars on a regular battleground. In terms of unlimited warfare that involved infiltration, intelligence, interrogation, sabotage, assassination, and capture, it was very troublesome for the army to deal with. Therefore, 50 years after the Federation was founded, the 10 or so intelligence agencies in the past were merged into the Secret Sword Bureau, whose main task was to collect the intelligence in and out of the Federation openly and secretly to provide support for the Federal Army and the government agencies. Also, a combat squad made of elite soldiers, known as the Secret Sword Agents, was established to cope with the threats of the demons, the extraterrestrial devils, and the evil cultivators, as well as to ensure the internal stability of the Federation. Because of the extraordinariness of cultivators and high-level demons, one expert sometimes was as powerful as an entire army. On many occasions, the battlefield on the front line was silent, but in the unknown battlefields deep inside the nation, the soul-stirring attacks and counterattacks never stopped. Therefore, the Secret Sword Bureau had continued expanding over the past few centuries. Today, the Secret Sword Bureau had more than 300,000 employees and boasted its own magical equipment factories, training bases, and secret sources of investment. It was almost an impenetrable, independent kingdom. There were 3 divisions under the Secret Sword Bureau, namely the Demon Execution Division, the Devil Elimination Division, and the Heart Purging Division. The Demon Execution Division was responsible for the intelligence and threats that were related to the demon race. The Devil Elimination Division was responsible for handling crises of the extraterrestrial devils and suppressing the demonic cultivators. The Heart Purging Division was responsible for capturing the evil cultivators who were mentally deranged or committed felonies but had nothing to do with demons or devils. In the hundreds of years of battles against the demons, the extraterrestrial devils, and the evil cultivators, the Secret Sword Bureau had collected countless confidential techniques and raised a huge batch of secret sword agents who were adept at infiltration, assassination, theft, or probe. The number of the registered secret sword agents was already beyond 30,000, and there were countless dark sword travelers whose files were not recorded at all. In terms of assassination and counter-assassination, as well as infiltration and anti-infiltration, in the populated and complicated cities, the secret sword agents might be tougher than any special force in the Federal Army. Seeing the badge of the Secret Sword Bureau, Jean Xinhua noticed that her eyelids were twitching. For a saintess of the pantheon of demons, the Secret Sword Bureau was her natural opponent. Although she had never been to the Heaven's Origin sector herself, many of her companions had tried to infiltrate into it, but most of them did not return. Jean Xinhua knew the horror of the Secret Sword Bureau clearly. The seemingly peaceful badge gave her a cold, creepy feeling as if it were a viper. Calming herself down, she continued. If the children of the netherworld are indeed lurking in the Federation, the Secret Sword Bureau will be the agency to deal with them. They are the specialists in the regard. Even if you go to Jiang Hailu, the speaker, or Zhou Hengdao, the Iron Commander, it will still be the duty of Lu Zui, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, to dig out all the children of the netherworld leading his secret sword agents. Lu Zui is 211 years old right now. He is a rarely seen hybrid cultivator who is talented in administration and research. He is the most respected authority in the fields of psychology, tracking, and investigation. He is also the president of the Association of the Registered Meditation Healers. You must have faith in his professionalism, Master. Lu Zui will be the one that can make the best use of whatever little evidence we have here. However, the guy has worked in the battlefield of darkness for his entire life. Naturally, demons are not his favorites. He is also an unwavering hawk. He is best at predicting what other people are thinking, and it will be much more difficult to persuade him than to persuade Jiang Hailu or Zhou Hengdao. Speaker Jiang Hailu, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, and Director Lu Zui, representing the government, the military, and the agency of intelligence respectively. Any of them will do. It's your call, master. Wait. Li Yao raised his hand. All three key people are hawks. Are there any doves? No. Jean Xinyue shook her head and said, speaking of the attitude toward the demon race in the Federation, there are only hawks, firm hawks, frantic hawks, and insane hawks. No doves. Fine. Li Yao scratched his nose. Forget it. Please continue. Jean Xinyue made another gesture. Right below the Cloud Moon Sword badge, next to Director Lu Zui, another middle-aged man who was a bit fat appeared with a smile. He was holding his belly, and his delight seemed to be flowing out of the light beam. He looked like a harmless, middle-aged fatty who would not know how to burst into fury even if somebody else took his seat in a theater. However, Jean Xinyue was even more scared to see him than when she saw Lu Zui. Taking a deep breath, she introduced him as calmly as she could. Guo Chunfeng, an expert at the peak of the core formation stage, is the deputy director of the Secret Sword Bureau and the supervisor of the 1st Division, the Demon Execution Division. He is directly responsible for dealing with threats of the demon race. In the past 20 years, almost all the demons who infiltrated into the Heaven's origin sector have been captured by him. He is certainly a terrifying man. As the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, Lu Zui has to take care of all the affairs in the agency. Guo Chunfeng is actually the guy who deals with threats on the front line. It is very likely that you will run into him when you are back in the Heaven's origin sector, Master. That's why I picked him out and introduced him to you. Li Yao was dazed. Core formation stage? Not that he was looking down on anybody, but after chatting casually with Xiao Xuanzi, a cultivator in the high level of the nascent soul stage, in the flying star sector, and being hunted and attacked by dozens of demon emperors in the blood demon sector, he did feel that his disciple was making a fuss by picking out a core formation stage cultivator. Observing Li Yao's face, Jean Xinyue immediately understood what he was thinking. Solemnly, she said, "You must be careful, Master. The Secret Sword Bureau has developed countless cruel and cunning secret techniques after hundreds of years of bloody battles. The capability of the experts raised by the Secret Sword Bureau cannot be judged by their stage easily. Their real combat ability is often levels higher than their stage. Naturally, Guo Chunfeng has his own merits since he was appointed as the supervisor of the most important 1st Division when there are so many nascent soul stage cultivators in the Federation. He is perhaps the only hybrid-type cultivator in the history of the Star Glory Federation who covers all 4 fields. He has a profound expertise in battle, creation, administration, and research." Li Yao was dumbfounded. What? What was the universe lacking most? The compound geniuses. The hybrid-type cultivators who had double talents were already extremely rarely seen and targets that major forces were dying to recruit. If one had an additional talent other than the talent of fighting, his combat ability would be more than doubled in a fierce battle where all the tricks were allowed. Li Yao, as a cultivator both talented in fighting and creation, knew that fact better than anybody else. All the way here, he had blown through many traps and dilemmas with his crystal bombs when he was caught by desperation. Double talents were already tantalizing, but Guo Chunfeng covered all 4 fields? What a monster! No wonder Jean Xinyue was so serious about the guy although he was merely in the core formation stage. Li Yao found it strange. There is actually such a tough man in the Federation? Why have I never heard about him before? The Secret Sword Bureau works in secret in the first place, Jean Xinyue said. Guo Chunfeng, as the supervisor of the most important division in the agency, is the target that countless demons try to assassinate. Therefore, he is much more famous in the pantheon of demons than in the Federation. He is a bigger threat for us than many nascent soul stage cultivators are. Many demons whetted their blades and went to kill Guo Chunfeng. But after decades, Guo Chunfeng is still as alive as ever, and the assassins' bodies have all dried up. Interesting. Li Yao licked his lips. The fighting will in his eyes surfaced as he mumbled, I am in the superlative height of the core formation stage, and he is the most dreadful core formation stage cultivator in the heaven's origin sector who spans all the 4 fields. I wonder, who will be the winner if we fight each other? Jin Xinyue frowned. Master, rest assured. It's just a joke. Li Yao grinned. In fact, I've made a thorough plan regarding the whole issue. If my plan goes well, the problem will be resolved without me touching my blade. Jin Xinyue beamed with joy. What's your plan, master? Li Yao snapped his finger and said, with my level, I will certainly cause unusual phenomena and immense spiritual waves when I am teleported to the heaven's origin sector. The Federal Army will likely find me. When the Federal Army arrives, I will stand in a high place and reveal my face, showing to them that I am Vulture Li Yao, the legendary ultra-level Federal hero. With my fame in the Federation, all the soldiers will certainly admire me, worship me, and listen to everything that I say. The media will come to interview me in a hurry, too. Then, I will take the opportunity to propose a direct dialogue with Jiang Hailu, Zhou Hengdao, and Lu Zui. An ultra-level Federal hero who can walk on his own. That's a wonder that has never been seen in the 500-year history of the Federation. They are not going to ignore me, are they? When they all come, the 4 of us will shut the door and study the document together. Crisis solved. This is your plan, master? Yes. This is my plan A. So, there is a plan B? There is. It's very simple. Play it by ear. Chapter 1065 The Real Abyss. In front of the teleportation array, glamorous colors were soaring up to the sky, tearing irregular gaps through which one could see the night sky of the other world. A brand new, single teleportation cabin was ready. Li Yao was in the superlative height of the core formation stage, and his combat ability was close to the nascent soul stage or a demon emperor. To teleport him back to the heaven's origin sector was equivalent to teleporting a super-heavy devilish warship. Therefore, thorough protection was required. Otherwise, accidents might happen during the journey even if the heaven's origin sector and the blood demon sector were right next to each other. If anything went wrong, he might be torn into shreds by the storms in the 4-dimensional space and end up like the 14 demon emperors 3 months ago. Wearing a carefully mended combat suit of the Federal Army, Li Yao bade everybody farewell one by one. President Li, Han Tuhu stared at him with complicated feelings. He craved to go back home with him, but he was more sacred that his current appearance would be misunderstood by his compatriots and his family. After struggling for a long time, he sighed and said, Please. Hand over the letters to our family. Let them know that we are still alive. Li Yao clenched his fists. All the letters had been carefully stored in his cosmos ring. Rest assured. I certainly will. Safe journey. The Fire Ant King was standing next to Jin Xinyue and Suo Chaolong in a trance. I hope that we will hear the news of peace soon instead of seeing the billions of soldiers of the Star Glory Federation. Pausing for a moment, the Fire Ant King's eyes were focused again. His eyeballs were covered in a thin, icy shell, which made him appear a little bit cold. If the Star Glory Federation really makes up its mind to take the opportunity to occupy the Blood Demon sector, the demon race will not wait to be captured. We will not wash our neck and wait to be beheaded either. The demon god virus is still spreading in the Blood Demon sector. The epidemic area is expanding. The coalition army of demons is the only factor that is stopping it from going out of control. If the Federal Army invades, we will have to mobilize our forces to resist. Then, the plague will certainly get out of control, and the entire Blood Demon sector might be infected. If the Blood Demon sector becomes a paradise for the walking dead, will the Heaven's Origin sector be far away? Li Yao nodded again. I will try my best to prevent such a dreadful future from coming true. He walked to the teleportation array one step after another. Jean Tui was the only one in front of him now. Jean Tui today was much older than a few days ago. His feathers had turned bright gray, and his back was somewhat hunched. Li Yao had complicated feeling seeing that the guy who used to be at the top of the sector had ended up like this. Jean Tui was definitely not a good guy. If anything, he was a great villain. If the original Red Tide plan had worked out, tens of millions of citizens in the capital city of the Star Glory Federation would have been killed. He was a truly ambitious schemer. However, Li Yao did not know if he should hate the guy. Also, it seemed that the guy would not be influenced at all no matter how he was hated. Pondering for a long time, Li Yao simply said, "I'm going home." "Any last reminder, Senior Jean?" Jean Tui smiled. He extended his wings from which feathers were falling and pointed at his temples softly. "I don't have much to tell you now. Recently, I've been maintaining my brain carefully. I cannot use too much of my computational ability. Many things are obscure to me now." Li Yao raised his eyebrow. "Maintaining your brain? Was there any value in maintaining Jean Tui's brain?" "Exactly," Jean Tui replied calmly. "I want my brain to function normally and to keep the basic intelligence when I plead guilty in the court of law. If the #1 war criminal in the tribunal is an utter moron who pees and shits himself in the room, it will be a humiliation for both the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, won't it? However, I have a feeling that I won't be able to persist for long. Hee hee. So, you'd better be fast and solve the whole thing as soon as possible so that I can be sent to the tribunal earlier. Do not let me evade the trial in such an awkward way." Li Yao nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, Senior Jean. I will certainly send you to the tribunal while you can still walk and end the war." After the declaration, he strode to the teleportation cabin without looking back. "Wait." Jean Tui suddenly stopped him and walked forward with him. The commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons, the master of the Blood Demon sector, stared at Li Yao with eyes that seemed to be piercing into his soul. He said, "This might not be of a reminder, but I do have something that I want to say to you." Li Yao stopped and listened attentively. "From what I've seen, you've been considering, debating, and making quite a fuss about who the children of the Netherworld are and who Abyss is lately, right?" Li Yao nodded. "That's right. Sorting through all the intelligence, Jean Xinyue and I have made a list of hundreds of names that could possibly be the children of the Netherworld. As for Abyss, we have determined almost 20 suspects and calculated their danger degree according to how suspicious they are. After I am back in the Heaven's Origin sector, I will be highly vigilant if I run into anybody whose name is on the list." Jean Tui smiled. After only several days, a great list with hundreds of names has been produced. "That's my daughter. So, you both believe that the children of the Netherworld and Abyss will be your greatest enemies on your trip to the Heaven's Origin sector?" Li Yao was dazed. "Are they not?" The mist in Jean Tui's eyes was suddenly gone. His pupils were as clear as water, reflecting the beautiful auroras in the sky, which made him appear decades younger and seemed to have turned him into the Jean Tui 3 months ago. "Do you know why I did not participate in the discussion of the list? My lack of computational ability was just part of the reason. More importantly, I didn't think that the children of the Netherworld and Abyss will necessarily be your biggest enemies. Or rather, it is pointless to waste time on who Abyss is. Elder Netherspring's purpose is to trigger the bloody hatred between the two sectors in a short amount of time, thereby raising a world war. Not just the children of the Netherworld and Abyss can achieve that. Remember what I spoke to you when we met for the first time? Even if the assault of the Imperium of true human beings is confirmed, the Heaven's Origin sector might not give up the war against the Blood Demon sector. If anything, it will be even more desperate and will try to occupy the blood demon sector at any cost so that all the demons will be sent to the mines as slaves. Perhaps, in the eyes of the leadership of the Federation, this is the best solution to the threat of the Imperium of true human beings. Hee. If that's the case, does it really matter who Abyss is? Maybe, everybody has an abyss deep inside their heart. Grief, fury, hatred, greed, arrogance. When their soul is consumed by the dark side of their emotions, anybody can become Abyss. Ding Ling Dang can. Fiend Blade Peng Hai can. Speaker Jiang Hailu can. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao can. Director Lu Zui can. Supervisor Guo Chunfeng can. I, Jin Tui, the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons, can. Of course, you, Vulture Li Yao, can. His countenance greatly changed. Li Yao replied subconsciously, I am not Abyss. Definitely not. Jin Tui smiled. It's true that you are definitely not the Abyss that Elder Nether Spring created, but are you really certain that you will not turn into another Abyss under any circumstances? Li Yao's body shook violently as if somebody poured cold water on his head. Jin Tui's eyes seemed to be pouring the tremendous auroras they swallowed into Li Yao's body. He said calmly, do you understand now? Maybe, when you are back in the Heaven's Origin sector, your real enemy will not be the Abyss that Elder Nether Spring created but the countless abysses created by anger, greed, ambitions, arrogance, and hatred. The former Abyss will be easy to deal with, but the latter abysses are invisible and ubiquitous. How are you going to deal with them? Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. Are you suggesting that I must find a way to eliminate the hatred between the two sectors, Senior Jin? Jin Tui coughed and waved his hands. You've got it wrong, young man. It is neither possible nor necessary to eliminate hatred. In the short term, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector have fought for centuries. In the long term, mankind has been at war with the demon race for 40,000 years since they split apart. How can the hatred be eliminated in one day? Li Yao was silent. Jin Tui sighed. I am not asking you to eliminate hatred. I am just hoping that you, and everybody that can determine our future, will not be devoured by hatred and fall into the abyss of darkness where you will make insane decisions that you won't even have the chance to regret later. He paused in a self-mocking smile and continued. The words sound a bit ironic when they come from the mouth of a crazy warlord, don't they? Jin Tui's back was hunched again as he staggered to leave. Senior Jin. Li Yao felt that his head was in a mess. Raising his voice, he asked, on many occasions, I cannot even chop off the dark emotions, such as anger, greed, hatred, and bloodthirst, in my own heart. How can I stop other people? Jin Tui waved his hands casually without looking back. Don't be silly, young man. Kindness and evilness are the two sides of one's soul. How can you chop off the evil side completely? Will a man still be a man without evilness? Learn to live in peace with your dark side. Wind was blowing on the 9 voids. In the middle of the sandstorm, the auroras were flickering. Li Yao found it almost impossible to see his own fingers. Very soon, Jin Tui's back disappeared in the dust. Calming himself down, Li Yao stepped into the teleportation cabin and closed the cabin cover herd. He took a long breath and wiped his face. A mysterious, dangerous path might still have been awaiting him, but no matter what would happen, he was going home. In the dark desolate domain of the Heaven's Origin sector, on the sky that seemed to be jumbled up by countless clouds, hundreds of swirls were spurting out circles of spiritual energy, crashing and consuming each other. The sky was turned into the most distorted painting. Suddenly, hundreds of swirls of spiritual energy twisted, stretched, and combined into an even larger swirl. It collapsed toward the void in the middle, like a funnel that extended to the depths of the universe. The sky shivered as if the universe was sneezing. A fireball rushed out of the center of the funnel and fell to the land like a shooting star, but it exploded abruptly in midair. With a thunderous bang, Li Yao announced his grand return with the dazzling sparks. Ho! Floating in midair, Li Yao took a deep breath of the fresh air with his eyes half closed, and it was not until the air of the heaven's origin sector had circulated 3 times around his body that he opened his eyes and observed the view of the dark desolate domain. He managed to distinguish the continuous thunderous sound mountain at the horizon. The memory of more than 10 years ago was suddenly as vivid as yesterday. I'm back. I'm finally back. Li Yao roared in excitement and failed to control his ecstasy until he tore dozens of clouds into shreds. Since the Battle of Dawn, the Federation had implemented the strategy of burning everything to the ground on the Grand Desolate Plateau. All the civilians were evacuated inland, and all the towns were demolished so that no resources of use would be left for the demons. Therefore, there was not a single civilian on the Grand Desolate Plateau. The only living creatures he could meet were the patrolling soldiers and cultivators. Then, his first step was to find the soldiers and cultivators so that he could learn the latest information about the Federation and spread out the news about himself. However capable the children of the Nether World were, it was highly unlikely that they could have every soldier of the Federal Army under control. After his identity was confirmed, everything would be easier. Will I run into Ding Ling Dang? Li Yao could not help but put on a silly smile. Although they had not met for 10 years, the memory of her was the greatest motivation for him to carry on in the arduous battles. Deep down Li Yao's heart, a lot of feelings were popping up. After a whistle, Li Yao summoned Black Wing. In the same posture that he used in the magical equipment graveyard, he sat on Black Wing as if it were a horse and even waved the non-existent rein, shouting, "Hiya!" Black Wing shook violently in dissatisfaction. Then, black exhaust flames spurted out of the grip, pushing the flying sword to dart toward the south. Searching and moving, it took Li Yao just a few hours to pass through the dark desolate domain, which would have taken him days in the past. He arrived at the Grand Desolate Plateau. The desert was exactly the same as the old days. Wind and sand were blowing. There was not the tiniest plant on the ground. In the middle of the dried riverbed and the broken stones, enormous skeletons of demon beasts and debris of the crystal tanks that had been burnt into empty shells could occasionally be seen. Together with the air that reeked of blood, they were telling the cruelty of the war. After leaving the dark desolate domain, the magnetic interference was no longer a problem. Li Yao raised Black Wing to an altitude of several hundred meters and looked into the distance, only to discover an enormous town on the horizon. Li Yao was slightly dazed. This was the front line that had witnessed the invasion of demons only 3 months ago. Even though the invasion was a fake one, it must have been destructive enough, too. How could there be such a prosperous town here? Was it an illusion? Li Yao slightly frowned and approached the town hundreds of kilometers away while hiding in the clouds on Black Wing. When he was 100 kilometers away, Li Yao finally realized that it was not a town but an intimidating war base. The base had more than 20 giant, mobile war fortresses as the bastions, which covered more than 1,000 acres, in the periphery. It appeared to still be under construction, with construction magical equipment everywhere. From the completed part, he could see a rather advanced factory for crystal suit maintenance, 2 airports that could allow for vertical landing and the simple maintenance of the crystal warships, and endless military camps. Judging from the drill magical equipment that rose up like iron towers, the Federal Army was expanding the underground space on a large scale. The sand and rocks that had been dug out had already piled into more than 10 hills, which suggested that the underground space was multiple times larger than the space on the ground. This is a half-permanent war base. Li Yao pondered. Judging from the scale, the war base can provide long-term logistical support for at least 3 to 5 crystal suit legions when it is completed. Perhaps, there are more war bases of the same kind nearby. This place is too close to the dark desolate domain and too far away from the giant Blade Pass. Why is the Federal Army establishing war bases here? Li Yao's eyes suddenly shivered as he thought of something. This was not a defensive war base but one designed for an invasion. It was meant to provide supplies for the troops that marched into the Blood Demon sector. For a moment, Li Yao felt that his blood boiling. Maximizing his eyesight, he observed the forces in the war base from the high stance. Because the Grand Desolate Plateau had too many sandstorms, most of the facilities and camps were established below the ground. On the ground, there were only 12 crystal warships. Those crystal warships were all the latest models developed in the past 10 years. They looked vastly different from the crystal warships in Li Yao's memory. Li Yao did not know their names. The only thing that he could recognize was the fiery crow cannon installed on the two sides of the warships. Such cannons were the main guns for many middle-sized warships, but on the new warships, which were apparently more agile, they could only serve as the ancillary, secondary guns. Li Yao could not tell the mechanism or the power of the main gun of the warships that protruded up like a horn, but he did have a vague sense of danger. At that moment, red lights were flashing in the base. Countless soldiers were flooding out from the underground and running to the warships. The spiritual stripes on 4 of the crystal warships were glittering, and their power runa rays were emanating brilliant exhaust flames. The war base is not far away from the dark desolate domain. Advanced probe magical equipment must have been installed here. It's discovered that something has teleported from the Blood Demon sector. Therefore, they are out to look for the demon that has snuck in. Li Yao hesitated for a moment. Seeing that the Federal Army was apparently on alert, he was not sure whether there would be a misunderstanding if he simply flew down and greeted them. However, he would be discovered by the crystal warships sooner or later even if he hid in the clouds. The situation would be awkward if they attacked him without listening to him. Strong as he might be, it was impossible for him to blow up all the crystal warships. Besides, as a federal citizen, he could not attack the Federal Army, either. Right then, Li Yao discovered that there was a man-made oasis that was under construction some 30 kilometers away to the southwest of the war base. What's that? With his keen sight, Li Yao could tell that the oasis was guarded by the Federal Army, too. Yet, there was not any heavy magical equipment such as crystal warships. It was much more peaceful there. Maybe, I should communicate with the guards in the oasis first. After they confirm my identity, they can go out and talk to the Federal Army in the base on my behalf. There won't be any accidental shots if so. Li Yao shifted his direction and went to the oasis. The oasis turned out to be a solemn memorial park. Tremendous runa rays had been set up on the outside to stabilize the climate at great cost, creating a peaceful land on the Grand Desolate Plateau, which was usually plagued by wind and dust. The memorial park had only just been built. Li Yao saw the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem in the entrance. The place appeared to be a memorial park for a martyr. Building such a memorial park in the depths of the Grand Desolate War institution would consume astronomic resources. Who was it built for? Was it built for all the warriors who sacrificed on the Grand Desolate Plateau? Li Yao slowly descended. He uttered a shriek, intentionally exposing himself to the guards to show that he was not malicious. Who are you? Seeing that somebody had landed on a flying sword, the guards in the memorial park were not very hostile. Instead, they even greeted him. Li Yao was now surrounded by streaks of spiritual energy and looked like the most standard cultivator. Of course, he was one of their own. Besides, although the memorial park had not been completed yet, many cultivators had dropped by and offered tributes recently. They were not surprised to see a stranger. Li Yao slowly landed. Looking at the guards who came to greet him, he shook the dust off his clothes and smiled. Things had kicked off a good start. Everything would be settled as soon as he revealed his identity. The memorial park was not completed yet. At the center of the memorial park was a statue that was almost done. It was a cultivator in a broken crystal suit who was staring at the sky unwaveringly. Although it was only slightly more than 3 meters tall, it looked as magnificent as a huge mountain and gave a blood-boiling feeling. The statue must have been made by an expert, but it was a shame that the head of the statue was not completed yet. There was no tell who he was. Behind the statue, in the rear of the memorial park, there was a monument made of a piece of flawless jade. On the monument were a few calligraphic words. "My fellow cultivator." The captain of the guard stepped out. He was also a cultivator and therefore was qualified to address another cultivator in such a way. "The memorial park is still under construction," the captain said peacefully. "This is also a theater of operations. It is not open for public right now. If you want to pay respect to the martyr, please report your name and your sect. We will apply for special permission from our base with your information." Li Yao coughed and looked at his compatriots. He replied kindly, "My fellow cultivator, my young friends, nice to meet you. What I'm about to say will perhaps be a bit shocking or even devastating. You may even be suspicious about it. But please don't rush into anything. You must calm yourself down and let me finish. But first of all, have you ever heard of the name, Vulture Li Yao?" The guards were all looking at each other in bewilderment. Their eyes turned extremely weird as they stared at Li Yao. The captain put his hand on his chainsword as he managed a smile. "Is this supposed to be a joke, my fellow cultivator? You can tell us anything you want, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask for your name and your sect first." Li Yao opened his hands to show that he bore no evil will. He said solemnly, "I am certainly not joking. In fact, I am rather scared that you will think that I am joking. However, it cannot be helped now. I can't waste any time right now. As a matter of fact, I am..." Li Yao's voice came to an abrupt end, like a rooster whose neck was grabbed. It was because his eyes passed the shoulder of the captain and stopped on the immaculate monument made of white jade. On the monument was a line of calligraphic words, "Li Yao, Martyr." On the top left corner was another line of smaller words explaining the identity of Martyr Li Yao, ultra-level federal hero. Below was yet another line of words, "From here to all eternity." Every muscle on Li Yao's face was twitching violently. He mumbled profanity for a long time before he finally spat on the ground. "What the F***ck is this all about? My fellow cultivator, please report your name, sect, and ID number and accept our security check immediately." Li Yao's abnormal reaction made the captain and all the guards raise their wariness. Every soldier placed their hand on their weapon. Some of the soldiers even triggered a translucent arc of light from the gadgets on their ears, which covered their eyes like virtual sunglasses. Crack. 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 Streams of data were jumping out of the translucent art of light and pouring down like a waterfall. Li Yao sensed the unfriendly scanning of quite a few mystic rays. The guards were scanning his body figure and searching for it in their database. Of course, Li Yao would not be so stupid as to land with his real face. If he had, he would have had no way to find a workaround if anything went wrong. His current appearance was subtly adjusted for a certain purpose. Nobody would ever find him in any database. Li Yao's attention, however, was distracted by the translucent arc of light in front of the eyes of the guards. "Is this the latest generation of the demon beast detector? Very cool. No matching information has been found in the database. He is not a registered cultivator of the Federation." Greatly alarmed, all the guards turned off the safety on their weapons. Sharp brilliance from their blades was dancing in the crowd, too. Solemnly and angrily, the captain unsheathed his chainsword and almost jabbed it to Li Yao's face. "Stay where you are and submit all your attack magical equipment. Prepare for a full physical examination by the Federal Army. Your every movement, including your adjustment of spiritual energy and release of telepathic thoughts, will be regarded as an aggressive action toward the Federal Army. So, do not move. Looking at the black barrels of more than 10 guns, Li Yao raised his hands obediently while his computational ability soared to the maximum, sorting through the current mess. Based on the intelligence that he had gathered from the Blood Demon sector, after he was teleported to the Flying Star sector 11 years ago, the federal government had not confirmed his death in the 10 years that followed. The memorial park was still under construction. Judging from the progress, it should have been started 1 to 2 months ago, approximately at the same time when the war base 30 kilometers away began to be built. Why? He had left a message for Professor Mo Xian and the cultivators from the Flying Star sector, including Luo Xingzi. They should have known where he went to and would not presume that he was already dead. What had happened during the few months that made the federal government confirm his death? Li Yao smelled the stink of a plot. A very, very intense stink. Tell me. How did Vulture Li Yao die? Li Yao raised his hands high and asked the captain of the guards coldly, "Why are you certain that Vulture Li Yao is dead? What proof have you got? Don't move. Who are you exactly? How can you not know Li Yao's death? You can't find anybody in the entire Heaven's Origin sector who doesn't know that. Where are you from? What are you here for exactly?" The captain was shouting more and more desperately. His hand, which was holding the chain's word, was shaking. He gestured for the guards to surround the stranger, but one of the guards dashed to a cottage nearby. Li Yao knew that he was going to ask for reinforcements from the war base. Fulminations were already echoing from the direction of the war base. For crystal warships had taken off and flown to the dark desolate domain in search of the demon that had snuck into the Heaven's Origin sector. Very soon, they would learn what had happened in the memorial park and arrive to suppress him. Li Yao's eyes were getting sharper and sharper, too. If the soldier's eyes were as cold as icy cones, his eyes were iron sticks that smashed all the ice. "Tell me," he demanded, one word after another, with a daunting aura. "How did Vulture Li Yao die? What's the evidence for his death? Stop there. Stop there." The guards were barely able to breathe under his intimidating aura, but they did not forget their duty and shouted with their faces and necks red. Their reaction somehow touched Li Yao. After all, they were all his compatriots and dutiful soldiers. Li Yao could not treat them as a real enemy. Hesitating for a moment, Li Yao retreated all his aura. However, Li Yao underestimated the fighting will of the Federal Army. "Open fire," the captain shouted the moment he withdrew his pressure. More than 10 storm bolters were triggered at the same time, spurting out brilliant sparks. "Damn it!" Li Yao spat on the ground hard. He suddenly turned into a streak of brightness and brushed past hundreds of bullets before he extended his index finger and tapped the forehead of every guard, sinking every one of them in a deep sleep. He glanced around. On the left side of the memorial park were a few 2-floor buildings. On the gate was a sign that read Museum of Martyr Li Yao. Li Yao beamed with joy and rushed into it like a tornado. The museum was not completed yet. It was only just taking shape. In the gallery on the first floor, items that he found very familiar with were being exhibited. They seemed to be the crystal processors and training facilities that he had once used. It feels rather strange to visit your own museum when you are a martyr. Li Yao saw a combat suit riddled with holes. The description below the item was Martyr Li Yao's combat suit for his training in college. 9 next to the combat suit were the kettles, chairs, and some of the tools that he had used in his refining work. At the center of the gallery was the debris of a broken mystic skeleton battle suit, which appeared to be the one that he had piloted before. But none of the items were what he was looking for right now. He searched around and very soon found a few thin brochures from the wooden boxes piled in the corner. They were the advertisements for the museum. On the cover was his photo more than 10 years ago when he was still a proud young man. The photo might have been taken after the bidding meeting of the mystic skeleton battle suit, but he was not certain. Opening the brochure, Li Yao read his life story with great interest. Li Yao, an ultra-level federal hero, was born in Floating Spear City, an important town of training in the east, in 484. Li Yao was born in a poor family, but even as a child, he had grand ambitions. He always worked hard for the goal of marching into the Blood Demon sector and demolishing the pantheon of demons. Huh! Li Yao scratched his hair and read on. But soon, he was greatly embarrassed by the adulations that described him as an ambitious, chivalrous, patriotic, selfless, or in a word, perfect human being. Li Yao simply flipped to the end of the brochure. There, he read about the end of his life. In 514, after discovering the human beings of the Flying Star sector, Li Yao returned to the Heaven's Origin sector on a single starship, only to be caught by the space turbulence when he was teleported home. Unfortunately, his single starship crashed in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau because of the accident. Something is wrong. Li Yao read the content 3 times and considered carefully. My single starship was teleported to the Blood Demon sector successfully and could not have left any trace in the Heaven's Origin sector at all. How the hell did it crash in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau? There's still a bigger question. According to the captain of the guards, everybody in the Federation knows of my death. If so, the insiders such as Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, and Luo Xingzi must have heard the news, too. Why didn't they stand up and question the discovery? Right then, footsteps could be heard above the stairs. A short-haired female soldier who was in her 20s ran down the stairs with panic written all over his face. She must have been frightened by the gunfire just now. Judging from the emblem she was wearing, she belonged to the public relations branch of the Federation. She was probably one of the workers in the museum or an interpreter. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. He had learned his lesson. Instead of wasting his time talking to her, he simply poured a dominating telepathic thought into her head after apologizing to her in his heart. The female soldier was just an ordinary person. Under Li Yao's guidance, she soon confessed everything. As a regular soldier, she naturally did not know the details of the first contact between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector or the news that Li Yao had been teleported to the Blood Demon sector. Half a year ago, the regular soldiers only knew that Vulture Li Yao had gone missing at the periphery of the Heaven's Origin sector, but the authorities had never confirmed his death. 2 months ago, because of the unexpected assault of the Blood Demon sector on the capital city, which caused great losses, everybody in the Star Glory Federation was infuriated and decided to fight a final battle with the Blood Demon sector. Therefore, they pushed the front line forward from the Giant Blade Pass to the edge of the Dark Desolate Domain, where they established 5 enormous bases for the long march to come. When one of the war bases was being built, however, a large area of debris of a starship was found. After thorough investigations, it was found to be the starship that Li Yao had boarded. Also, it was said that the scraps of Li Yao's body were found in the debris of the starship. Therefore, his death was confirmed. Since the starship was already shattered and it was impossible to sew the scraps into a whole body, all the remains were buried on the spot, and a memorial park was established on the crash site. This is too uncanny. My starship clearly crashed in the 100 Desolation Mountain in the Blood Demon sector. There is no way that it would show up in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau. As for the scraps of my body, that's pure nonsense. However, the discovery has been publicized, and everybody in the Federation was shocked. It is also said that a grandeur commemorative event was held in the capital city a few days ago. So, my death must have been confirmed by Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, and Luo Xingzi. Who was it that directed my death behind the curtain and even convinced Ding Lingdang and Professor Mo Xian of it? Whoever the guy was, he must be a very capable man. Right then, Li Yao felt the quakes that came from the clouds. All 4 crystal warships had changed direction and were flying right toward the memorial park. Chapter 1068. It's him. Such quick reactions. Li Yao retrieved a high-resolution crystal camera from his Cosmos ring and wore it on his left eye. After adjusting the focal length and observing through the window, he finally detected the two magnificent words, Dragon Horse, on the heads of the 4 crystal warships. The Dragon Horse Legion was one of the 16 crystal suit legions of the Star Glory Federation. It had just been equipped with the latest model of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit and was one of the main forces of the Federal Army. More importantly, judging from a piece of intelligence that had been sent to the Blood Demon sector 20 years ago, the only one who had access to the intelligence at that time happened to be the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Horse Legion right now. The guy was likely one of the children of the Nether World. Is it a coincidence? Li Yao frowned. Then he suddenly realized that it was not a coincidence at all. If the children of the Netherworld were really determined to cut off the connection between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector, naturally, they would try to send their forces to the front line on the Grand Desolate Plateau so that they could block or jam the information at the earliest opportunity. However, everything so far was just speculation. Li Yao did not have any solid evidence to prove the real identity of Duan Muming. Perhaps the child of the Netherworld was somebody else, and he was nothing but a loyal, dutiful general of the Federal Army. If so, it would be hard to explain his aggressive action later. Even if Duan Muming was a real child of the Netherworld, most of the Federal soldiers in the Dragon Horse Legion would still be innocent. There was no way that Li Yao would attack them. This is tricky now. I need more information to decide what to do next. Li Yao licked his lips and touched his cheeks, which were somewhat greasy. He then took off a thin membrane from his face. The muscles on his face bulged part after part, turning him into a much more barbaric appearance. I knew that the trip wouldn't be so simple. Thankfully, I came prepared. I will find out whether or not Duan Muming is a child of the Netherworld, and what they are up to exactly, after a minor test. Seeing that the 4 crystal warships were getting closer and closer to his memorial park, Li Yao took a deep breath, retrieved the fundamental version of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, and then, he broke out of the window and ran away. Swoosh! Li Yao leapt high and stomped on his own statue brutally, jumping to his own monument with the counterforce like lightning. Then, he stomped hard again and accelerated to maximum. His rapid actions immediately attracted the attention of the 4 crystal warships. They flew toward Li Yao. Dozens of sharp mystic rays blocked his every path of escape. The cabin doors on the 2 sides of the crystal warships were slowly opened, like sharks splitting their bloody mouths. Almost 100 armed shuttles and Mystic Skeleton battlesuits dashed out. Boom! 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 From the turrets on the 4 crystal warships, translucent spiritual waves were blowing out. Like highly condensed water balls, they raised immense blasts on the ground and smashed Li Yao like a tsunami. They were stun grenades that did not boast much damage. The Federal Army was not clear of Li Yao's identity yet. They did not know who the cultivator in the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was exactly. Naturally, they were not planning to kill him but capture him alive. Had he not seen his own memorial park in person, Li Yao would have decided to be captured by them and explain everything to them slowly. But right now, how could Li Yao submit to a suspected child of the Netherworld? Like the most skilled surfer, he was moving agilely on the violent surging tides made of the blast. He looked for the tiny, volatile gaps and accelerated again and again with the impetus of the blasts. However, the specifications of the fundamental version of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit were too plain after all and far from his standard. After several extreme sprints and changes of direction, 3 power rune arrays on the back exploded abruptly after weird noises. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit staggered in midair as if he had stepped on a banana skin. Boom! Crack! The 4 crystal warships nearby had been waiting for the opportunity. The fiery crow cannons, the secondary cannons on the 2 sides of the warships, opened fire simultaneously. Scorching magma was tossed toward Li Yao, forming walls of fire that were thousands of degrees in temperature and further limiting his zone of activity. On the heads of the crystal warships, the horn-like main guns were condensing dazzling balls of lightning. After a few thunderous noises, the balls of lightnings appeared right above Li Yao's head as if they were teleported there. Then, they bloomed and split in thousands of electric arcs that constituted a giant net of electricity with a coverage of several square kilometers like crazily dancing silver snakes. Z. 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 Li Yao was immediately hit by an electric shock. The mystic skeleton battlesuit broke apart, and his blood was spurting out. With a roar, he injected a strengthening drug into his neck quickly. His speed did not drop but even further rose as he looked for the gap among the electric arcs. As if he were dancing in the lightning, he finally breached the electric net and rushed forward before the armed shuttles and crystal suits surrounded him. In a moment, he had already dashed 100 kilometers away. In front of him was a dense forest of rocks. The crevices on the rocks led to spacious, interconnecting caves underground. On the grand desolate plateau, there were too many such underground caves, but Li Yao had selected the shelter carefully and even surveyed it before he arrived as part of his backup plan. Shwa! Before the second electric net, which was even more powerful, enveloped him, Li Yao sprinted into the rocks and crawled into the underground cave. The trap had been completed. It remained to be seen whether or not Duan Muming would fall into it. In the sky above the forest of rocks, hundreds of elite exos from the Dragon Horse Legion from the 4 crystal warships were about to charge into the underground cave to search when they were ordered to stand by and establish a perimeter. Very soon, an assault ship that was reinforced with strengthening plates that looked like dragon scales on the shell moved to area above the forest of rocks. Duan Muming, a major general of the Federal Army and the supreme commander of the Dragon Horse Legion, was sitting inside the assault warship and staring at all the battle videos just now as well as the picture that the guards of Li Yao's memorial park captured through their demon beast detectors. Duan Muming's face was fair, and he had no beard. He appeared to be a graceful advisor in the army, if not a knowledgeable scholar. However, he was most famous for his cruel, brutal, insane, and fearless style in battle. He had rushed to the front line to fight against the demons countless times. Such recklessness had been criticized by many people. However, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, a big shot in the military, quite liked his style. Also, he seemed to have natural intuitions that allowed him to pierce into the most weakly defended sections every time, thereby laying the foundations for victory and shattering all doubts about him. Therefore, his position had been rising without any hindrance. After only 20 years, he had grown from the deputy chief of staff of a regular troop to the supreme commander of one of the 16 crystal suit legions in the Federation. Right now, inside the secret chamber, Duan Muming and an advisor of the Dragon Scale Legion were alone. Their countenance was both solemn and a little bit weird. The voice test has been completed. The advisor tapped on the light beam of the mini crystal processor. Curves high and low immediately appeared, along with Li Yao's voice. Tell me. How did Vulture Li Yao die exactly? Every syllable was turned into dozens of curves and hundreds of pieces of data, which were then compared to the voice prints in the secret database. Very soon, an almost identical voice print jumped out. The identity information of the guy popped up. Duan Muming's pupils shrank suddenly. Somewhat surprised, he asked, "It's him?" "Yes." The match rate of the voice print comparison is 92%. They should be the same guy. Also, we have retrieved blood samples from the debris of the crystal suit that he threw out. The blood has been analyzed and compared just now. It is very similar to the blood samples we got from the other side. The result of the dynamical movement capturing and analysis is out, too. The advisor opened Li Yao's combat videos. In the videos, Li Yao's body gradually turned almost transparent, replaced by a series of data and lines. We have analyzed the guy's every movement and compared them with the old videos in the database. 51% of the habitual movements are identical. Duan Ming frowned. Only 51%? Yes, the advisor said. Because the guy was trying to conceal his identity and refraining from his habits, the match rate is only 51%. But still, he gave himself away at the critical moment. The movement where he injected the strengthening drug subconsciously is 100% match with the old videos in our database. Voice print, blood, and the dynamical movement capturing and analysis have all reported high similarities. They are enough to prove his identity. He is Han Tuhu, the commander of the Flying Tigers Legion. But his face was not Han Tuhu's, Duan Ming said coldly. We have analyzed his face carefully based on the surveillance picture captured by the soldiers. His facial expression was a bit rigid. He must have covered a membrane on his face and changed his appearance. Duan Ming squinted and said, Han Tuhu should be a half-human, half-demon monster. That, I cannot explain. Since the Eye of Blood Demon was destroyed and the Spore stratagem failed 3 months ago, our intelligence network there has suffered a heavy blow. It's been a long time since we last received a piece of valuable information. Chances are that the pantheon of demons has already developed reduction drugs that can control the primeval cells satisfactorily. If such drugs have truly been developed, and Han Tuhu's appearance can be restored to that of a human being, he is certainly one of the best candidates to come back. He was the commander of the Flying Tigers Legion. The military will not turn a deaf ear to what he says. All right. Duan Ming suddenly rose up. We cannot allow Han Tuhu to fall into anyone else's hands. Let's go capture him ourselves. But don't attack him for now. He should be unaware of our secrets. Let me figure out a way to elicit the latest intelligence about the Blood Demon sector from him first. However, Han Tuhu is an expert at the peak of the core formation stage after all. In case anything goes wrong, make sure that the number 4 plan for core formation stage cultivators is ready in half an hour. Deep inside the cave below the forest of rocks, Li Yao was moaning in pain in the darkness. A vivid bone tail was waving slightly behind him under the control of his coccyx, leaving shallow grooves on the rocks. Almost 100 beast puppets the size of bees were humming and searching in the cave. Their searchlight scanned every crevice on the rocks and finally detected Li Yao and his bone tail. Don't attack. Li Yao shouted promptly as he gnashed his teeth. I am Han Tuhu, commander of the Flying Tigers Legion. I have brought important intelligence back from the Blood Demon sector. I want to meet the Iron Commander. I want to meet the Iron Commander. The beast puppets hovered in midair for a long time, scanning Li Yao's appearance clearly, including the black shell below his ragged combat suit, the bone tail that was as sharp as a spear, and his tusks that slightly protruded out of his mouth. Very soon, the beast puppets dispersed. A cold voice echoed in the darkness. Stay where you are. General Han sacrificed himself 1.5 years ago. You are clearly a demon. How can you be General Han? Who are you exactly? Why are you sneaking into the Heaven's Origin sector? A light gray crystal suit slowly appeared in the darkness. 2 highly rising horns on the 2 sides of the facial cover along with delicate dragon scales constituted a magnificent dragon head. Li Yao held his lower abdomen, his blood dripping from the gaps of his fingers. He was breathing heavily, and his bone tail was dangling lethargically. With a face of pain, he said, It's a long story, but I am truly Han Tuhu. I have important intelligence that must be reported to the Iron Commander immediately. The intelligence will decide the outcome of the war. You must be from the Dragon Horse Legion, right? Duan Ming, your commander, is an old friend of mine. Bring me to Duan Ming, and we will figure everything out. The XO opposite him was still highly vigilant. Pointing a gun at Li Yao's head, he slowly made his helmet that looked like a dragon head translucent, revealing a nonchalant face. I am Duanmu Ming. You are saying that you are Han Tuhu? What evidence have you got? Brother Duanmu. Li Yao was overjoyed, but his sudden movement affected his seeming shocking wounds. His body shivered violently. Under Duanmu Ming's frightful gaze, he took out a medication drug from his pocket and sprayed a large cluster of blue gel on his bleeding wounds until they were completely covered. Finally, he took a deep breath as a hint of redness returned to his face. I know that my appearance right now is highly suspicious, but please listen to my explanation, Brother Duanmu. Our dialogue can potentially change the future of the Federation. Li Yao said with a bitter smile. I was not killed in the dark desolate domain a year ago. I was captured by Elder Nether Spring, one of the 4 giants of the Blood Demon sector, and taken to the foreign land, where I went through countless inhumane experiments and was modified into such a creepy, appalling appearance. Before, I was taking a temporary cell suppressant that could turn me into a human being briefly. But because of the scourge of the cannon fire just now, I was too heavily wounded to maintain the form any longer, and I had to expose my hideous face. I know that everything sounds too unbelievable, but you must trust me, Brother Duanmu. I would never make up such deeply flawed lie, would I? I have very important information that I must report to the Iron Commander. Please make arrangements so that I can meet the Iron Commander soon. His advisor's voice came in Duanmu Ming's secret communication channel. The appearance analysis has been completed. His features indeed match Han Tuhu's. Brilliance suddenly radiated from Duanmu Ming's face. He pondered for a moment and demanded in a cold voice, the Iron Commander is not someone that anybody can meet at any time. There are too many loopholes in your theory. If you really are Han Tuhu, why did you turn around and run away when you saw the Federal Army? How were you teleported back to the Heaven's Origin sector safely? Did you come back alone, or did you bring more demons with you? Very important intelligence. What are you referring to? Li Yao coughed hard and breathed heavily. I didn't intend to run away in the beginning. I was planning to get in touch with you openly. But then, I discovered the memorial park of Vulture Li Yao and heard the news of his death. How is it possible? Vulture Li Yao is clearly not dead. He teleported himself to the Blood Demon sector and saved me from Elder Nether Spring. We've been fighting side by side since then. This time, he planned to be teleported back to the Heaven's Origin sector together with me, but he was delayed by some other issues. So, I was asked to bring some of the most important intelligence back and get in touch with the Federation first. However, shortly after I landed, I saw his tomb. There must be a great plot in all this. I felt that my head was dizzy. Seeing that 4 crystal warships were coming at me aggressively, I had no choice but to run away in a hurry. Brother Duanmu, what is this all about? Based on what did you confirm Li Yao's death? Who was it that told you that Li Yao was dead? And the talks about the debris of a starship in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau? Brother Duanmu, did you see the debris in person? Duanmu Ming stepped forward, his voice even colder than before. I am the one asking questions right now. What important intelligence have you brought back? I won't tell you. Li Yao's bone tail was tightened again like an unsheathed saber. Intense demonic energy was bursting out of the darkness as he declared brutally, I don't know whom I should believe if the mysteries of Li Yao's death are not unraveled, not even you, Brother Duanmu. If you claim that you've seen the debris of Li Yao's crash, I don't know whether or not I should trust you anymore. Duanmu Ming was silent for a moment. Hesitatingly, he said, Brother Han, is it really you? Of course it's me. Li Yao was overjoyed. Brother Duanmu, you finally believe me now? What's Li Yao's death all about? I'm totally confused. Duanmu Ming narrowed his eyes and said slowly, all right. After all, it is not a secret in the leadership of the Federation. So, I might as well tell you everything. Of course, I didn't see the debris of a crashed starship because Li Yao is not dead at all. The memorial park outside and the news of his death announced to the public were fabricated. Li Yao was greatly surprised. Why did you fake the death of Vulture Li Yao? Because all the evidence suggests that Vulture Li Yao has defected and joined the demon race's side. He is now an important person in the pantheon of demons and very close to Jin Tui, the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons. The two of them have been concocting conspiracies. Some of the top confidential intelligence even indicates that he is in an intimate relationship with Jin Xinyue, Jin Tui's most beloved daughter. It is very likely that, as Jin Tui's son-in-law, he will become Jin Tui's heir. If so, he will be the most dangerous enemy for the Federation. Speechless, Li Yao had trouble stopping his jaw from dropping to the floor. Brother Han, you have been truly heavily wounded. I can see that your facial organs are all bleeding. Should you treat your wounds first? No, thanks. I can deal with it now. Li Yao is the first living ultra-level federal hero in the Star Glory Federation since it was established 500 years ago. But in fact, we are both clear that he was granted such an honor 10 years ago because everybody thought he was already dead. In the past 10 years, the federal government has been promoting Li Yao as a symbol of national spirit. The propaganda reached the highest point when he returned with the fleet of the Flying Star sector. Vulture Li Yao was already the pillar in the hearts of many citizens of the Federation. The pillar could break or collapse, but it must never rot. What would the citizens think when they learned that an ultra-level federal hero has defected? Would there be any morale in our army? Wouldn't our national spirit be the greatest joke ever? Therefore, to pacify the army and the citizens, and to preserve the honor of the federal hero Li Yao in the past, we fabricated the scene of crash and announced his death. In fact, it was not a complete fabrication. Vulture Li Yao, the ultra-level federal hero who was fighting for mankind, had truly perished. We will never admit that the fiend that is Jin Tui's accomplice in the pantheon of demons right now is the real Li Yao. Li Yao was silent, and his mind was in a mess. He struggled to reply, Vulture Li Yao has defected? That's the most hilarious joke. If you are really Brother Han, you might have missed a lot of things since you were taken to the Blood Demon sector a year and a half ago, Duanmu Ming said calmly. Of course, the real Li Yao would never defect. But the Li Yao you saw in the Blood Demon sector has been possessed by a very dreadful, blood devil. It has not been Li Yao since a long time ago but a monster who has been stirring trouble with Li Yao's body as the shell. Demons and devils have been a family since the ancient times. Is it really odd that Li Yao would collude with the demons after being possessed by the blood devil? Nonsense. Li Yao burst into fury. Being possessed by a blood devil? Which son of AB*TCH said that? It was the real Li Yao who told us through a message he left before he perished. Li Yao. Duanmu Ming stepped forward again and said earnestly, Brother Han, I am willing to believe that you are the real Han Tuhu because your appearance is simply too strange. If this is a plot, it is truly a terrible one. However, the Li Yao you met in the Blood Demon sector was certainly not the real Li Yao. Whatever he asked you to do, there must be great schemes behind it. Therefore, tell me everything you know, and we will go to meet the Iron Commander together. Deep in thought, Li Yao mumbled to himself, How is it possible? Who exactly delivered the message of Li Yao's defection? And who offered evidence that convinced each and every one of you? The Secret Sword Bureau, of course, Duanmu Ming replied. Li Yao's whereabouts in the Blood Demon sector have been the top priority in the Secret Sword Bureau, which is led by Director Lu Zui and Guochun Feng, the supervisor of the 1st Division. All the top confidential information was filtered and analyzed by the Secret Sword Bureau before his defection was finally confirmed. The Secret Sword Bureau? Below the false irises made of mimetic lenses, Li Yao's real pupils constricted into two shining needle tips like a venomous lizard that had sunk further into the darkness ready to launch a critical strike at the prey that it just discovered. The Secret Sword Bureau was the Federation's biggest, and perhaps only, intelligence agency that provided intelligence support for the federal government, the major sects, and the military. According to Jin Xinyue, the Secret Sword Bureau was the only agency that could possibly establish a clandestine intelligence network in the Blood Demon sector. The news on the Blood Demon sector released by the Secret Sword Bureau was the authoritative news. Nobody would be able to overrule the Secret Sword Bureau's conclusion after it was made. If the Secret Sword Bureau had indeed presented unquestionable proof, it was possible that Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, and the cultivators from the Flying Star sector had accepted it as the truth. Also, with the goddamn mental devil inside his body, there was absolutely no way that he could defend himself. The mental devil slowly craned its neck from the depths of his brain with an innocent face. "Are you blaming it on me? Get lost. I need silence now." Li Yao condensed a telepathic thought and pressed the mental devil back into his brain. He pondered carefully. The most critical question is, who was it that provided the unquestionable, false proof? There could only be two people who had the ability to fabricate the proof and to convince everybody: Lu Zui, director of the Secret Sword Bureau, and Guo Chunfeng, supervisor of the First Division, i.e. the Demon Execution Division, which is responsible for the intelligence regarding the demon race. Director Lu Zui is more than 200 years old now. Elder Nether Spring was still being breastfed when he began to distinguish himself. So, it shouldn't be him. Then, was it Guo Chunfeng? Li Yao retrieved the files on Guo Chunfeng, known as the strongest core formation stage cultivator of the Heaven's Origin sector, that Jin Xinyue had prepared for him. The supervisor of the Demon Execution Division, which was a nightmare for every saintess in the pantheon of demons, was only 62 years old. He was in his prime years for a cultivator, the best period of his life to rise up. According to the few files that the pantheon of demons had collected over more than 10 years, Guo Chunfeng's background was very clear. He had been born in a noble family of cultivators as the son of Red Pine Hall, a local sect on the Grand Desolate Plateau. However, at the age of 17, he had encountered a beast tide, which swallowed Red Pine Hall together with Red Pine City, where it was located. His entire family had been killed in the beast tide, and he was the only lucky survivor. Luck made a lot of sense. Perhaps, the real Guo Chunfeng had been killed when he was 17, and the enormous outbreak of beast tide had been for the single purpose of delivering a false Guo Chunfeng. After Red Pine Hall was destroyed, Guo Chunfeng was recruited by the Federal Army as an orphan. He spent 5 years in the army before he joined the Secret Sword Bureau. There was no telling what kind of cruel and harsh training he had received in the Secret Sword Bureau, but he had awoken quadruple talents before he was 40. He had cracked dozens of cases about the demon race's infiltration in the Heaven's Origin sector and captured quite a few seasoned saintesses of the pantheon of demons. He seemed to have a natural instinct about demons. As soon as he moved close and sniffed, he was able to smell the scent of demons. It was because of his unusual talents that he had been appointed as the supervisor of the First Division of the Secret Sword Bureau, which was the hottest post in the agency, after defeating countless competitors when he was not even 100 years old. For 500 years, demons had always been the greatest enemy for the Star Glory Federation. The intelligence regarding the demon race had always been of paramount importance. As for the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils and the crimes of the cultivators, they were but a scratch, nothing to worry about. Therefore, the First Division, which was responsible for the intelligence of the demon race, was almost 3 times larger than the Second Division and the Third Division combined. The supervisors of the First Division were almost exclusively promoted to be the directors of the Secret Sword Bureau in the future. Among the list of suspects that Li Yao and Jin Xinyue had prepared, Guo Chunfeng ranked high as a possible abyss. With this new information, he was more than 95% confident that Guo Chunfeng was the real suspect. Lu Zui is a well-known nascent soul stage cultivator who broke through to that stage and became an important leader of the Secret Sword Bureau decades ago. There is no way that Elder Nether Spring could have substituted him. Even if Elder Nether Spring was capable of assassinating Lu Zui, how could he have found a trusted subordinate who was as strong as Lu Zui? Is it possible that Elder Nether Spring recruited a demon emperor as his subordinate first, turned the demon emperor into Lu Zui by injecting excessive divine blood of chaos to him, and figured out a way to substitute the real Li Yao for the false one while making sure that the false Lu Zui revealed no loopholes after managing the affairs of the Secret Sword Bureau for decades? You've got to be kidding me. If Elder Nether Spring was capable of that, the Spore stratagem would have worked out 18 years ago. Therefore, it can only be Guo Chunfeng. The time, the identity, and the position all match. He is the supervisor of the Demon Execution Division, directly responsible for the collection and analysis of intelligence. If he provided false intelligence in the beginning, it is quite possible that everybody, including Lu Zui, was fooled. While he was pondering, Duanmu Ming said again, "Brother Han, now you see it. There must have been something wrong with the Li Yao that you met in the Blood Demon sector. Whatever he asked you to do, he certainly had other plans. Therefore, tell me his plan and let's run an analysis carefully. Then, we can go to talk to Iron Commander." There was deep suspicion in Li Yao's voice. Did he? But I've brought the hope of peace. The Blood Demon sector is now open to a conditional surrender. We have won the war. Now, we can try to get more benefits for the Federation at a negotiation table rather than a battlefield. Duanmu Ming raised his eyebrow. Is that so? What's the situation in the Blood Demon sector right now? What are the specific conditions that the Pantheon of Demons proposed? Li Yao shook his head and said, "I've brought a lot of documents and letters from the Pantheon of Demons. However, let's talk about the details after we meet the Iron Commander. Now, please escort me to meet Iron Commander, Brother Duanmu." Duanmu Ming's face was rather gloomy. "Brother Han, after everything we've talked about, you still don't believe in me?" Li Yao hesitated for a moment and said, "Of course I believe in you, Brother Duanmu, but I don't know whether or not your subordinates can be trusted. Before I left, Li Yao told me a piece of top confidential information. He believes that there are spies of Elder Nether Springs in the Heaven's Origin sector." Duanmu Ming was dazed for a moment. Taking a long breath, he said, "Is it another clever trick of the Blood Devil?" "I don't know if it is a trick," Li Yao said, "but I have brought a lot of files with me. The Iron Commander can make the decision after he read all the files." Duanmu Ming narrowed his eyes and nodded. "All right. This is very important. Let's return to the command center of the Dragon Horse Legion right now and speak to the Iron Commander. Then, I will send a crystal warship to carry you to the headquarters of the General Staff." He stepped forward again and extended his steel arm that was covered in the crystal suit. "Brother Han, are you still able to walk?" "Not a problem." Li Yao grabbed Duanmu Ming's hand naturally. After standing to his feet and breathing for a moment, he staggered to the entrance of the cave. He was walking in front of Duanmu Ming and seemed to be unaware of the coldness in Duanmu Ming's eyes. The two of them went forward. Very soon, they saw the light at the entrance of the cave. Suddenly, as if the bones all over his body had been plucked, Li Yao suddenly collapsed. He was both like a viper and like a dry leaf when he swam out of the cave, sticking to the ground. Above him, in the places where his head and his chest were supposed to be, two pieces of trap-like magical equipment ejected from the darkness and bit each other amid cracking noises. Dazzling electric arcs were raised, and hundreds of runes were spurting out. Revolving rapidly for a moment, they condensed into two indestructible barriers. If Li Yao had not squatted and dashed out, he would have been bitten by the iron teeth of the magical equipment, and his internal organs would have been locked by the barriers. Li Yao bellowed. His body, which had been like a dry leaf a moment ago, expanded like a balloon while he ran toward the entrance of the cave, only to be pushed back by two crystal suits that were lying in wait there. Walla! 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 The walls of the cave broke apart. Including Duan Muming, 6 heavy crystal suits with intimidating aura surrounded him. The narrow cave was entirely blocked. His eyes bloodshot, Li Yao shouted, "Brother Duanmu, what's the meaning of this?" Duanmu Ming did not think that Han Tuhu could escape from the two barriers. With a gloomy face, his translucent helmet became opaque again. He sneered, "The meaning is very simple. Brother Han, you are an accomplice of Blood Devil Li Yao. Before you meet the Iron Commander, naturally, you must be sent to the Secret Sword Bureau for interrogation in order to clear your suspicions. So, you are a child of the nether world." Li Yao shrieked as if he had just woken from a dream. He charged at Duanmu Ming, his bone tail turning into a lightning spear. Duanmu Ming gasped. He did not expect that his opponent would know a term as sensitive as child of the nether world. He was more determined to kill him than ever. Han Tuhu and he were both the commanders of major legions in the Federal Army. The two of them had competed in several military tournaments, too, and their combat abilities were on par with each other. However, he was wearing a crystal suit that could multiply his combat ability, and he was well prepared for the attack. In comparison, Han Tuhu was heavily wounded and did not have any protection except for the shell. "Capture him alive." Duanmu Ming grinned hideously. 2 clusters of frost were instantly condensed on the fists of his crystal suit. He did not dodge the incoming bone tail at all. Instead, he punched right toward Li Yao's chest. The ice on his fists were extending like the sharpest tusks. The other 5 exos lunged at the enemy while roaring. Their dazzling magical equipment was unleashing a storm of electric arcs. They were all the trusted subordinates that Duanmu Ming had trained personally. They had a neat battle formation to cope with core formation stage cultivators. Instead of defeating the enemy in one attack, they were limiting the enemy's zone of activity with their magnificent bodies so that Duanmu Ming could attack more conveniently. If their target had been the heavily wounded Han Tuhu, there would have been no way that he could escape at all. But it was a pity that their opponent was Li Yao. Chapter 1071 Be Alarmed and Confess. Z. 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 Thousands of electric arcs condensed on the sabers of the 5 exos and slashed toward Li Yao while Duanmu Ming's icy fists punched at his chest. The ice broke apart and produced a translucent wall around Li Yao. However, the next moment, the electric arcs were swallowed, reversed, and thrown back at the 5 exos by the intense vibration of spiritual energy, briefly stalling their crystal suits. The shell around Li Yao exploded together with the wall of ice. The vesicles of acids hidden below the shell burst out clusters of fog that were enough to corrode the crystal wires. The fog spread to every corner of the cave. The spear-like bone tail rushed out and pierced at Duanmu Ming's forehead like a bolt of lightning. Although the tip had not reached him yet, the coldness had already penetrated into Duanmu Ming's brain. Duanmu Ming was utterly frightened. He did not expect that the capability of Han Tuhu would suddenly soar. Being hit by 5 lightning sabers without being injured at all was not something that someone in the core formation stage could achieve. "You are not." Before the words Han Tuhu left his mouth, the bone tail hit between his eyebrows precisely. Duanmu Ming's spine seemed to disappear for a moment. His head snapped back to such an extent that it was almost folded, trying to make the bone tail slide over the facial cover. However, the bone tail exploded right in front of his face. The dazzling electric arcs and flare made all the crystal cameras on Duanmu Ming's facial cover lose effect, turning him into a blind man for a second. Swoosh! Li Yao took the opportunity to dash behind Duanmu Ming. He constricted his body size and used Duanmu Ming's enormous crystal suit as cover. The 5 trusted subordinates that Duanmu Ming had trained were not weak. Very soon, they were freed from the interference of the electric arcs and locked onto Li Yao again, but the flying swords and the bullets all lost their target when they were launched. Duanmu Ming was standing in between them and Li Yao. The friend or foe identification system locked their weapons because they could not attack Li Yao by piercing through Duanmu Ming. The cave was too narrow for them to bypass Duanmu Ming and perform the attack, too. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion burst out behind Duanmu Ming, who seemed to have been kicked brutally right in the back. With intense exhaust flames spurting out of his bottom, he was blown toward his 5 subordinates, waving his hands and legs crazily. The 6 of them were crashed into a mess. In such a narrow cave, their heavy crystal suit became a burden for them. Having no armor on his body, Li Yao was as agile as a cat when he dashed through the gaps between them. Shwa! Shwa! Li Yao snapped dozens of mini crystal processors into the gaps of the crystal suits of 2 exos. After a while of cracking noises, they were immediately constrained by thousands of electric arcs, which broke the crystal wires and malfunctioned their crystal suit. They were all trembling violently as if they were having a seizure. Picking up one of them in each hand, Li Yao threw the 2 of them out of the cave. The exos who weighed several tons with their heavy crystal suits seemed to be nothing in his hands. As he expected, when the first exo was thrown out, dozens of flying swords and mystic rays darted through him while he screamed miserably. When the second exo was thrown out, however, Li Yao turned into a streak of brightness and hid below the exo. Duanmu Ming subordinates that were waiting outside in ambush hesitated after their first attack accidentally hit one of their own. Therefore, when the second exo was tossed out, they could not help but spend another half a second scanning who it was. After determining that he was still one of their own, they immediately stopped the attack. When they detected Li Yao's existence through thermal sensors half a second later, it was already too late. Li Yao kicked the back of the second exo heavily toward the 10 or so trusted subordinates who were waiting at the entrance of the cave. With a huge boom, the crystal bomb that he had placed on the back of the exo exploded brutally. The crystal bomb, however, was actually planted around the super-compressed crystal reactor on the back of the exo. The explosion triggered a chain reaction, and an enormous fireball swallowed the entrance of the cave as if the exo had detonated himself. Li Yao sneered and snapped his fingers. The airspace 30 meters around him was twisting, and swirls too deep to be measured were appearing. From every swirl, a 6-barreled Vulcan machine cannon appeared. The 36 cannons were raining upon the cave with fire crazily like a mobile fortress. Boom! 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 Almost half of the entire forest of rocks was destroyed. Dust was soaring into the sky like hundreds of yellow dragons, lurking in the 5 square kilometers nearby. Before the sky was entirely occupied by the dust and the smoke, Li Yao observed the surroundings. There were few federal soldiers nearby. Even the 4 crystal warships carved with dragon horse were docked dozens of kilometers away. It further proved his judgment. Even if Duanmu Ming was the commander of the Dragon Horse Legion, it was unlikely that he had dragged most of the regular soldiers into his cause. Only a few of them were actually diehards who refused to abandon Elder Nether Spring when their doom was drawing near. However, Li Yao could not directly go find the regular soldiers of the Dragon Horse Legion either. That was because, to most of them, Vulture Li Yao was already dead, and for some of them, Vulture Li Yao had turned into Blood Devil Li Yao. How could he convince other people without solid evidence? Duanmu Ming had to be conspiring with Guo Chunfeng and had spread out an impregnable dragnet in the Federal Army and the Secret Sword Bureau, which would not be easy to breach. You want evidence? That's easy. Faced with the perilous situation, Li Yao was not in the least frustrated or frightened. Instead, he was full of eagerness and excitement. The pores all over his body were opening and spurting out the hottest fighting will. He seemed to be back to 20 years ago in the magical equipment graveyard, where he dealt with hundreds of ferocious, muscular scavengers as a thin, weak young man. The next second, he put away the Vulcan cannons and released Neltharion and Black Wing. Setting Neltharion into its stealth mode, he flew it to an altitude of 1,000 meters to monitor the situation. In the meantime, he manipulated Black Wing to rush to the south at the highest speed. Then, Li Yao locked all the pores on his body. He secretly summoned his spiritual energy and reduced his heartbeat, breathing, and pulse to the minimum. He even adjusted his body temperature to exactly that of the environment. Covered by the overwhelming dust and smoke, Li Yao put on yet another optical camouflage cloth. He lurked in the depths of the debris that used to be the forest of rocks like a chameleon. He was only dozens of meters away from Duan Muming. Voila! Duan Muming rushed out from the underground. He drew his sword and looked around, only to find nothing but crushed rocks and the billowing smoke. The crystal processor detected that an intense spiritual wave was rushing south at a high speed. The target must have escaped. Boom! Duan Muming, who was both embarrassed and infuriated, slashed at a shivering stone pillar next to him, blowing it into pieces. He then activated his secret communication channel. Commander Liao, the target is flying to your defense area. Note that he is not Han Tuhu. He is at least 3 times as strong as Han Tuhu. At least. Block the entire defense area in the name of searching for spies of the demon race. Do not let even a lizard through. Zhang, I am Duanmu. We are in trouble. Duanmu Ming sent 7 messages to the outside world in a row, reaching out to 7 middle-level and high-level officers in the Federal Army. He was addressing some of them by their post, some by their family name, and still some by their given names. Through the officers, he was spreading out a giant net on the Grand Desolate Plateau. It was a shame that Duanmu Ming was not aware that the guy whom he was dying to capture was lurking right beside him and even listening to his every word through the reception arrays hidden deep inside the ears. Li Yao intentionally said child of the nether world because he wanted to alarm his enemy so that Duanmu Ming would contact his co-conspirators in a panic without thorough consideration. Just then, when Li Yao lunged at Duanmu Ming and attacked his helmet with the boil tail, it had not meant to destroy his crystal cameras but compromise the defense rune arrays on his facial cover. That way, Li Yao had been able to stick a spiritual wave interceptor that he had refined himself to Duanmu Ming's crystal processor without him knowing anything when Li Yao dashed behind him later. The spiritual wave interceptor had the comprehensive functions of eavesdropping, localizing, and tracing. Not only could it record all the signals that Duanmu Ming sent and received, it was also able to trace the spiritual waves and locate the coordinates of the other side of the communication channel. Excellent! Li Yao whistled in his heart deep inside the dust. The 7 messages that Duanmu Ming had sent out helped him to determine 7 coordinates. 3 of the speakers had identical voice prints to 3 suspects of the children of the netherworld that they had analyzed earlier. Their identities had now been confirmed. There was no telling whom the other 4 speakers were, but their voice prints and their coordinates had been recorded by Li Yao, which would be undeniable proof in the near future. Beep! 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 Duanmu Ming sent out an 8th message. This time, it took a particularly long time for the spiritual waves to transmit, as if he was trying to connect with somewhere extremely distant. Eccentric colors were flashing in Li Yao's eyes. On the ultra-thin lens embedded on the top of his iris, endless data was pouring down like a waterfall. The signal was traced to the south of the Giant Blade Pass and somewhere in the heartland of the Star Glory Federation. It was the capital city. Duanmu Ming was speaking to someone in the capital city through the secret channel. We are in trouble. After 5 seconds of waiting, the communication was finally established, but the other party did not say anything. The only thing that could be heard was the vague sound of breathing. The guy is not Han Tuhu, Duanmu Ming said in a hurry. He is at least 3 times as strong as Han Tuhu. It is very possible that he is in the nascent soul stage. Right now, he has escaped from me and is fleeing south. Li Yao analyzed the conversation attentively. Due to the limitation of the size of the tracer, he was not able to embed too many functions into it. It would take a much longer time to locate the precise coordinates of the other speaker. Say something. Say something more. Li Yao thought to himself. I still need another 30 seconds. He isn't Han Tuhu. A high-pitched voice came from the other side. Tell me about it. What happened exactly after you were engaged? Li Yao frowned. The voice print of the other speaker turned into several dull straight lines on his lens. It was obvious that the guy was manipulating his vocal cord with a certain piece of sound-changing magical equipment. The speaker's voice had been disguised. It was impossible for him to find out the speaker's identity through it. Duan Muming relayed everything that had happened after he encountered Li Yao as quickly as possible. The other speaker simply listened in silence and did not comment. 25 seconds. 26 seconds. On the lens on Li Yao's retina, a 3D map of the capital city of the Star Glory Federation was being magnified. The rough coordinates were turning into a series of data, and the specific location was about to be ascertained. At this point, Duan Muming was talking about the part where Li Yao lunged at him, caused havoc, and took the chance to run away. The other speaker suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "Wait a moment. You might have been fooled. Put on another crystal suit right now." Shua. The other speaker cut off the communication without any hesitation. Li Yao secretly spat on the ground. He only needed another 2 seconds to get the specific location of the other speaker, but right now, he had merely traced the signal back to a certain block. However, he had made quite a few discoveries today by locating 7 children of the nether world in a row and eavesdropping on the conversation of the guy lurking in the capital city who was probably Abyss. Next, he needed to find a way to escape the Grand Desolate Plateau and find someone whom he could really trust. Li Yao waited very patiently just like 20 years ago, when he lurked in the middle of the stinky garbage waiting patiently for the disposal starships that were fully loaded with treasures for him. As the commander of the Dragon Horse Legion, Duan Muming was certainly not an inert idiot. After being enlightened by the other speaker, he soon realized what was going on. Cursing, he changed into a different crystal suit. It was Li Yao's best opportunity of attack when Duan Muming was switching between the 2 crystal suits. If he attacked at that time, he was 90% sure that he could slay the guy. However, he remained where he was. Duan Muming was the best proof. He needed Duan Muming alive to prove the existence of the children of the nether world. Dead people would not say anything or plead guilty. Moreover, if he assassinated Duan Muming right now, he would be confirming his identity as an assassin from the demon race for the Federal Army. The situation would be much more chaotic, which might be a hindrance for his plans to come. Just let the guy's head stay on his neck for another couple of days until he was trialed in a real court of law. Black Wing was still rushing south unstoppably. After putting on the new crystal suit, Duan Muming went south, too. The lively forest of rocks a moment ago turned into an empty wasteland. Li Yao waited for 5 minutes. After making sure that there were not any spiritual waves around, he leapt up from the depths of the smoke and fled northwest without looking back. He did not disguise his existence at all. Instead, he blew out tremendous spiritual energy without any reservation. Like a cannonball installed with a spring, he left a giant crater that was several meters deep and leapt hundreds of meters forward after every stomp. In the blink of an eye, he was already a few hundred kilometers away. Naturally, his blatant escape was discovered very soon. In less than 20 minutes, Duan Muming realized that he had been fooled and dispatched most of the troops to chase after him to the northwest. Fast as cultivators might be, they could not travel faster than crystal warships for an extended period of time. After all, the former could only consume the spiritual energy inside their body, while the latter could store tons of crystals that could be sent into the engine compartment when needed. Li Yao had yet to summon the real mystic skeleton battlesuit. He was clearly no match for the crystal warships with 2 bare feet. Less than half an hour later, he was caught up by a large batch of federal soldiers. Gritting his teeth, Li Yao rushed forward. In the horizon behind him, overwhelming smoke was surging close. The exhaust flames of dozens of crystal warships, large and small, and almost 100 armed shuttles interconnected with each other and set the boundless sky alight. Boom! 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 As clusters of translucent stun grenades were thrown toward him, the land around Li Yao was becoming increasingly unstable. Li Yao was like a little mouse escaping in an earthquake. His speed and agility were much higher than his first escape. The magnificent blast turned into his wings and helped him accelerate again and again while he jumped between the canyons and the cliffs. Even so, the distance between the crystal warships and him was still shortened bit by bit. Very soon, he would be within range of their main guns. Li Yao clearly sensed that, dozens of kilometers behind, clusters of intense spiritual energy were being condensed like volcanoes that were about to erupt. The troops of the Federal Army were like an enormous crab. Sharp tongs were being extended from the 2 flanks as they slowly drew close and limited his zone of activity. In front of him, however, were dark clouds and roaring thunder. It was the thunderstorm area. Li Yao bellowed and strode forward against the thunder and lightning. Thunderstorms and tornadoes were common on the Grand Desolate Plateau. As the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector further melded, the range of the Dark Desolate domain had significantly expanded. Even on the Grand Desolate Plateau outside of the Dark Desolate domain, thunderstorms broke out much more frequently, too. Just now, Li Yao had flown Neltharion to a high altitude, partly to observe the movement of the Federal Army and partly to look for the largest, fastest, and most active thunderstorm in the thousands of square kilometers nearby. In the thunderstorms, tornadoes mixed with the lightning bolts, and crazy spiritual energy turbulence was everywhere. For large magical equipment like a crystal warship, if they barged in recklessly, there was a good chance that they would attract the lightning and even crash. However, for Li Yao, thunderstorms were his home and paradise. Shwa! 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 Hundreds of flying swords pierced Li Yao in glamorous arcs from various directions. However, after being pierced through, Li Yao gradually blurred, split, and dispersed, revealing its nature of a shadow. The real Li Yao had dashed into the thunderstorm 1 step in advance. In front of him, the tornado grabbed sand and rocks weighing billions of tons from the Grand Desolate Plateau and condensed into hundreds of violent tornadoes. At the end of every tornado was a dark cloud. The lightning amid the clouds hit the center of the tornado, only to be ripped into tiny electric arcs during the rapid revolutions, which rushed out of the tornadoes and interweaved into an overwhelming net of electricity. Li Yao burst into laughter in great satisfaction. He stretched out his arms and legs and summoned the real mystic skeleton battle suit from his cosmos ring. It covered his body without the tiniest hole as if it were a living, black spirit. Shwa! The mystic skeleton battlesuit was brimming with demonic energy after all and looked a bit too aggressive. To disguise the demonic energy, Li Yao affixed the long cloak that he had once used in the Flying Star sector onto the crystal suit again. The bloody cloak dangled down from the mystic skeleton battlesuit's shoulders. It circled around the crystal suit at first and absorbed most of the demonic energy before it suddenly flew backwards hundreds of meters like blood-red lightning in a crimson river, fluttering in the middle of the thunderstorm. Half narrowing his eyes and taking a long breath, Li Yao was so excited that his lungs were about to explode. Li Yao recalled that, when he learned to wear a crystal suit in the beginning, it was in a thunderstorm area amid lightning and tornadoes that he trained himself crazily. Then he finally created the first of his deadly moves, the thunderous tornado saber art. His saber was sharp enough to slay a tornado. Come on! Li Yao leapt into a tornado in the mystic skeleton battlesuit, ascending in a spiral by the push of the tornado. Thousands of black feathers attracted endless bolts of dazzling lightning and produced an enormous saber that was surrounded by dancing electric arcs, which he pointed at the pursuers after him. The pursuers had detected the highly active thunderstorm a long time ago, too. They were all hesitating. After a moment, the light crystal warships and the armed shuttles piloted by regular soldiers stopped outside of the thunderstorm. Only 4 heavy crystal warships broke into the thunderstorm unwaveringly after activating their spiritual shields to the maximum. The heavy crystal warships were surrounded by dozens of shining light spots, which were the seasoned cultivators in the Federal Army and the elite exos. Only they were brave enough to break into the thunderstorm. They were also the main hunting force. Finishing them meant finishing most of his immediate problems. Li Yao smiled and raised his saber. The spiritual energy all over his body was flooding out like a volcanic eruption. Entwining with the boundless lightning attracted by the saber, they extended an aura hundreds of meters long which slashed out like the giant axe that created the universe. The attack was not aimed at the pursuers but the center of the thunderstorm area. Infinite energy had been focused at the center of the thunderstorm area, which should have been unleashed slowly over the course of several days. But Li Yao's devastating attack was like a spark that fell into a powder cask and triggered all the energy stored. The wind blew, and thunder roared. The intensity of the thunderstorm was levels higher than before. The sky and the earth were shattered in the gale, and the entire world seemed to be consumed by the thunderstorm. The exos of the Federal Army were flying randomly among the tornadoes like kites whose strings had been severed. Even the heavy crystal warships were shaking violently in the lightning storm. The spiritual shield out of the warships fluctuated, about to disappear like a candle in the wind. In such a harsh environment, it was barely possible to keep themselves steady, much less chase after the enemy. Boom! 2 heavy crystal warships crashed into each other as their trajectories were diverted by the storm. Thankfully, their spiritual shields were both solid enough to prevent their shells from being broken on impact. However, the conflict of the spiritual shields pushed them away from each other, making it more difficult to control them. One of the crystal warships landed to the ground, shaking, and dived into the sand. The power rune arrays on its back died down one after another. All the tubes were blocked by the sand, too. The other heavy crystal warship, on the other hand, was like a scared buffalo. It struggled to change the direction in the tornado and retreated to the periphery of the thunderstorm. Li Yao was in the thunderstorm what a fish was in water. The wings of the mystic skeleton battlesuit were open to the largest extent. Every metal feather was adjusting its angle quickly, helping him to master the change of every air current. He was like the embodiment of the thunderstorm as he rushed and raged in the middle of the thunder and lightning. Hew! Li Yao turned into a streak of brightness and dashed with lightning toward the exos who were devastated by the thunderstorm. The exos were already dizzy enough after being swallowed by the tornadoes. Some of the less fortunate ones had even been hit by the lightning directly, which wasted many of the rune arrays and units on their crystal suits. There were only several minutes to go before they completely lost impetus. Seeing that Li Yao was lunging at them like the craziest fiend, they were not able to put up much resistance except for yelling and shouting. But even their yelling and shouting soon died away under the scourge of the thunderstorm. Boom! Li Yao bent his leg and kicked an exo right in his breastplate, blowing him out of the tornado to the edge of the thunderstorm area. The exo's limbs and internal organs were also paralyzed, and his crystal suit was torn apart. His heart nearly skipped a beat. Having no courage to enter the thunderstorm area a second time, he turned around and flew out. Li Yao took the opportunity to hover in the tornado and accelerate to the highest speed with the centrifugal force. Then he charged at the second exo and kicked him away mercilessly like autumn wind sweeping a fallen leaf. The exo withdrew from the battlefield awkwardly, too. Li Yao was not killing anyone but saving them. Most of the Exos were federal soldiers who were unaware of the truth and simply carrying out the orders they had been given dutifully. Naturally, Li Yao could not wait and watch them run out of impetus and be swallowed by the thunderstorm. Off you go. Li Yao was zigzagging like a streak of lightning, leaving almost 10 blurred shadows behind him, while he kicked the dozens of Exos out heavily as if they were cannonballs. Many Exos were deeply confused because they soon realized that he was not malicious. Some of the other Exos were opening fire randomly in their dizziness, but their bullets and flying swords were blown to nobody knew where by the violent force of nature. At this moment, the only remaining heavy crystal warship was still persisting in the thunderstorm. The main gun on the head of the crystal warship was about to be fully charged. An extremely dazzling ball was shining there. In the middle of the tornadoes, the heavy crystal warship activated its spiritual shield to the maximum. Trying to stabilize its posture, the main gun was moving up and down as it tried to lock onto Li Yao. Li Yao sniffed and blinked to the top of the crystal warship as if he were capable of instant movement. The Blood Moon Dragon hunting saber drew a distressing curve in midair and, as if a real blood moon had appeared weirdly, slashed toward the main gun of the heavy crystal warship. Listen to my explanation. With a bellow that eclipsed the thunder and made the ears of every Exo hum for a long time, the unstoppable blood moon flashed in front of the main gun, and the 3 barrels of the main gun were chopped off instantly. I am AF * King Good Man. Li Yao roared. The spiritual energy and demonic energy all over his body raged out like a flooding river, and he stomped on the head of the heavy crystal warship, his 2 legs turning into 2 shooting stars. Boom! The spiritual shield at the front of the heavy crystal warship was left with 2 enormous holes. The strengthened plate armor that was made of super alloys and crystals had a dent several meters deep because of Li Yao's attack. The heavy crystal warship was like an animal that had been shot right in the face and crashed to the ground. Li Yao's attack was much faster than the speed of sound. It was not until a moment later that the sound of metal being seriously twisted came over from the strengthened plate armor, as if the iron beast was moaning in pain. The heavy crystal warship smashed into the sand and was unable to fly out again. Suppressing a heavy crystal warship on his own with brute force. The incredible scene dumbfounded all the Exos who were watching at the edge of the thunderstorm area. Li Yao glanced at them coldly. The bloody cloak was flapping in the middle of the tornadoes, unpredictable like a burning torch. For half a minute, none of the Exos dared set foot in the thunderstorm. Li Yao finally turned around. The Blood Moon Dragon hunting saber became 2 wings again as he flew into the depths of the thunderstorm and disappeared amid the thunder and lightning, leaving the blood cloak that was drawing spirals behind him. Soon, the spirals became a red spot before the red spot was gone several seconds later. It was not until this moment that somebody finally stammered a few words, breaking the silence in the communication channel of the Federal Army. What did the monster say just now? He is a good man. 3 days later, south of the Giant Blade Pass, in the heartland area of the Star Glory Federation that had sterile soil and 4 distinct seasons, a tired traveler was walking on the street of a small city named North Tranquility. His face was young, his eyes were clear, and he was wearing a plain but clean school uniform. The pattern on the back of the school uniform had more or less faded, but Grand Desolate could still be vaguely seen, although the name of the specific school was obscure. At first glance, it was a young man around 20 years ago and an immigrant from the Grand Desolate Plateau who could be seen anywhere inland. Ever since the federal government implemented the Leave Nothing to the Enemy strategy, countless natives of the Grand Desolate Plateau had been forced to migrate inland in whole towns and cities. North Tranquility City had accepted a lot of refugees, too. Such young men were not rare on the lively street. However, when the pudgy critters, wearing the Rising Dragon of the 9 Stars badge that suggested that they were property of the federal government, were patrolling on the street and scanning the citizens as a daily routine, the young man always evaded their crystal cameras at the perfect time as if he could predict their movement. The young man was, of course, Li Yao. 3 days ago, he had successfully trapped several heavy crystal warships of the Dragon Horse Legion in the thunderstorm area. Many more forces had been diverted in a bid to rescue the heavy crystal warships. Then, Li Yao detoured to the north under the cover of the thunderstorm and joined Black Wing before they took a large turn and went all the way to the south. He traveled prudently at night and rested during the day. When he passed defense lines that were heavily guarded by the Federal Army, he even resorted to the drill of mystic rays and passed them by digging underground. The Grand Desolate Plateau was too vast and unpopulated after all. Boundless no man's land constituted much of the plateau. No matter how many soldiers were dispatched on alert, they were like salt that was thrown into an ocean. It was impossible for them to keep every inch of the land under watch. With Li Yao's capability and the assistance of Black Wing and Neltharion, few people in the entire Star Glory Federation could stop his infiltration. At dawn that day, he finally snuck into the heartland from the east side of the giant Blade Mountain. But his heart was still heavy. Li Yao had detected quite a few enormous war bases on the Grand Desolate Plateau that were being constructed sparing no expenses. Countless assets were being shipped from the heartland and stored in the bases, too. He also observed several high-level live-fire drills, which were clearly for the purpose of aggression and not pure defense. They were all the omens that the Federal Army was going to shift from strategical defense to strategical attack. Right now, the demon race did not hold any land on the Heaven's Origin sector. The only target of the strategical attack could only be an expedition to the Blood Demon sector. But on second thought, it was not a strange decision. 3 months ago, the capital city of the Federation had been assaulted by the coalition army of demons. Apart from the heavy casualties, from the perspective of national honor, it was like a slap in the face that blew away several teeth. If the federal government did not seek a tough retaliation for the assault, all the federal citizens would likely riot. Also, if the children of the Netherworld and Abyss were fanning the flames, there would be even direr consequences. I must stop the war. Li Yao took a deep breath and secretly clenched his fists. He knew about the situation of the Blood Demon sector. Right now, plagues were breaking out everywhere, and the coalition army of demons was doing its best to stop the disease from getting out of control. If the Federal Army marched into the Blood Demon sector right now and attacked the coalition army of demons, the only result would be that the plagues would sweep across the entire Blood Demon sector. Many soldiers would contract the disease and bring it back to the Heaven's Origin sector when they retreated. There would not be a second victor in the war other than the Walking Dead. I have to reach out to Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, and Luo Xingzi. Li Yao did not know how many other children of the Netherworld were lurking in the Federation besides Duan Muming and Guochun Feng, nor did he know how huge the dreadful dragnet that they had interweaved with Abyss and Elder Nether Spring was. But thankfully, there were some people that he could absolutely trust. Cultivators from the Flying Star sector, Professor Mo Xian, and Ding Lingdang, as well as Speaker Jiang Hailu, were all people he could turn to. I need access to the latest news to know where I can find Ding Lingdang. When he thought of Ding Lingdang, Li Yao remembered the false intelligence that Duan Muming had told him again. He was in an intimate relationship with Jin Xinyue. H was very likely Jin Tui's son-in-law. What was that all about? Ding Lingdang wouldn't believe it, would she? Li Yao scratched his hair, which looked like a bird nest, feeling that he had been greatly wronged. He seemed to be roaming on the street, but he was actually observing the wrists of every passerby. Soon, he found a target. It was a middle-aged man who had just talked to a friend through the crystal processor. He did not even turn off the light beam when he walked into a diner nearby. Li Yao followed him and flicked a stream of spiritual energy into his spine. The young man scratched his bottom. Mumbling, he went to the toilet. Li Yao had observed through Neltharion that the toilet was empty. When the middle-aged man opened the door, he tailed him like smoke and pressed his neck softly. The middle-aged man immediately collapsed onto the toilet lid and fell asleep. Li Yao closed the door and lifted his feet into midair in case anybody noticed anything wrong from the outside. Then, he took off the crystal processor on the middle-aged man's wrist. Naturally, Li Yao had his own crystal processor that could connect to the spiritual nexus wirelessly at any time. But his experience in the Flying Star sector had told him that every crystal processor could be traced and locked onto when it was connected to the spiritual nexus. Moreover, what he had brought from the Blood Demon sector was a crystal processor without legal registration information. Connecting to the spiritual nexus through such a device was like reporting his specific location to the Secret Sword Bureau. Therefore, he had been keeping himself away from the spiritual nexus while he was sneaking in from the Grand Desolate Plateau. It was not until he arrived in the small city that he was finally given some time in such a way to search the spiritual nexus without raising any suspicion. Li Yao did not have much time because somebody was definitely going to be suspicious if the guy was in the toilet for too long. He quickly logged in the Heaven's Origin News Network, the biggest news site in the Star Glory Federation, and browsed through the important news over the past 3 months. The first thing that he paid attention to was, naturally, how much damage the batch of troops of the coalition army of demons that was teleported to the capital city 3 months ago caused and what kind of chain reaction it triggered. Dozens of news reports popped up on the light beam. Li Yao held his breath and skimmed through them. The more he read, the more furrowed his eyebrows were. 3 months ago, when he destroyed the Eye of Blood Demon, a batch of troops had already been teleported to the sky of the capital city, which, according to the news reported, included at least 1 demon emperor and quite a few demon kings. Before the reinforcing cultivators arrived and annihilated them, the demons caused great damage to the capital city. Almost 20 skyscrapers were demolished. The civilians suffered heavy casualties, too. Other than the materialistic damage, what was more serious was the trauma to everyone's heart, especially when Heavenly Sword Plaza, one of the landmarks of the capital city, was ruined by the coalition army of demons. It was a devastating shock to the residents of the heartland of the Federation who had not witnessed a large-scale war personally for more than 100 years. As it turns out, there has been a sharp saber hanging above our head all the time, and it may fall down at any point. The deep sense of insecurity was haunting every federal citizen even 100 days after the assault. For the cultivators and the federal army, the assault both humiliated them and infuriated them. They had gathered along the eastern coastline of the Federation, ready to surround and slaughter the coalition army of demons, which was supposed to have marched out from the sea. However, after quite a few days of stupidly waiting, not a damn thing had crept out of the ocean, and their home thousands of kilometers away had been attacked without them being able to do anything. The shame of being tricked embarrassed all the cultivators and the soldiers of the federal army, who did not know how they should face the citizens of the capital city. As a result, everybody in the Federation, including the ordinary people, the troops of the federal army, and the cultivators, became much more radical than before. Blood for blood. Expedition. Expedition. March into the Blood Demon sector and avenge the innocent victims. The comment sections of most of the articles were occupied by outrage. Fury of the public had congregated into a vast, unstoppable river. As the latest intelligence from the Secret Sword Bureau was publicized, the river of fury surged even more violently than before. According to the evaluation of the Secret Sword Bureau and the Federal Army, the assault on the capital city, which was intimidating enough in the beginning but got disrupted halfway through, was because something happened to the large-scale teleportation array of the Blood Demon sector, leading to the complete collapse of the giant wormholes. Such a collapse very likely meant the loss of tremendous elite troops. Also, every sign indicated that, because of the failed assault, a serious internal strife had broken out in the Blood Demon sector. This is the Blood Demon sector's feeblest moment. It is now or never. If we miss out this chance, we will have to wait decades for our battle of revenge. This was the opinion of almost every amateur politician on the street. On the half-professional military forums, aggressive rants were everywhere. Their conclusion was more or less the same. As it turned out, 1 month after the assault to the capital city, the Federal Army began to take action by conducting quite a few magnificent drills on the Grand Desolate Plateau, showing that it was prepared to completely abandon strategical defense for active attack and to march into the Blood Demon sector. The federal troops stationed all over the nation were pleading for war. The representatives in Parliament who had a military background proposed expedition plans, too. The Association of Veterans were organizing the retired and disabled soldiers to demonstrate almost on a daily basis. The soul-stirring anthem of the army was echoing in the sky of every city day and night. Motivated by the music, more people had been applying to join the Federal Army in the past month than ever before. The entire Federation was shouting for revenge. The expedition motion was endorsed by more than half of the representatives. Zhou Hengdao, the Iron Commander, declared in the public that the Federal Army had made all the necessary preparations and was absolutely confident that it could defend the honor of the Federation, ensure the safety of all the federal citizens, and shatter any enemy in any place at any time. In the moment of turmoil, it was Jiang Hailu, the Speaker of the Parliaments, remained calm. Jiang Hailu used to be the firmest hawk, but when the entire Federation was on fire, he changed his usual attitude and suggested that the policy of strategical defense should not be changed. The Federation must not be affected by the assault. It should stick to the original plan according to its own pace and continue developing itself by communicating with the Flying Star sector actively so that the comprehensive capability of the nation would rise rapidly and the gap between the Federation and the Blood Demon sector would be further enlarged. A leader must not wage a war because of fury. Jiang Hai quoted a saying from the era of the ancient cultivators in a speech to the parliament. It was about the situation in the parliaments. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, Director Lu Zui, and more than half of the representatives wanted to attack instead of defend. The minorities, including Speaker Jiang Hailu, hoped to wait for more intelligence from the Blood Demon sector before any decision was made. Although few representatives supported Jiang Hailu, he was the Speaker of Parliament and had the highest power after all. The two parties had been in an impasse. However, according to the few special meetings held recently, most of the media were not optimistic about the Speaker's side. They believed that Jiang Hailu would concede very soon. There was no need to mention the civilians, who were all yelling like super hawks whose blood was boiling right now. This doesn't look right. Li Yao found the news a bit strange. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao was indeed a stubborn, short-tempered old man, but he had been in service in the Federal Army for more than 200 years, and he must have seen more bullets than grains of rice. He should have known that a general should not be affected by their emotions in war. Getting to the bottom of it, the comprehensive capability of the Blood Demon sector had still been much higher than the Heaven's Origin sector 3 months ago, and the coalition army of demons overwhelmed the Federal Army. Besides, the environment of the Blood Demon sector was extremely harsh, with venomous fog everywhere. If the ordinary soldiers of the Federation were exposed in the air for too long, they might have gotten poisoned. Such disadvantages were not likely to be changed by the death of several demon emperors and a batch of elite troops. What was it that emboldened the nascent soul-stage cultivators, who were nothing but wise, such as Zhou Hengdao and Lu Zui, to launch the expedition immediately? The situation was in the Federation's favor right now. There was no need to take a risky gamble at all. But very soon, a piece of important news from 2 months ago made Li Yao understand everything. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao's confidence had been given by a warship from the Flying Star sector. Since Professor Mo Xian and the rest of them had returned to the Heaven's Origin sector more than half a year ago, the communication between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector had been proceeding very well. The depth and breadth of the communication were beyond Li Yao's expectation. Professor Mo Xian and the other star spirits, after devouring the enormous computational ability of the star brain, had an explosive development in the scale of their calculation. It took them only several months to modify the original star beacons of the Heaven's Origin sector and produce a super long-distance star beacon system in the orbit of the Heaven's Origin planet, thereby guiding the way for the flying star sector, which was millions of light-years away. The warships and war assets from the flying star sector were shipped to the Heaven's Origin sector incessantly. The communication of their complementary technologies made the technology level of the Heaven's Origin sector soar exponentially. Just like that, 2 months ago, the communication between the two parties finally took a giant leap. A super warship that the Heaven's Origin sector had never seen was launched over by the Universal Slingshot. It was Heavenly Phantom, the flagship of the Grand Illusionary Group in the past, the nest of Shao Xuanzi, the leader of the immortal Cultivators, and the most advanced warship of the Flying Star sector. The super-huge warship had been made by countless specialists in warships of the Flying Star sector after arduous effort. In the riot of the immortal Cultivators instigated by Shao Xuanzi, it had caused great trouble for the Cultivators. It was safe to say that Heavenly Phantom alone had been enough to defeat dozens of starships under the control of the Cultivators easily during the riot. Li Yao still had a deep impression of the Heavenly Might cannons, the main guns of Heavenly Phantom, whose damage was absolutely appalling when they were fully activated. Heavenly Phantom had never completely destroyed even to the end. It had only been temporarily paralyzed because the Star Brain, its mainframe crystal processor, was hacked by Li Yao and the Star Spirits including Professor Mo Xian. After the riot of the immortal Cultivators, Heavenly Phantom had been repaired in the Flying Star sector. 6 super crystal processors had been moved from the Star Prior's house to Heavenly Phantom and converted into the new mainframe crystal processor system in replacement of the original Star Brain. The combat ability of Heavenly Phantom was restored, and it was renamed Burning Prairie. A tiny spark could set the entire prairie ablaze. The super warship was destined to bring the sparks of the civilization of mankind to every corner of the deep, dark universe. The starship technology of the Flying Star sector was much more advanced than that of the Heaven's Origin sector. The newborn Burning Prairie was an incredible dream warship even for the regular citizens of the Flying Star sector. It was needless to say what a shock it was for people of the Heaven's Origin sector who were like bumpkins in that regard. Compared to Burning Prairie, the heavy crystal warships of the Star Glory Federation were nothing but canoes. Li Yao could totally imagine the dizziness, ecstasy, and untamable ambitions that followed when Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao saw Burning Prairie. When one had the sharpest blade, one would inevitably want to kill someone. Moreover, Burning Prairie had accommodated more than 200,000 Grand Illusionary soldiers. After the riot of the immortal Cultivators, all the Grand Illusionary soldiers had lost effect as the Star Child perished. There had never been a good way to deal with the Grand Illusionary soldiers. They had been produced at the consumption of great resources after all. It was too much of a waste to declare them to be total losses. As a specialist of crystal suits, Li Yao had come up with an idea before he returned to the Heaven's Origin sector. He had proposed to separate the Grand Illusionary soldiers from the mainframe crystal processor and change them to be under the control of the brainwaves. One exo with 5 Grand Illusionary soldiers would be a small local area network. After being installed with the fundamental combat telepathic thoughts, the Grand Illusionary soldiers would be under the control of the exo's brainwaves, and they would be able to manipulate them easily. As a result, even if anything went wrong, the only things that could be affected were simply 5 Grand Illusionary soldiers. No ambitious schemers would be able to make use of the Grand Illusionary soldiers anymore. It was just Li Yao's immature proposal in the beginning. He did not expect that it would come true so quickly in the communication between the Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. How many levels would the combat ability of the Federal Army be improved when the 200,000 Grand Illusionary soldiers were distributed? Chapter 1075 Big News. I'm in trouble now. Li Yao scratched his messy hair and could not help but feel that he had been trapped by himself. With the super warship Burning Prairie and 200,000 Grand Illusionary soldiers, the capability of the Federal Army has been improved by at least 50%. It truly has the ability to attack the Blood Demon sector now. As it happens, the Blood Demon sector has lost 14 Demon Emperors and more than 20 top-tier main force troops, and it is caught in internal strife now. Jean Tui is definitely not the most lenient guy in the guy. He won't even bother to blink when he is butchering the dissidents. Also, with the outbreak of the demon god virus and the plague, the Blood Demon sector is indeed at the weakest moment in its entire history. We are strong, and our enemy are feeble. No wonder even the prudent nascent soul stage experts are interested in an expedition. To be honest, if Li Yao had not known the inside information of the Blood Demon sector, and if he were in Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao's place, there was a good chance that he would have seconded the expedition, too. But of course, he certainly would not now. Aside from the morality of the war, even purely from the perspective of the national interests of the Star Glory Federation, the war would still bring no good. With Jean Tui's guerrilla warfare, it would be impossible for the Heaven's Origin sector to conquer the Blood Demon sector quickly. Blood for blood was pure nonsense. No country would wage a war against another country for nothing but hatred. The biggest purpose of the expedition was, of course, to capture the demons as slaves who could be sent for mining on the resource planets of the Flying Star sector. In such a way, the two sectors could excavate tremendous resources and expand more quickly in order to deal with the invasion of the Imperium of true human beings 100 years later. But the real problem was that the Blood Demon sector was savaged by the plague and the Walking Dead now. If the Federal Army crushed the coalition army of demons, which was controlling the plague, the only outcome was all the demons ending up as the uncontrollable mutants or Elder Netherspring slaves. Then, even if Elder Netherspring was killed in the end, who on Earth could be sent for mining? The uncontrollable mutants who could only live for half a month? Without the demons developing the Flying Star sector at the highest efficiency, not enough resources would be collected. Without enough resources, the new Federation could never be built, nor would it be able to explore the vast universe. Then, the only thing that awaited everybody was the destined doom 100 years later. From that point of view, ending the war as quickly as possible, helping the Blood Demon sector to control the plague, saving as many demons as possible, and trying to motivate them to work on the resource planets willingly was the only way out for the Federation. I am right. Li Yao affirmed his belief again. Even if there are the help of Burning Prairie and the Grand Illusionary soldiers, the war is still not in the interests of the Federation. I have to stop the war. I cannot allow my compatriots to be killed in the Blood Demon sector in vain, only to push the Federation further down the path of destruction. However, what exactly should he do? The complexity of the situation far exceeded their previous estimations. As smart as Jean Tui was, he was just a demon, not a god. When he came up with the ultimate version of the Red Tide plan, it was impossible for him to know about the existence of the children of the Netherworld and Abyss, nor could he foresee that the arrival of powerful magical equipment such as Burning Prairie and Grand Illusionary soldiers would bolster the fighting will of the entire Federation to such an extent. The two factors made the supposedly easy task an arduous one. I have critical evidence in my hand. The question is how I can deliver the evidence to my targets. Li Yao rubbed his temples and analyzed the three targets one more time. Lu Zui, director of the Secret Sword Bureau, must have been bewildered by Abyss Guo Chunfeng. Also, those intelligence workers left no traces at all. I don't even know where to find him. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao is the firmest hawk. He is raising a tide in Parliament and calling for an expedition to the Blood Demon sector. Encouraged by Burning Prairie and the Grand Illusionary soldiers, he will certainly not be easy to convince. Besides, how can I break through his security and talk to the big shot of the military face to face? Speaker Jiang Hailu is the best choice. He is the only one who hasn't lost his mind because of fury or ambition, but there's still the same question. How can I approach him? Li Yao knew just by thinking with his bottom that the capital city must be unprecedentedly guarded after the assault 3 months ago, not to mention the critical locations such as the House of the Speaker or the Parliament building. To sneak into the House of the Speaker might be even more difficult than sneaking into the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons. The trickiest part was that, when he snuck into the Pantheon of Demons or the Eye of Blood Demon, everyone around had been an enemy. Li Yao had no concerns at all. He could create chaos with his crystal bombs at any moment and go on a killing spree. But right now, of the soldiers of the Federal Army, the agents of the Secret Sword Bureau, and the bodyguards of the Speaker, 99% were innocent and did not know the truth. How could he attack them? If he caused any damage and hurt a dutiful good man or an innocent passerby, not only would he be guilty, he would be further proving that he was Blood Devil Li Yao, too. Damn it! Li Yao gritted his teeth and discovered that he was in a much more perilous situation than the Flying Star sector or the Blood Demon sector. What if I simply show up in public since I cannot meet the Speaker? Li Yao shook his head hard and vetoed the idea instantly. After the chaos that he caused on the Grand Desolate Plateau, Guo Chunfeng would be looking for him with his secret sword agents like a hungry hound. Wherever he showed up, the first to arrive would certainly be Guo Chunfeng and his subordinates. If he did not resist, he would be taken away by Guo Chunfeng. If he did resist, he would certainly injure a lot of cultivators, soldiers, and secret sword agents, which would also be evidence that he was a blood devil now. What a dilemma. Or maybe, should I turn to Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, or Luo Xingzi? He thought for a moment and believed that his old friends were most reliable of all. Even if they did not believe him, they would not give him away to the Secret Sword Bureau easily. The cultivators from the Flying Star sector were strong enough to compete with the Secret Sword Bureau. The evidence that he had brought could be delivered to the Speaker through them, too. After all, Li Yao had not done anything wrong. They could investigate however they wanted. While he was pondering, the mental devil crawled out of his head like a bug and asked pitifully, "Then, what will you do with me?" "Of course, I will ask for the help of Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian and Senior Luo Xingzi and see how you can be eliminated." Li Yao replied gravely. "How cruel of you," the mental devil screamed. Senior Jean said that we should live in peace. Disregarding the mental devil's scream, Li Yao typed in Ding Lingdang on the light beam and searched. Over the past 10 years, Ding Lingdang had become one of the most influential celebrities in the Star Glory Federation. Many adolescents were her loyal supporters and established thousands of websites and forums for her. Red Fire House, the largest website of all, had more than 50 million registered users. Blazing Tyrannosaur was Ding Lingdang's nickname in the Blood Demon sector. In the Heaven's Origin sector, everybody all the unstoppable female warrior, Crimson Queen. Watching Ding Lingdang rushing, mauling, and crashing savagely in the battle videos, Li Yao found it difficult to move his eyes. Fascination beamed out of his face. She is much stronger after 10 years. I like it. Li Yao swallowed hard and looked for the latest news on Ding Lingdang. He knew that many teenagers in the Star Glory Federation would establish organizations like fan clubs for the cultivators they admired. They would follow the news of their idol and even arrange meetings with their idol occasionally. As he expected, although he failed to find Ding Lingdang's contact on the website, he did find a summoning thread. 7 days later, Ding Lingdang would be present at the 100-day memorial ceremony for the victims in the assault of the capital city. The thread was calling for the fans in the capital city to meet Ding Lingdang. 100-day memorial? Li Yao's eyes shined. He inputted the keyword into the search engine and soon found a lot of information. The memorial ceremony was of a fairly large scale. It would be hosted by Speaker Jiang Hailu in person. The military leaders, including Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, and influential celebrities of the Federation would all participate. The ordinary citizens taking part in the memorial ceremony were several million. Other than mourning for the victims in the assault 3 months ago, the federal government would also publicize Burning Prairie, the super warship from the Flying Star sector. It would be docked right in the sky above the capital city. By then, not only would there be tens of millions of residents of the capital city watching the gathering, all the citizens of the Federation would also be enjoying the legendary warship through the media. Perhaps, the federal government was trying to eliminate the public sense of insecurity and re-establish their faith in such a way. The news made Li Yao's eyes glitter. The craziest idea popped up in his head. Right now, the one thing that the children of the netherworld and abyss Guo Chunfeng are most scared of is me showing up in public. That's why they are covering me up and even vilifying me as the blood devil. If I jump out in a random city and shout, "I am Vulture Li Yao," I will certainly be considered a lunatic. Then, Guo Chunfeng's accomplices will take me away at the earliest chance. However, what if I do it in the capital city? What if I jump out in front of the eyes of millions of citizens, the cameras of thousands of media outlets, and the noses of every leader and official worth mentioning? At the climax of the 100-day memorial ceremony, when Burning Prairie slowly stops in the sky of the capital city attracting everyone's attention, I will suddenly jump out and display a line words on the shell of the warship with my magical equipment. I am Li Yao. I am still alive. What will happen then? Can the Secret Sword Bureau capture or kill me in front of so many eyewitnesses? Even if they take me away, can Guo Chunfeng still lie to everybody and secretly interrogate me? That's right. Li Yao snapped his fingers hard, his eyes brimming with delight. The children of the netherworld and abyss are trying everything they can to wipe me out. So, I will make the headlines in the capital city. Let's see how you can disguise that. Li Yao was busy the entire day. After sneaking out from the back door of the diner, he spent an hour in a gaming club like a real middle school student and pondered calmly how he should go to the capital city. From a remote city in the frontier to the capital city, of course, the easiest way was to fly in his mystic skeleton battle suit. With his current capability, he could certainly finish the journey in a day and a night with at most 2 brief rests in the middle. However, different from the Grand Desolate Plateau, the inland was populated and headquartered by a lot of cultivation sections. Also, the air defense arrays of the Federal Army and the spies of the Secret Sword Bureau were everywhere. The mystic skeleton battlesuit at present included tremendous biochemical materials that would unleash demonic energy when functioning. He looked like an out-and-out great demon in the mystic skeleton battlesuit. The air defense arrays would certainly be a waste of the taxpayers' war tax contributions if they did not shoot him down. Also, Li Yao had no doubt that Guo Chunfeng's accomplices were following his tracks right behind him. Should those guys catch him and engaged him in a fierce battle, he would not have any chance to explain himself anymore. Since a rally of millions of people was to be held in the capital city, where the speaker, the chief of staff, and the leaders of the major sects would be present, the defense would certainly be unprecedentedly heavy. It was almost an impossible mission to break in and meet the speaker without hurting anybody. Then, how can I go to the capital city through public transportation legally under the identity of an ordinary person? Li Yao sorted through the whole plan in 30 minutes and left the gaming club. Before he left, he ran into a young man who was walking into the club and stole his wallet. He held his fingers and snatched the young man's ID card inconspicuously without touching the cash and the bank cards inside. Then, he threw the wallet to the gate of the gaming club. Soon, he heard the boss of the gaming club shouting, "Whose wallet is it?" Making sure that the young man picked up the wallet and would not make a fuss, Li Yao found a public toilet and changed his appearance to that of the young man. He bought 2 paper maps of the routes of the civil carriers and the crystal trains in the Federation with cash in a magazine booth. Then, he checked in with the young man's ID card at a ragged hotel and studied the maps carefully. An hour later, Li Yao decided the route to the capital city. At 1:30 p.m., the banks large and small in the city were back to business. Li Yao lurked at the game of a branch of the Federal Commercial Bank and waited patiently. He chose banks because those who came to banks usually brought their ID cards. Li Yao picked 2 targets in half an hour. They were approximately of the same height and appearance as him. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other was a young man in his 20s. The two of them were both in fashionable clothes and looked capable of affording a long trip. Li Yao recorded their facial features and walking posture with his crystal cameras. He then walked past them and stuck an eavesdropping chip on their collar, collecting their voiceprint. In the end, he stole their ID cards. He changed into the appearance of the middle-aged man and went to the West Railway Station of North Tranquility City, where he bought a ticket to the capital city for the following morning with cash and the middle-aged man's ID card. The 100-day memorial ceremony and the debut of Burning Prairie were supposed to be events that would refresh the entire Federation. Many citizens of North Tranquility City were planning to participate. The ticket office was quite lively. Thankfully, the authorities had foreseen the situation. A lot of temporary carriers and superfast trains were added to the major towns of the Federation. Despite the preparations, Li Yao failed to purchase a seat ticket. He only got a place on the train without a seat. But Li Yao was not bothered. Putting the ticket in his pocket, he went to the toilet in a hotel outside of the railway station, avoiding the surveillance camera, and changed his appearance again. He returned to the ticket office and bought another ticket with the young man's ID card. It took him only 45 minutes to finish everything. He returned to the bank that the 2 targets had visited and tossed their ID cards in a corner. When they found that their ID cards were gone, they would certainly return to the bank to look for them. Their wallets were still with them, and they had only taken out their ID cards when they were doing business in the bank. Where could their ID cards have gone if they did not drop them in the bank? As long as they found their ID cards, they would not be very suspicious. Even if they were, it still did not matter because they were not Li Yao's focus. After that, Li Yao took a large turn in the downtown and went to a branch of North Tranquility Development Bank, where he located his third prey. That was his real target. It was a woman in her 40s who was rather thick and wearing fancy makeup. When she was doing business, Li Yao glimpsed at her ID card. The photo on it did not look like herself at all. Li Yao stole the woman's ID card as before. He went to the ticket office of the East Railway Station of North Tranquility City and bought a ticket due at 11:30 a.m. the next day with cash. The destination of that ticket was not the capital city but Green Plateau City, another big city 230 kilometers away from the capital city. In the next, he did not throw the woman's ID card back to the bank but returned to the hotel. When he left the East Railway Station, he stole a wallet from a random traveler. After taking away all the money, bank cards and ID card inside, he threw the empty wallet into the bushes outside the railway station. It was a very common theft case in the railway station, which would happen hundreds of times a day. Barely anybody would be suspicious about it. When he was back at the hotel, Li Yao took out the 2 ID cards and began his modification. Theoretically speaking, the ID card of the federal citizens was a piece of precise magical equipment. Hundreds of interconnecting spiritual stripes were carved on the surface. Chips that stored tremendous personal information were embedded inside. With Li Yao's capability in refining, it was not a problem to replicate the shell of an ID card. But the real problem was that, since the information in the internal chip was stored in the online database, it was impossible for him to fabricate a new identity without the help of a crystal processor specialist. Therefore, he decided to alter the stranger's ID card into the thick woman's ID card, and he would keep the thick woman's real ID card to himself. Since it did not involve the core, Li Yao finished his job very quickly and threw the fake ID card back before the bank was closed. He knew that the bank would perform full cleaning and examination after work. By then, the fake ID card would be discovered, and the staff would contact the thick woman whose ID card was lost according to the information on the surface. As for the internal chip, it would only be scanned when she was doing important business, like checking in at a hotel or boarding on a long-distance vehicle. Li Yao believed that the thick woman should be able to find that her ID card had been swapped in only one day. Even if she did, the police of North Tranquility City would not trace the case back to him so quickly. 2 to 3 days later, it would not matter even if he were discovered. After enjoying a bowl of delicious noodles with eggs at a restaurant next to the hotel, Li Yao appeared in the West Rail Station of North Tranquility City again. But this time, he went to the exit of the station, where he waited for the arrival of the crystal trains that came from the capital city. He observed the travelers departing patiently. After half a night, he locked onto another 3 targets. By eavesdropping and inspecting their personal belongings, he ascertained that they were all citizens of the capital city who were on a short business trip to North Tranquility City. They had bought return tickets and would be back in a day or 2. It meant that, 7 days later, when the 100-day memorial ceremony was held, they should be in the capital city. It was already late night when Li Yao returned to the hotel with the voice prints, fingerprints, facial features, and personal information of the 3 targets. Following that, he performed the arts of camouflage that he had learned from Feng Yuzhong and Jin Xinyue. Finally, before dawn, he prepared 6 sets of voice prints, fingerprints, and identity information. Right now, he could pretend to be 6 ordinary people of different identities whenever he needed, 3 of which were citizens of North Tranquility City and 3 the capital city. At 7:30 in the morning, Li Yao passed the security check and entered the platform of the first crystal train. According to the safety regulations for crystal trains in the Star Glory Federation, the passengers had to show their ID card when they bought the ticket, but they only needed to show their ticket when they got on board. However, when the crystal train took off, there might be random checks of the ID card. But the crystal train had been packed with people. Every car was fully loaded, and there was not a gap for a needle. Li Yao wondered how the random checks would be conducted. It did not matter how it would be conducted because he did not intend to board the train at all. After roaming around on the platform, Li Yao climbed out of the railway station like a ghost, avoiding all the surveillance cameras. At 9 o'clock, in a grocery market far away from the railway station, Li Yao called a luxury hotel in the capital city through the public phone. A sweet voice came over. "Hello. How can we help you?" "Hello. I saw your advertisement of your wedding dinner online. The one with colorful golden lobster dinner that costs $18,880 per table. I want to check with you if the lobsters are guaranteed to be fresh," said Li Yao. "My son is planning to get married during the National Day holiday. My daughter-in-law grew up by the sea. She knows whether a lobster is fresh or not when she sees one. Please rest assured, sir. The full seafood happiness dinners provided by the Juanhao Hotel are made with the fresh ingredients delivered to the capital city from East Seagull Port after quick freezing every morning. They are preserved with the most advanced instant freezing technology. After the ingredients are unfrozen, all the fish will still be jumping up and down, alive. If you are interested, sir, why don't you give me your contact details so that the manager of our restaurant department can explain it to you in greater detail later?" The voice of the customer service representative was even more sweet. "Okay. Maybe later." Li Yao cut off the communication rudely. He glanced at the watch. It was 9:05. At 9:55, he boarded on the second crystal train with the second fake identity. This time, he jumped out of the window in the toilet and left the West Railway Station for a second time. Then, he went straight to the East Railway Station. In the East Railway Station, under the identity of the thick woman with fancy makeup, he boarded on the third train that was leaving for Green Plateau City. He did not get off the train when it was floating and rushing forward with the impetus of the anti-gravity rune arrays. Instead, he stayed in the middle of the crowd. Beneath the makeup that was messed up by his sweat was a smile of confidence and provocation. Li Yao was wondering, what was Abyss Kwa Chun Fong, Elder Nether Spring's most terrifying spy and the supervisor of the Demon Execution Division in the Secret Sword Bureau known as Demon Hunter, doing exactly at this very moment? Guo Chunfeng, lead researcher in the Data Monitoring Center of the Storm Research Institute of the Bureau of Meteorology. The old policeman studied the information on the registration notebook time and time again and glanced at the middle-aged man suspiciously, wondering how the weatherman from an unpowerful agency could pull the strings to make them set the girl free so quickly. The middle-aged man was wearing creased, gray casual clothes. His sleeves were extremely thin because of long-time work on the desk, and he was reeking of the smell of cigarettes that was typical for those who often worked overnight. His hair was so greasy that it must have remained unwashed for quite a few days. His face was plain. His eyebrows were like a mop, and his eyes were red and swollen, suggesting that he seriously lacked sleep and energy. He reminded the old policeman of a fat cat that spent all day napping. The guy seemed to be adapted to the police station. Awkwardly, he was rubbing the plastic bag. On the plastic bag was the name of a supermarket, and in the plastic bag were a glass cup and an egg pie with 2 dough sticks. Workers of the Bureau of Meteorology are government officials, too. You must know the situation we are in. The old policeman frowned and said, "The fuss your daughter made is both unimportant and serious. Young people are hot-blooded. They are demonstrating and demanding for an expedition to the blood demon sector. It's totally understandable. Some of the young officers in this station go to the street after work, too. I've got nothing to say about the normal demonstrations, even if the police have to maintain the order for the crowd. We are all patriots here, but why did she have to toss rotten eggs at a professor in the middle of her demonstration? Not only did she toss rotten eggs, she even walked up front and punched the professor right in the eye. That's highly inappropriate, wasn't it?" "Yes, of course." Guo Chunfeng apologized pitifully. "You are right, sir. We will make apologies for Professor Shui. Decent apologies. You should." The old policeman nodded. Thankfully, Professor Shui was not seriously hurt, and he was broad-minded enough to let your daughter go. Otherwise, this would not have been settled so easily. Tell you what, old Guo, after you take your daughter back home, try to discipline her with your wife. This time, she didn't cause much trouble, but what about next time? A young girl less than 20 years old doesn't know what she's doing in a fight. What if she does injure someone? Do we arrest her or not?" "Wise words, sir. We will certainly discipline her well." Guo Chunfeng almost lowered his head into his pants. "All right. Sign your name here and off you go." The old policeman waved his hand and walked away, revealing a cool girl who had a head of colorful short hair, a nose piercing, and a tattoo of the rising dragon of the 9 stars pattern right below her left eye. Guo Chunfeng was dumbfounded when he saw her. He extended his hand to the tattoo on his daughter. What's with your face? Don't touch it. It's new. Still hurts." Guo Xiaohe blocked her father's hand rudely and stormed out. Guo Chunfeng hurried to apologize to the old policeman again and finished the rest of the procedures. When he went out to the parking lot, he found that his daughter was snatching the door knob of his supermarket shuttle so hard that it was almost pulled away. Guo Chunfeng was more than infuriated by his disobedient daughter, but he failed to come up with any reprimand after breathing heavily for a long time. Figuring that his daughter must have suffered in the police cell for a whole night, he gave the egg pie to his daughter and handed over his teacup after uncovering it. "Have some food." Guo Xiaohe pushed away the teacup that was full of dirt in disgust, but she took over the egg pie and buried her mouth into it like a wolf. Guo Chunfeng activated the shuttle. The shuttle had been in service for quite a few years. The power rune arrays were rather worn. It did not take off and leave for their home after quite a few fulminations. Seeing that his daughter's face was red again after having more than half of the egg pie, Guo Chunfeng was quite relieved. Frowning, he said, "I'll let you pass even if you skived and went out to demonstrate with other people, but why did you beat a professor of East Sea University?" "That damn professor needed some beating." Guo Xiaohe sat cross-legged on the seat, chewing yet another mouthful of the egg pie as if she were venting her anger on the food. She replied with her mouth full, "What's the situation now? The blood demon sector has marched into our capital city. That's an unprecedented humiliation in our 500-year history. We must seek revenge. We must make the wretched demons answer blood with blood. We must march into the blood demon sector and demolish the dens of the pests to the ground. But the cowards such as Professor Xian are propagandizing bullsh*t that we have to be prudent and tread lightly in the media every day. Even Speaker Jiang has been bewildered by them. Those spineless cowards are traitors of the Federation. How could I let him go when I ran into him? Mama already showed mercy on him when I didn't deform his face. Watch your mouth. How old are you? And you are a mama now?" Guo Chunfeng glared at her. It's of national importance whether to attack in a hurry or to attack slowly. Even the government officials such as myself do not dare make any judgment without more inside information. What does a middle school student such as yourself know? Stop horsing around. I'll help you ask for leave today. Take a good rest and go back to school tomorrow. TSK. You are just a researcher in the Bureau of Meteorology. Of course you don't know the inside information. Everybody on the forum says that now is our best opportunity to march into the blood demon sector. If we miss it out, we will have to wait several more decades to conquer the blood demon sector completely. I'm not going to school. I am joining the army and participating in the glorious expedition. Say what? Guo Chunfeng was dumbfounded. I beg your pardon. I can tell you 10 times if you can't hear me. Guo Xiaohe was particularly happy to see her father's shock. Holding her head high, she declared, along with Si Mao, Deming, and a few other people, I filed my application online and passed the preliminary filtering the other day. We will have interviews in the recruitment office soon. How dare you? Guo Chunfeng almost could not tame his anger. You are only 18 years old, and you haven't even graduated from senior high school yet. What army are you joining? Let's see who dares let you in. 18 years old is already an adult. Guo Xiaohe placed her hand on her chest and raised her voice. Also, in case you've forgotten, my spiritual root has already awakened, and I am now a culture-type cultivator. I've been practicing the 9-ring song hard over the past summer holiday. I'm at level 2 right now. Now, as long as I sing the army anthem of the Federation, the morale of the federal soldiers 100 meters around me will be boosted, and the precision of their shooting will be improved by 5%. Why wouldn't the federal army let me in given my technique? You don't have the first clue what is going on in the blood demon sector. First level of the refinement stage. You are as good as nothing. Smoke was coming out of Guo Chunfeng's nostrils in his fury. I will not allow you to join the army, not while I am still alive. I don't need your permission. I am an adult. It's my right to join the army. Guo Xiaohe burst into fury, too. I will never be like you. You stayed in a small weather station, spending your entire life studying goddamn storms like a loser, when you had the chance to be a success since you became a cultivator at such a young age. The way I see it, you are no better than the gutless Professor Shui. You are both cowards. Guo Chunfeng was so agitated that his lungs were about to explode. Stammering, he demanded, You are becoming less and less disciplined every day. How did your mother teach you? Where is your mother? Guo Xiaohe glanced at him with a pitiful look and sneered. I don't know. In the law firm, perhaps. Guo Chunfeng was dazed. What's she doing in the law firm? Consulting with an attorney about uncontested divorce. Guo Chunfeng almost drove the shuttle into a drain. What? In a hurry, he dialed his wife's spiritual messenger, but he was suddenly lost for words when he saw his wife's emotionless face. Dazed for a long time, he asked drily. Why are you suddenly divorcing me? Yao Li looked at her husband peacefully and replied, I am not suddenly divorcing you. On exactly the same day last year, I told you that something was wrong in our marriage, but you said that you were busy tracing a superstorm and you wanted to talk about it later. Half a year ago, I told you that I couldn't handle living such a life any longer. You said okay and asked me to give you 3 months so that you could figure out the 2 tropic air masses before we had a proper talk. 3 months ago, I discussed divorce with you. You said no, and asked me to wait until you came home at night. As it turns out, starting from that night, you haven't been home for 3 months, 100 days, in a row. Today, if it weren't for our daughter, would you have crawled out of your wretched workplace? Would you? Would you? Honey, I was wrong, Guo Chunfeng said uneasily. This is all my fault, but you know the nature of my work, too. I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. Yao Li took a deep breath, and her eyes gradually turned red. She shook her head and said, No. It's not your fault but mine. I knew what your job was when we got married, but I was too young to realize what it meant to be the wife of a hero. I thought that I could make it. But now I have realized that I was wrong. Greatly wrong. I am unqualified, unable, and impossible to be your wife anymore. I cannot live a widow's life in fear every day. I'm going mad. I will have to kill myself if we don't divorce. Honey, don't. Guo Chunfeng panicked. Mom. Guo Xiaohe did not understand the wife of a hero part, but she could tell that her mother was in a very unstable mental state. She glared at her mother. Honey, which law firm are you at now? I'm coming to pick you up right now. Today, no work, just the 2 of you. Guo Chunfeng's throat was almost on fire, but Yao Li simply shook her head in a bitter smile and cut off the communication. Guo Chunfeng bashed the steering wheel hard and looked at his daughter pitifully. Guo Xiaohe bit her teeth hard and looked out of the window in anger. Xiaohe, I was wrong. I have really been too busy recently. The wormhole that appeared in the sky of the capital city caused the unsteadiness of the local climate. I've had to monitor every day to make sure that no new storms were generated. That was why I haven't been home for 3 months. I promise that I will have a 1-week holiday when the thing is over. I will spend the whole week with your mother and you. Okay? Just tell me already. If you don't, your mom may do something stupid later if she's alone. Let's talk about the joining army thing later, okay? If you are determined to, I'll pull some strings and help you find a better troop, alright? Guo Xiaohe's heart was suddenly softened. She mumbled, a weatherman in the Bureau of Meteorology has strings in the army? Next time, make a draft before you brag. Fine. Mom is at the Rainbow Law Firm. Schwa. The supermarket shuttle immediately took a racing-level turn. Guo Chunfeng quickly typed in the new destination and put on a completely different face as he begged his daughter for mercy. Please help me. Say something nice for me when we meet your mother later. The happiness of the rest of your dad's life depends on. Before he concluded his sentence, a line of crimson words popped up on the vehicle-mounted crystal processor of the supermarket shuttle. Attention, everyone of the Bureau. The super-large air mass Vulture has passed the giant Blade Mountain and upgraded into a superstorm. It is very likely to be moving toward the capital city. All workers, your holidays have been cancelled. Report for duty immediately. Guo Chunfeng's pupils constricted violently. The supermarket shuttle stopped abruptly in the middle of the ever-running traffic. Beep. 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 On the route behind him, quite a few shuttles were caught unprepared by Guo Chunfeng's sudden stop. Their horns blared in protest. Some of them even rolled down their windows and cursed him aloud when they passed by him. Guo Xiaohe was thrown forward, only to be pulled back to her seat by the safety belt. The egg pie that she had just eaten came back up her throat again. She held her chest and asked, "Dad, what's wrong with you?" With a complicated expression, Guo Chunfeng stared at the word superstorm so angrily that his eyes seemed to be tearing the light beam into shreds. Taking a deep breath, he pulled the steering wheel abruptly. The supermarket shuttle went straight down hundreds of meters and reached a place only half a meter off the ground. Guo Xiaohe was frightened by her father's uncanny behavior. Her head went blank, and she forgot to consider why her usually circumspect father had such marvelous driving skills. "Get out now," Guo Chunfeng said softly. "Take a taxi and find your mother. Rest well at home. I won't be back for the next couple of days. Pay special attention to your safety. If your mother is willing, ask her to take you to your grandpa's hometown." "What?" Guo Xiaohe almost couldn't believe her ears. She scratched her hair hard and shouted, What's wrong with you? Your wife is divorcing you. Do you not know it?" "I do." Guo Chunfeng closed his eyes and mumbled, "However, a highly dangerous superstorm is moving toward the capital city right now. If it reaches the capital city, a lot of people will die." "A lot. Cut the CR*P. Guo Xiaohe was truly infuriated. Her tears flowed out of her eyes beyond her control as she cried, "Have there ever been any terrifying superstorms in the history of the capital city? Even if it is happening right now, what can a minor weatherman in the Bureau of Meteorology do? It is your wife who needs you most right now. Do you know it? Do you?" Guo Chunfeng was silent for a moment. Then, he opened the door of the shuttle and handed a bank card to his daughter. Guo Xiaohe was dumbfounded. Looking at her father, her eyes gradually turned from an angry scarlet to a desperate gray. She knocked away the card in her father's hand hard and jumped out of the supermarket shuttle without looking back. "Wait!" Guo Chunfeng finally could not hold it any longer. He extended his greasy head out of the shuttle window. With complicated emotions in his swollen eyes, he said solemnly, "Look after your mother well. Don't do anything stupid yourself. Maybe, you will know it one day." Guo Xiaohe gnashed her teeth. "Know what?" "You will know why there has never been a superstorm in the capital city," Guo Chunfeng said. Guo Xiaohe was dazed. She asked back subconsciously, "Why?" Guo Chunfeng replied, one word after another, "Because they were all blown up by me before they took shape." Guo Xiaohe was dumbfounded. After gazing at her father for several seconds, she suddenly made an extremely vulgar gesture and shouted, "Go to hell." The cool girl with a tattoo of the emblem of the Federation on her face left without looking back, disappearing in the corner of the street. Looking at his daughter vanishing, Guo Chunfeng sighed. He typed in a secret rune on the left bottom corner of the light beam. The seemingly unattractive supermarket shuttle immediately began uttering the roars of a beast. Do. 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 Right then, somebody knocked the window of his shuttle. It was a traffic policeman in a fancy uniform. "Hello. Temporary parking is not allowed here. Please turn off your power rune array and show me your driving license." Boom. 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 The low roars turned into violent howls. The surface of the supermarket shuttle suddenly put on a layer of glamorous brightness as if it had grown dozens of shining wings. The license plate at the back of the shuttle immediately turned dark gold, the highest rank of government license plates. Shwa! The supermarket shuttle turned into a streak of brightness and rushed forward at a speed higher than super racing shuttles. It cut into a gap between two shuttles in midair and disappeared after only 0.1 seconds. The only thing that was left was a stunned traffic policeman whose facial muscles were all blown to one side. 10 minutes later, the supermarket shuttle stopped at the Federal Bureau of Meteorology at the east suburb of the capital city. On the surface, it was just another underappreciated government office in the suburbs of the capital city. The low, Gray and white buildings, which looked rather dilapidated, stood like small hills. The black waterproof glue was exposed to the sunlight directly. Since there was no budget to renovate them, all the buildings were still in the same clumsy architectural style as they had been built 100 years ago. Even the janitor at the front door seemed lethargic and not as proud as the janitors of other bureaus. However, right below the dull buildings, it was one of the largest underground fortresses in the capital city. The owner of the underground fortress was the Federal Bureau of Intelligence, or rather, the Secret Sword Bureau, a devastating name for all demons and devils. Boss. When Guo Chunfeng walked into the command center of the 1st Division with a gloomy face, hundreds of tough-looking Secret Sword agents with intimidating auras all stood up and bowed to him respectfully. Most of the Secret Sword agents were blushing with unease. There was half anxiety and half excitement in their eyes. Having the chance to compete with the legendary Vulture Li Yao, and not the original one but the strengthened Blood Devil version, was perhaps the greatest glory for a cultivator of the Heaven's Origin sector. Big Cat. Yawning, Guo Chunfeng called a fat young man. I have 3 missions for you. First of all, help me send a bouquet to Professor Shui of East Sea University. Also, pick an acceptable demon core from our trophies of the last month and deliver it together with the bouquet. Apologize on my behalf and ask for Professor Shui's forgiveness so that we can get the trouble over with. The young man immediately understood the situation. Sister Xiaohe again? Should I reveal your identity? No. Just like before, say that she is your sister. All right. The young man grimaced. I've been her brother almost 20 times. I know what to do. Second mission. Send a few more guys to my wife's office. She has been in a bad mood recently. Don't let her hurt herself. Understood. Big Cat saluted sloppily. The third mission. Looking at the roomful of Secret Sword agents who could not have been more excited, Guo Chunfeng frowned and said, Who issued the command that everyone must report for duty? Inconsiderate. Right now, nobody can confirm that our opponent is the real Li Yao. Even if he is, he can't reach the capital city so quickly and easily. If you are now jumping up and down as if you are high on drugs, your energy will definitely run out very quickly. What will you do when he really comes to visit us? Nap while fighting? Cancel the previous order immediately. Eat and sleep as usual. Get your ass out of here when it is time to get off work and be with your family. Those who are on duty, don't be so anxious. It's just a Vulture Li Yao. Does he have 3 heads or 6 arms? Is he in the divinity transformation stage? What are you so nervous about? Go now, Big Cat. See what food the cafeteria is offering today before you leave. Ask them to prepare for a few more good dishes today. It is time to cook all the precious ingredients that they have treasured for forever. Appetite is combat ability. What better timing to have them than right now? Big Cat's eyes shined. He rubbed his hands and said, Really, boss? All our brothers here have been coveting the few purple flame ice polar bear paws for more than half a year, but the director never allowed us to touch them. Guo Chunfeng smiled. Find a way to get them out first. I'll ask for permission from the director later. If we can really destroy the Vulture Superstorm, what's the big deal if we steal a few bear paws from the old man? Understood. Big Cat left, drooling. The rest of the Secret Sword agents also went to rest or work normally according to Guo Chunfeng's arrangement. The intense atmosphere caused by the arrival of Vulture Li Yao was mostly resolved by Guo Chunfeng. The command center, which had been teeming with people a moment ago, was immediately cleared. Mosquito, tell me about it. What's the situation now? Guo Chunfeng made a cup of decent tea and sipped it unhurriedly. Then, he seated himself on a dirty stool at a corner of the command center. That had been his habit for decades. Instead of sitting on the seat of the supervisor, which was at the center of the command center, he always preferred to crouch in a corner napping and thinking at the same time. The one whose code name was Mosquito was a short, young, female cultivator whose arms and legs were particularly narrow and long, making her look like an agile mosquito. Mosquito looked at Guo Chunfeng in the most admiring way and exclaimed, "Boss, that was truly incredible of you. As per your orders, we investigated the misdemeanors in the few towns south of the Giant Blade Pass. We have indeed found something. Boss, how did you know that the target would commit crimes in the towns?" Guo Chunfeng did not even bother to lift his eyes. Apparently uninterested in the boring question, he replied briefly, "It's simple. The target does not have a legal identity, which makes it almost impossible for him to travel inland. If he is really Vulture Li Yao, with his habit, he would certainly try to fabricate his identity for infiltration. To fabricate his identity, he must get a few ID cards. So, we would certainly find something if we investigate the misdemeanors in the frontier towns." Mosquito nodded vigorously. "Precisely. Our discovery began with a regular fight case. 2 days ago, a fight took place in a diner in North Tranquility City. The cause was 2 people fighting for a toilet. The first stayed in the toilet for half an hour without getting out. The one waiting outside got angry and bashed the door, only to find that the guy inside was sound asleep. The 2 of them quarreled and then got into a huge fight. The fight was not strange per se. What was strange was that, according to the interrogation record of the first guy, he fell asleep the moment he sat down on the toilet and he didn't know why. We checked his records. The guy lived quite a healthy life. He never worked overnight, nor was he lacking energy. It was quite uncanny for him to sleep for more than an hour on a toilet without a good reason. The guy was not a cultivator, was he?" Guo Chunfeng asked. "An ordinary person without any background?" "Precisely. Then, we will have to investigate the record of the guy's crystal processor," Guo Chunfeng said casually. "It is very possible that the target knocked him out in the toilet and searched for intelligence with his portable crystal processor." Chapter 1079 Guo Chunfeng's Methods. Our people in North Tranquility City have fully analyzed the crystal processor, Mosquito quickly replied. Although the browsing record was cleared, a lot of data has still been retrieved after technical recovery. The crystal processor browsed through tremendous information 2 days ago about assault in the capital city, Ding Ling Dang, Professor Mo Xian, cultivators from the Flying Star sector, and 100-day memorial ceremony for the victims in the capital city. The owner of the crystal processor confirmed that he had never searched for such information, which suggests that somebody else used his crystal processor. Also, the browsing time is in accordance with the sleeping time of the owner of the crystal processor. The information corresponds to all the intelligence we grasped earlier. We are almost certain that the destination of our target is the capital city. That was why we sent out the superstorm alarm and summoned everyone in the bureau. Guo Chunfeng was like an old, sleepy cat crouching on a worn cushion. Mysterious brightness flowed out of his body, as if he had entered an indescribable state. A moment later, he yawned and said, "If the target is really Li Yao, he must know that we have recognized his identity as the Blood Devil. It's hardly likely that he would ride his sword straight to the capital city. The distance between North Tranquility City and the capital city is too long. It is also unlikely that he would walk or take short-distance vehicles. On one hand, it is too slow. On the other hand, checkpoints and surveillance tools are everywhere in the heartland. His risk of being exposed would be much higher. The only rational choice for him is to board long-distance vehicles such as the civil carriers or the crystal trains. To board such vehicles, he needs a legal identity. Li Yao is an expert of disguise and infiltration. But however he disguises himself, he cannot make a legal ID card, which stores tremendous information, out of thin air. Investigate. Concentrate all our manpower in the North District to North Tranquility City and investigate all the cases and conflicts related to ID cards. Note that the cases are not necessarily about the loss of ID cards. Figure out all the details, including the situations where the victim found their ID cards after losing them. Mosquito and a few other Secret Sword agents looked at each other in bewilderment and hesitated. Boss, it is easy to look into the cases where the ID cards are lost, but 99% of the victims who found back their ID cards after losing them will not report to the police. It's going to be troublesome to investigate. Guo Chunfeng sipped the tea in his cup. He then licked off a tea leaf from his lip and chewed it contentedly. Think in his shoes. What would you do if you were Li Yao and needed a few ID cards? Steal them on the street? How do you know who brings ID cards with them and who doesn't? You cannot expect to try your luck by stealing a dozen random wallets in a row, can you? Even the strongest cultivator will certainly leave a lot of traces after stealing so many wallets. You will certainly pick a place where everyone will be carrying their ID card. That way, you can select a target carefully. What are the places where everybody is carrying their ID card? Banks, adults' entertainment facilities, and so on. Start from those places. Mosquito and the other Secret Sword agents were greatly enlightened. After calculating on the light beam, they nodded and said, if so, the range of our investigation has been significantly reduced. It is estimated that we will have a result in 24 hours. 24 hours? Guo Chunfeng deeply frowned. That's too long. We cannot give Li Yao so much time. How about this? Let's consider a different approach and work simultaneously. After stealing the ID cards, Li Yao would go to the capital city on a crystal train or a civil carrier under the new identity. The security check for the civil carriers is too rigorous. It is more likely that he would take a crystal train. Then, it's simple. Make a list of all the passengers of the crystal trains and the civil carriers leaving from North Tranquility City for the capital city over the past 3 days. Then, contact them one by one and make sure that you are talking to them in person. Remember, do not use the number that they left when they bought the ticket, which can be false. Ask for the cooperation of the police department in North Tranquility City. Call them through the number they left in the government office. That should be the real one. If we find out after reaching out to them that a passenger who should have gone to the capital city is still in North Tranquility City, Li Yao must be pretending to be him. If we cannot reach out to a certain passenger all the time, pay special attention, too, because he might have already been killed by Li Yao. Mosquito was dumbfounded. Boss, all the passengers from North Tranquility City to the capital city over the past 3 days? There are going to be astronomical names. It is going to be 100 times more difficult than investigating the loss of ID cards. No, it won't. Guo Chunfeng smiled. Li Yao does not have a legal identity, and he does not dare use the spiritual nexus. Therefore, he can't buy the ticket through the bank cards that are bound to the ID cards. All you need to do is check the names who bought tickets in the ticket office with cash. Most people nowadays buy their tickets online. Even if they go to the ticket office, they will mostly pay with their bank cards. There wouldn't be too many who bought a ticket with cash. Mosquito and all the Secret Sword agents' eyes were shining. They looked at Guo Chunfeng in an even more admiring way and nodded. Understood. We're on it. There will be a result in 3 to 5 hours. Go now. Don't bother me with trivia. I'm going to take a nap. A long game is still waiting for us. Guo Chunfeng further slithered into the soft chair and covered himself with a blanket in the corner. Right, boss. Mosquito thought of something else. The 3rd Division sent the brief today. Li Yao's last classmate in high school and the gangster named Fatty Liang, whom he hanged around with in the magical equipment graveyard, have both been found. At 7:29 a.m. today, all of Li Yao's connections in the Heaven's Origin sector, including Ding Ling Dang, Professor Mo Xian, cultivators from the Flying Star sector, companions in the magical equipment graveyard, classmates in the Crimson Nimbus High School and the Grand Desolate War Institution, have been locked onto. According to the 3rd Division, they have made a team of almost 100 experts in spiritual nexus tracing, which is led by Professor Gu Mo, the only specialist in the spiritual nexus in the nascent soul stage in the Federation. It has been ensured that Li Yao's connection network is monitored without any blind spots. As long as Li Yao sends a message to Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, or any other of associate, even so much as a single word or a code name, it will be detected, and the source of the message will be locked onto in 10 seconds. Who? Giant snot bubbles were popping out of Guo Chuanfeng's nose. He seemed to be asleep already. Boss? Mosquito asked carefully. Guo Chunfeng was suddenly wide awake. He mumbled in dissatisfaction, "Don't waste my time with such boring stuff. The guys in the 3rd Division are too used to capturing evil cultivators. None of the cultivators look nice in their eyes. They are only adding to our trouble. I assume that they found nothing after dedicating so many resources to Li Yao's social network, right?" Mosquito nodded. "That's right. It is so odd that Li Yao hasn't contacted his old acquaintances yet. How can he hold it for such a long time? He can hold it, so he is vulture." His eyes closed, Guo Chunfeng said casually, "You can't, so you are Mosquito, who will be slapped to death easily." He. Vulture Li Yao is the most dangerous person to have risen in the Federation over the past 100 years. Does he not know that his social network is certainly under watch? Sending a message to his old friends is like turning himself in. Even if he wants to deliver some information to the old friends, he will certainly adopt an approach that is unexpected and won't be monitored or jammed. Would he be so stupid as to send a message via the spiritual nexus? Do the guys in the 3rd Division think that Li Yao is just another evil cultivator like those they captured in the past? Idiots. Right, what's the reaction of the cultivators being monitored, especially Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, and the fellow cultivators from the Flying Star sector? Do they know that they are being watched? Mosquito nodded. They do. Professor Mo Xian is one of the best specialists in crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the Federation himself. The thorough surveillance to such an extent can't be overlooked by them. Also, since it involves our allies in the Flying Star sector, we cannot monitor them in secret as it might cause a diplomatic conflict. Therefore, the 3rd Division has sent a letter to them under the name of the Secret Sword Bureau and asked for their cooperation. As for their attitude, dissatisfied, of course. Especially Ding Lingdang and Professor Mo Xian. They are not fully convinced that Li Yao has joined the pantheon of demons in the first place, so they were not happy to cooperate with the 3rd Division. Why do I have to clean the mess for the dumbass every time? Guo Chunfeng changed his posture to make himself more comfortable. Pouting, he said, "Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, and Luo Xingzi are all in the capital city right now, aren't they? Make an appointment with them for me, preferably tonight. Let's have a dinner and talk nicely. Publicly speaking, the issue is one of national security. They do not have the right to object to it. Personally speaking, if they don't believe in Li Yao's betrayal, they should cooperate with us and help us figure out the whole thing as quickly as possible so that Li Yao's innocence can be proved. Tell them our latest progress. Promise them that, if they are willing to cooperate, we will send them detailed briefs 3 times a day every day. Also, we will invite them to join us when we are capturing Li Yao in the end. If they don't want Li Yao to fall into someone else's hands, ask them to try to understand and support our work." Mosquito nodded quickly. "Understood, boss. Go now." Guo Chunfeng waved his hands and covered his greasy head in the blanket. He had made all the arrangements. Before the result was out, he should take a good sleep and revitalize himself. But he could not fall asleep however hard he tried to. His nerves that were usually blunt were now vaguely aching. In his trance, he felt that he had made a mistake. A critical one. What was it exactly? Guo Chunfeng was quite right. In the cyber era, few people bought tickets with cash. In the past 2 days, only 129 tickets from North Tranquility City to the capital city had been bought with cash in the ticket office. All 129 passengers had been contacted immediately. 3 of them were out of reach, but 2 of them replied in confusion that they were still in North Tranquility City and never purchased tickets to the capital city. After investigation, the 2 citizens of North Tranquility City went to the same bank 2 days ago at about the same time. What was odd that both of their ID cards had gone missing. One of them had gone back to the bank to look for his ID card half an hour later, to no avail. He had thought that he had lost the ID card on the street. But 3 hours later, the staff in the bank had found his ID card in a corner and contacted him. The other went back to the bank 2 hours later and found his ID card successfully. It meant that the ID cards of the 2 citizens of North Tranquility City both went missing for 1 to 2 hours before they returned to the bank. The tickets bought under the 2 ID cards were purchased in the same period, too. Through the surveillance camera in the ticket office, picture of the 2 citizens buying the tickets with cash was shot, too. But the 2 real citizens were actually somewhere else, which could be proven by the complete picture captured by the surveillance cameras on the street. They had him. Later, the conductors on the trains reported that the 3 unreachable passengers had been found out. They were on the crammed trains where they could barely walk. They could not charge their portable crystal processors, and the devices automatically turned off after running out of power. The picture from the West Railway Station of North Tranquility City where the 2 citizens entered the platform with the tickets were soon sent over, too. But of course, they were not the real citizens but Vulture Li Yao in disguise. Now, it was absolutely certain that Vulture Li Yao had pretended to be one of the 2 citizens of North Tranquility City and hidden himself one of the 2 trains. The 2 crystal trains were both temporary ones. They were not very fast and about to arrive in the capital city. The first train would arrive at the general railway station of the capital city half an hour later, and the second would reach the North Railway Station 2 hours later. Ask all the field agents to surround the general railway station and the North Railway Station. Send the image of the 2 citizens that Li Yao disguised himself as. Right. Monitor the 100 square kilometers around the capital city. It is possible that Li Yao might jump off the train and escape. There's no need to search on the train. Both trains are packed with people. A reckless search might alarm the target and even harm innocent people. Block him in the railway station. Do not attack him immediately after he is discovered. He is not someone that common secret sword agents can deal with. Contact the battle-type cultivators in the nascent soul stage in the capital city. Tell them that a highly dangerous criminal is on the run and ask for their help to capture, or execute him if necessary. Guo Chunfeng rose up suddenly, turning from a drowsy cat into a ravenous tiger. Everybody who had eye contact with him trembled beyond control. Understood. Refreshed, all the secret sword agents took action. Very soon, all the information about the 2 citizens of North Tranquility City that Li Yao was pretending to be was sent to the secret sword agents in the 500 square kilometers around the capital city. In the railway stations inside the capital city, in the minor stations outside the capital city, along the railways. All the secret sword agents were moving out. In the general railway station of the capital city, the crystal train whose ticket Li Yao had bought under the middle-aged man's identity slowly arrived. The overloaded anti-gravity rune arrays were panting and spurting out intense fog that enveloped half of the platform. The train finally crouched down on the railway. Countless exhausted passengers who had stood for a day and a night flooded toward the exit with their family carrying their luggage. Hundreds of secret sword agents, who were pretending to be chauffeurs, cleaners, regular police officers, were watching the crowd anxiously. On the roof, on the trees, in the sky, in the corner, countless surveillance cameras were aimed at the crowd. Thousands of invisible mystic rays were scanning the appearance of the passengers and analyzing them crazily. Schwa. 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 With the 100-day memorial ceremony coming up, the security level of the capital city had been upgraded to the highest. All the passengers who were exiting the station needed to check their tickets again and verify their identity information. Also, a temporary decision was made that their ID cards had to be scanned. Naturally, the tired passengers were all complaining about the decision. The situation was even more chaotic. However, after all the passengers on the railway were cleared, the middle-aged man that Li Yao pretended to be was still not detected. According to the record of the ticket check, the ticket that Li Yao had purchased had not been scanned. He had not left the station at all, at least not through the normal exit openly. But the secret sword agents had blocked every gap in the general railway station. Not even an earthworm would be able to sneak out underground. In the command center of the Demon Execution Division in the Secret Sword Bureau, Mosquito waved her fist in excitement after reading the messages sent back by the field workers. "It's all clear now, boss." Vulture Li Yao bought 2 tickets to the capital city under 2 identities. Now that he is not on the first train, he must be on the second. The second train is arriving in half an hour. There's no way that he can escape. Huh. Guo Chunfeng narrowed his eyes and stared at the complicated route map of the crystal trains on the light beam. He rubbed his temples so hard that he almost churned his skin. He nodded but gave no reply. It was not right. Very not right. It was too simple and straightforward. Would the well-known vulture Li Yao be captured so easily with such crude approaches? No, he would not. He must have formulated more delicate schemes, more. Guo Chunfeng suddenly bulged his eyes so abruptly that he nearly shook off his eyebrow. Smashing his teacup on the desk, he shouted, "We've been fooled." All the secret sword agents were shocked by him. They stared at him in confusion. Guo Chunfeng jumped to his feet and operated on the light beam personally. He enlarged the railways around the capital city and drew a bigger circle around it, breathing heavily. Consider such a possibility. Vulture Li Yao's destination is the capital city, but why must he take a direct train to this place? See? In the 500 square kilometers around the capital city, there are more than 10 major cities. There are superfast direct trains between those cities and North Tranquility City. Also, those cities have not been hot tourism destinations recently. The tickets are not hard to buy. You don't even need to buy them in advance. What if the 2 false identities that he threw out were just smoke screens to confuse us and he didn't mean to come to the capital city straightforwardly? With a 3rd false identity, he could buy a ticket to a major city several hundred kilometers away from the capital city. After he arrived, he could take a taxi, rent a shuttle, steal a shuttle, or get a vehicle in any way possible. Then, he would be able to drive to the suburbs of the capital city and move in on foot. The journey is only several hundred kilometers. He can finish it in 1 day. Everybody was stunned by the possibility. How is the ID card check in North Tranquility City going on? Guo Chunfeng asked in a hurry. Any progress? Well, after the 2 ID cards were locked onto, we thought we'd got him, so we stopped the investigation, Mosquito stammered. Guo Chunfeng glared at them all, his eyes immediately turning bloodshot. Drinking all the tea in the teacup along with the leaves, he managed to hold his anger and gnashed his teeth. Who said you could stop? Continue investigating. There is bound to be a 3rd fake identity. Buying the ticket in the ticket office with cash. Leaving in the past 2 days. Destination, the railway stations in the major cities around the capital city. Those are your conditions. Investigate now. Mosquito and the other secret sword agents looked at each other in bewilderment. It was easy to check the record of the tickets from North Tranquility City to the capital city, but the suspicious tickets from North Tranquility City to the major cities around the capital city? It was like fishing for a needle in a pond, if not an ocean, which was going to take quite a while. Mosquito shrank her neck and asked, "Boss, what about the surveillance in the North Railway Station?" Guo Chunfeng pondered for a long time but still waved his hands helplessly. "Continue watching. What if our opponent wants us to figure out that we are fooled and let go of the previous defense?" In the North Railway Station of the capital city, the second crystal train whose ticket Li Yao bought with the young man's ID card slowly arrived. Countless secret sword agents were still patrolling in the crowd on alert. However, after wasting more than an hour, they still found nothing. The double failure was certainly a major strike for the proud secret sword agents. Frustration was looming over everyone. While the well-trained, professional secret sword agents were sighing, a train from North Tranquility City arrived at the North Railway Station of Green Plateau City 150 kilometers away from them. A thick woman with dark golden, curly hair wearing heavy makeup was walking to the exit in the crowd. She was in cheap clothes that were of the latest fashion but a low quality. Her neckline was quite low, revealing a large area of fair skin. She was apparently not very young, but she was wearing smoky eye makeup that was most popular among the girls. Her false eyelashes were very long, but they were not neatly pinned. A tiny section of adhesive tape was exposed from the corner of her eye. When the passers-by were attracted by her breast and eyed her lasciviously, she always sniffed and looked back at them with derision with her eyes, but she would hold her breasts even higher. She carried 2 bucket bags as if she was waving 2 giant hammers. Pushing aside quite a few passengers by force, she squeezed to the exit. "Please show me your ID card." The conductor at the exit smiled after checking her ticket. The thick woman cursed in the most vulgar dialect of North Tranquility City and handed over her ID card. Beep! The conductor put the ID card on a tiny rune array and scanned it with a bright green mystic ray. An enjoyable sound immediately echoed. The information chip was all right. It was a real ID card. On the top of the ID card, a glow was blinking and formed into a small hologram, which was exactly the appearance of the thick woman, except that she was not wearing any makeup and looked a bit plain, and even ugly. The thick woman was angry, obviously unwilling to reveal her real face in public. She mumbled and went to grab her ID card. The conductor at the exit hesitated for a moment, but the crowd behind her was already pushing her forward. The thick woman burst into fury and barraged the guy pushing her in the back with the profanity in the dialect of North Tranquility City. "This will do. Thank you for your cooperation." Looking at the simmering crowd behind, the conductor hurried to let her pass. Vulture Li Yao snuck into the downtown of Green Plateau City in such a way. At this moment, there were 4 days and a half to go before the highly anticipated 100-day memorial ceremony. He was 250 kilometers away from the capital city.